Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The September 2nd, 2020 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers made possible through the underwriting from the Mulaski Group of Companies. Please note, customers of CenturyLink Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002 and in standard definition on Channel 2. You may also watch the meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and on the Go Vegas app. The City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 the Wednesday of the meeting on the web at 8 p.m., Friday 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems, and if alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers. Go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and go down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance, and once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not preclude you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward to our city clerk staff. Please note, if you park in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you've walked through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine, but if you do not, please see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed this morning with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Pastor John T. Southern Hills Baptist Church, and then remain standing for the pledge. Good morning and thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you each and every one of the council members who take time to keep our city safe and successful. It's greatly appreciated. Let's pray. Father in heaven, we thank you for the opportunity of being in this place among these men and women who represent this city. Lord, you have given us so much in this city. You have provided in a difficult time. You have brought us back from the brink in so many ways. And we give you the glory and the honor for all of that. You're the God who leads us. You're the God who protects us and provides for us. But Lord, you've also given us a wonderful mayor, a wonderful mayor pro tem. You've given us a wonderful city council. We pray a blessing over each and every one of these men and women who faithfully serve the people of this city to bring safety and success to each and every citizen. Lord, we also pray for every agenda item today. We pray that you would do in and of every person what needs to be done, and you would accomplish the work at hand. More than anything, we're thankful for your sacrifice of love and mercy in every day that you've given us. In the name of your Son, we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning again, everyone. We're going into our first item on the agenda, number 5. But before we begin that public comment, I just want to take a moment. We have a gentleman and so many of our employees that have served our city for years and years and have done so because of the great love, but their experience and expertise, education, and loyalty to the city and everything we as community members appreciate about this wonderful family of people that call Las Vegas home. And so I have a special award here, and I'm not even sure the recipient is here, but this says, City of Las Vegas, congratulations. You make a difference for our residents and visitors in our world-class community. Thank you for your years of service and your commitment to the City of Las Vegas. It is a 20-year recognition given to Radford K. Snelding. And because, come on up. Can I give this to you? Radford, whoops, if I may give this to you. Distance separation, I won't breathe. We're so far apart. But Rad is chair of our independent audit that reports solely to the council and mayor. And this is unique because every organization probably has an audit committee on the internal side, but this is extra special communication and ability for us. If you would just quickly give a definition to what your role is here at the city, if you would, and we thank you, Rad, and please know we appreciate it. Hope you'll be with us for another 20.
I'd like to thank the mayor and council for being recognized today. The city auditor for the city of Las Vegas has a special function. It is an independent arm that reports directly to the city council, and it evaluates the efficiency and effectiveness of the operations within the city, whether they be financial or operational type effectiveness. And so it acts as a check, an independent check, reporting back to the council that represents the stakeholders for the city.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's just wonderful, and everybody should be assured that we really operate totally with efforts for transparency and to put the public dollar in the best place it can be. So for you and your team, much gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay. We are moving into agenda item 5. As I said, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items, so if anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. It will be your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We're going to set the time, as we do always in the past, at one moment, and we're going to make exceptions to that moment right away because we are being visited by our wonderful chair, Marilyn Kirkpatrick from the County Commission, who will speak in this first portion of the agenda, but at the end of this public comment. So who we have first coming in is Terry, and pardon me if I mispronounce, Terry Brusahoff? Oh, well done, Carolyn. And it's a reference agenda item 12, and she will be getting 3 minutes because she has 1 minute from Tammy Dunstan, from Nurse Corps, and then also from Audra Soames, also Nurse Corps. So please.
Mayor Goodman, I also have another moment donated from Gay Kelly, who has flown from Texas with our PLO. So that would like.
Where are you, please? Front. And can you put her name on the record? Let me give these back to you, please.
She did fill out a speaker card.
Okay, thank you very much. And we welcome you from Texas here. And please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mayor Goodman, my name is Terry Brusahoff, and I'm from Nurse Corps Home Health Services. We are the agency that staffed the Cashman ISOQ facility, the pop-up facility for the homeless during the COVID pandemic. We are here this morning to discuss and clarify the bid for the healthcare staffing for the operation of the Medical Respite Care Center in the Corridor of Hope. We are voicing several issues for clarification. The chief complaint among them that the current bidder recommended for the award is a California company with no experience in the Vegas market and no experience with healthcare for the homeless. More importantly, as a check this morning, they are neither licensed for home care or nursing staffing services in Nevada, both of which are required by the Department of Health and Human Services in the state of Nevada. We believe that with the need to be cost-effective, this bid may have been inappropriately expedited and awarded without a full acknowledgement of the federal and state mandated requirements for opening a staffing or home care company here in Nevada. We feel this could have a detrimental effect on healthcare services for the homeless medical respite care program that's being considered here. It should be noted that the current company recommended for the award is a sole proprietor, California-based, foreign limited liability company with 2 years of experience, with the primary company business being real estate, per the information on their website. It is our grave concern, based on the lack of licensure, that the company will be unable to open, staff, or alternately could be closed without the required licenses in place. A business license absolutely does not satisfy the state requirements for nursing or healthcare licensure. We have a vested interest in the success of this bid and contract because we have proudly served the city of Las Vegas at the Cashman ISOQ facility, and then making preparations for the staffing for the new facility at the Corridor of Hope. We continue to provide nursing staff and care at this respite center at this moment since it opened last week, and as this bid is being deliberated. As background, Nurse Corps has been in Las Vegas for 15 years. We are a certified home care company. We provide medically fragile children and medically fragile adults with skilled nursing in the home care setting. And we also do Medicare and Medicaid billing. We have been here for years. We have an established relationship with the community. We also service physicians in healthcare facilities across the city. Most recently, we staffed the Cashman ISOQ facility 24/7. We were the sole nursing agency, and thus we have a history of success, not only with assisting the medical facility, but with the vulnerable patient population as well. In addition, we have a staff of over 180 active nurses that are ready to work today. Through submitting a deceptively low bid, the home care company that was recommended has none of these qualifications. We were all apprised in the bidding process that the award would go to the lowest qualified bidder. Based on industry knowledge and conversations with the officials, it was implied that the awardee would need to be licensed by the state of Nevada, have adequate staff to service the contract, and have the requisite experience in staffing and home care and working with the homeless medically fragile community. Our sincere counter recommendation for the city is that the City Council not approve the bidder recommended today solely because they were judged to be cost effective. We encourage the council to look more closely at the qualifiers and credentials of the other companies that may represent better choices. All in all, we believe that the fairest thing to do is to allow re-bidding of the contract and ensure that all requirements, in addition to reasonable cost, are satisfied. Please also consider honoring the local companies that have been long-term supporters and financial contributors to the Las Vegas community, who are invested in this community and our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you so much for your time, Mayor Goodman.
Thank you very, very much. And ladies, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, too, for your service to the community and our help with the ISOQ. Invaluable.
It was the most rewarding experience.
And please, if you will, follow up with our Director and Chief of Community Services, Lisa Morris Hibbler, and she'll come down to make sure that you have that open contact.
Okay.
And then I see Mr. Brian Scott there, who's our Chief Attorney, so any extra copies you might have of comments for him as well.
Thank you so much.
Please. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And Mr. Paul Casey, I see, but even though I said your name because I know you, you have to say it again.
Good morning, Mayor. How are
Hi.
you, City Council? It's great to see you. I'm here for two reasons. One, to thank you. 50th anniversary. We started that 6 years ago. You were there. We walked across the street. We sent out a message of love. The crossing, Averill Crossing, represents more than just a crosswalk. It's a bridge to our past. We can see what our challenges are today, and under your leadership, with the help of Councilman Knutson, we can envision greatness. So that's why I'm here. I wanted to share this. He took a great photo with my son wearing the John Lennon glasses, which was very cool. This went on the wire. And the other person I want to say is Councilman Knutson, thank you. I know that you love the Beatles, and it was really very inspiring to hear that how much you share that with your son, because we both have children that are the same age. George loves the Beatles. He wants to be a Beatle. So with that in mind, I want to recognize also your special events team, Jasmine Freeman and Marcia Biggis, who did an amazing job. And this photograph, as you see, was taken on Averill Crossing. So with that, and with your assistant, Stefanani Orochi, was there. All three ladies being fab. And so this is the background in the photo.
Beautiful.
With a miniature version of the Averill Crossing sign. You have one, obviously. You have one now. And so this is for the ladies. Thank you, Marcia. Thank you, Jasmine. Why don't you come here and take this from me? Come on, you come up real quick. I'm giving you my minute. All right, but I want to thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman. I know we have greatness ahead of us.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you
You've
very
done so
much.
much for the city and the
you
community
go.
over these years. So thank you, Paul. Appreciate
Mayor.
it. And our
Thank
best
you,
to your
everyone.
family.
Thank you,
Thank
Councilman.
you. Okay, is there anyone else before I invite our county chair to the microphone? If there is anyone else on this public comment, okay, I will close this part of the public comment and invite our chairwoman of the county commission, who, pardon me, who has brought our council two of these. And so we're going to take a 4-day rest. We're all going home now to read it so we can have a really proper Q&A with you. And welcome to City Council, you wonderful lady.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to do this. I know many a times we pick up the phone and we try to work through issues, but I wanted to publicly come and kind of answer many of your questions, and I want to thank Councilwoman Fiore for making this possible this morning. As you know, on the last meeting you had a lot of questions, and I felt like I could climb through the screen and answer them all for you, but today here I am to answer all those questions. I also brought with me Chief Steinbeck, who leads the MAC for all of us across the region. And so I wanted to start with where we've been, how we got to where we are today, and what the future is, and how do we do it together? Because we do have to be in this together as a region in order for us to rise to the top. So, Mayor, you know when we started this in March, there were some hard conversations that we had with our state officials because we didn't get a lot of input. And we were frustrated, right? Because we were turning on a dime, making a lot of moves, and we were just trying to navigate the waters. And today we're still navigating the waters when it comes to our children and education. We worked through a lot of those issues in March. I feel like we've been doing this for at least a year, but it's really only about 5.5 months. And we started making progress. I volunteered, which I'm probably crazy for doing, at this point, but I volunteered on behalf of the Southern Nevada region to work with the state to write the guidance to get things open, because we all agreed that at some point we had to start moving forward economically, or we were just going to stay in a funk, and that was not going to work for anybody. So I agreed to do that, not realizing the amount of time and the hours that it takes, amount of expertise that I had to go and find, because I'm not expert on any of those, but I do have some real life experience, which I felt sometimes that got forgotten, right? So when you're putting in guidelines on how food service should operate, you should absolutely have some real life experience on that, because it sounds great to say that you're not going to leave your creamers out for 2 minutes, but in reality, if your restaurant's busy, you got to be able to do that. So I took a lot of time. I work on those guidance. I reach out to 10 other states with my NACO hat, and I ask what's working in their states, what's not working. And then we work with the health district,
So the health district, who in all fairness is truly leading the charge, and he's a partner to allow all of us to move forward. So we work with the health district, and then I submit them to the LEAP committee, which is made up of JJ Gokachia, who represents the rural areas, because what works in Southern Nevada for sure does not always work in the rural areas. Commissioner Lucy, who represents Washoe, because Washoe and Clark are very different in a lot of ways. And then we have Dagny Stapleton, who is the NACO representative, who works with Wesley, who is the League of Cities representative. Then we have OSHA, because what we didn't want is for everybody, all agencies to be doing their own thing and not doing anything well and giving mixed messages. So, we have OSHA, and we have, which is Terry Reynolds, and we have Michael Brown, which is Economic Development, and then we have Scott Gillis. And amongst us, sometimes we don't agree, but we try to do what's in the best interests. So we've been doing that for a long time, and I'm thankful. One night, I called the chamber. So, and the chamber spent their entire weekend, because I'm no typist by any means, helping me format it and put it all together. So that's how we got to phase 1. We also agreed on phase 1 that we did not want to open on Cinco de Mayo weekend, because it could be a rough weekend for all of us, and everybody would just be so excited to get out and about that they would make mistakes, and we were not trying to go backwards. So if you remember at that time, we were at a 5.5–6% positivity rate, and we were ramping up our testing, which was required by the federal government at that time. So we knew that as long as we stayed below 10%, 10% is the magic number that Vice President Pence and the task force put out, that we have to stay below in order to stay open and do many things. So then we moved to open the casinos, and again, not on Memorial Day weekend, because it didn't make sense, because we knew what would happen. And we worked tirelessly across the state to help people understand what you can do. The reason the guidance is a little bit broad is because it doesn't work in every case, right? I learned a lot about eyebrow threading, never did it in my life, didn't know what it was, but why couldn't they be open, but the hair salon could be open. I learned that some places call it a tavern, some places call it a bar, so it has been an education for me. I feel like the jack of all trades at this point, but I basically know what 250,000 businesses in Nevada do so that we can work with them. So at the MAC, we asked, a regional issue, what businesses have been left behind, what was forgotten. We found a lot of things. We found paint and wine. Well, how come that didn't fall into a category? And then we said it really does, because it's a retail category. So there's not specific industry guidance for all of it. So we put indoor venues so that we could put it out there, so that if you are an indoor venue, here's the guidance that you should follow. So we started testing quite a bit, and I'm going to have Chief Steinbeck specifically talk about the testing, because that's a big piece of where we go. So phase 2, things are moving along. Holy smokes, all of a sudden, FEMA comes to town, Arizona is elevated. They come to town and they say, you got to close everything. And I'm like, whoa, time out. We're not closing anything until we have a discussion. So we had a discussion with FEMA. And as I said on the MAC call, I spent 38 minutes arguing with the governor on where's the data, can we slow down just a minute, but FEMA was adamant that we closed things. And so I argued the case to keep pools open, I argued the case to keep gyms open, but on the White House document that is released every single week, it says here's the things that must close. So FEMA came, there was 30, 40 of us in the meeting, and I insert myself honestly in every single meeting because I want to know what everybody's saying. So I could take this big puzzle and put it all back together. So any of you are welcome to do that anytime, but I insert myself. So if I call him and he says, I'm getting on a conference call, I'm like, what is it about? Can I join? And of course he says yes, whether it's good or bad, because I ask a lot of questions. But we met with FEMA, and we were actually able to walk them through our process. So they had no idea of the surge center that we had planned. They had no idea of all of the marketing things that we were doing. They had no idea of our hospital capacity. And so they felt much more comfortable when they left. But we did learn some things along the way. But we were required at that time to submit a report to the governor as well as the White House. And so as you see, it's about 900 pages of all different documents. And I encourage anybody to read it, because if you look around the country, our document is very good. We are doing a lot of things great, right? And that's because as a region, we are working together. However, every single week, I get this same report from the White House that says I should be doing all these things. So we approached the governor about taking a different approach, because where's the data that shows that gyms are a problem in our states? They may be, by all means, in other states, and that's one of the things we found along the way is cosmetology. We were the second state in the country to open. And the number one reason is because we had a cosmetology licensing board, and that cosmetology licensing board had better standards than 30 other states out there. So that's how we were justifiable to open many things. We asked for a different approach, because we're not trying to do winners and losers. I am not, for sure, because I can't keep track of winners and losers. What is the most consistent way that we can move forward? So the mitigation plan was brought up, something that Colorado's doing, something that Ohio's doing. So we put together a Nevada-style mitigation so that we could bring those things to the forefront and have public comment and see what the data is to tell us. What we know today is when FEMA came, we were at 19% high. So we went from the very low of 5% to 19% of our folks testing positive. We know that there were 7 zip codes in particular where there is a lot of positive rates. So we, on a regional basis, Clark County hired a Hispanic marketing firm, and Councilwoman Diaz has been helpful on that, to go out and to educate them why at their grocery stores they need to wear a mask, why at their grocery stores they need to enforce social distancing. So today we're at, is it 13%? So we're at about 13.6%. So we've dropped that in 4 weeks. So social distance has worked. The masks have worked, especially in some areas where there was no compliance whatsoever. And I get it. I'm just trying to find the consistency, because as an economy, regionally, we got to move forward. We have to figure out how to do that safely. We have to be able to tell the world that we're doing it safely. So we invested, so we've been highly concentrated on those areas, and which is why we got the grant for the testing. So I know a lot of people are mad about more testing means higher positives, and that is not true. The stance that we've taken from day one, let's get to the source so that we have a better fall season than everybody else. We have overcome everybody. Everybody said we would set up our surge center. Everybody said that we would run out of hospital capacity. I can tell you the dates they told me that it was going to happen, and we've exceeded that because we are working as a region together. The one thing that I'm asking all cities to do is for us to work collaboratively on a comprehensive business enforcement plan, because it is all over the board across the valley, and it's all over the board on whose authority is what. And I know I heard you say that, yes, we did not stand up 60 ambassadors, and those 60 ambassadors were phenomenal for the month that you guys had them. We did not do that. We took a different approach. We created strike teams with our business licensing and our code enforcement. So everybody did something a little bit different, but all working towards the same goal. I've reached out to hundreds of businesses saying, hey, we got to show that we got to get rid of the bad actors, because there's plenty of bad actors out there, but why should the rest of us good actors be penalized? But if the bad actors, and I'm going to call out one business, for instance, last Thursday, 1401 South Main, they had a party of 300 people, live DJ, going on about their business for about 5 hours, no social distancing, no masks, but those folks live in our community, and if they continue to help the spread, that hurts the rest of us that are doing well. So that's why we're asking for a comprehensive plan for everybody. So today, we're making huge progress. We had a MAC call, which is a regional policy decision, and we walked through for 3.5 hours on what everybody could give to ensure the state that we could manage any problems that there were if they came about. And so we spent 3 hours on that, and a lot of it was business enforcement, a lot of it was some education, but we've been educating for a while, and the good businesses, they don't need any more education, they just want to get open. But the bad businesses, I'm not sure how much education they can get, but maybe a fine makes sense, right? So trust me, I went after the rave that was in my own district that had 1,000 people, to where we knocked on his door and said, hey, Bella, you can't be doing this because we have no contact tracing. We have no way to do to follow that source. So where we're at this week, again, we will be submitting, as we do every week, to the mitigation team, and we're asking, and if you heard me yesterday at my own meeting, I said we're asking for our own autonomy because we can manage it, and I promise we will all work together as a region, and I need you to be my partner in that so that we can do that moving forward. I need to go after the bad actors that are making it hard for the rest of us. I need to be able to open some convention business in a phased-in approach. I'd like to open up some churches. For the life of me, I can't understand why our children cannot play sports, except that they're spectators, right? So, okay, we'll take the spectators out if that's the case, but they're going to Utah, they're going to California, they're going to Arizona, let's keep them home. But I can't make all those arguments if I can't say that everybody's on the same page, and I want to just, and I'm not asking for anything today except that you guys look at a comprehensive business enforcement people where we can go after the bad actors, and we can go together and we can move forward in our community, because it's now September 1, and we have to secure many of the convention business, which is well, and you, Councilwoman Fiore and Mayor Goodman, you know that more than anything. There's about $500 million on the books that we want to secure that people can come, but can they come in a safe way? And I think we could do it. We could write the guidance ourselves with our health district, because our health district, we are fortunate, and Southern Nevada has been phenomenal. And I can't say that across the state, right? He's been lockstep with us. What do we need to do? How do we follow? What are we doing? I know that there's some angst, and it's ironic that the CDC came out and said, don't test anybody unless they have symptoms. I'm going to turn that over to Chief Steinbeck to talk about where we got the grant, and it came out on the same day, but we're already into it, and the difference if we just test the asymptomatics versus the positive. So, Chief Steinbeck?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Appreciate this opportunity today. Certainly around the testing, I've worked with many of you to try to get additional testing in your districts into the city and also throughout the county. Sorry, the mask, like many of you, it fogs up my glasses there, so I'll have to take them off. But we have, since the beginning of this, of course, when we had 40 tests a day, and it was such a difficult decision on who would get a test and who wouldn't get a test, to where we are today with our incredible capacity that we have at UMC, or increased capacity that we have at the Southern Nevada Health District, with the strike teams that we can put out into certain neighborhoods. But there's been an outcry for more and more testing. Some people will call us and say that they can't go to work until they get a test, or until they got a couple of tests that showed, because of the changes in the CDC guidance. And for us to be able to say, we wanted to be able to tell them exactly where they could get a test, get it quickly, and get their questions answered, so they could either isolate and keep those loved ones and the rest of the community safe, or go back to work and support their families. So working with that, certainly when FEMA came, as the Chairwoman Kirkpatrick spoke of, they came with some doom and gloom there for a little while. And we said, no, we're not there. We're not where you're saying we are. We are in a much better position than what you're saying. But we do need increased testing capacity. And some of the lag in our testing capacity was everything from lab technicians, but and to quite a bit of it was the availability of the products and the testing mediums. But we asked for Health and Human Services to bring us additional testing capacity, which we were awarded and which started on the 31st of August and goes through to September 18th. That's 60,000 additional tests that's available to this community. We are hopeful that that will help some of the criteria that the state is utilizing right now to measure us, improve that and let us move off of the list that adds additional restrictions to us. We don't know if that'll be the case, of course, but it's our best shot. So this is completely free testing. We have it opened up at the Texas, we have it opened up at the Fiesta, and we have it opened up at Sam Boyd Stadium. From 6 to 2 Monday through Friday. That's in addition to our UMC testing that is at Cashman, and thank you so much for that. And the city was wonderful in helping us get that up and running. And that will continue and is uninterrupted, and that we also have at UNLV. So we want to make sure that everybody that needs a test for whatever reason it is, whether they have symptoms or they have an employer that's insisting on it or they're just scared, whatever reason it is, that we were able to fulfill that requirement and try to make it as available. And also we had looked at places like Florida and Texas where there were 6-hour, 8-hour waits for testing, and we wanted to make sure we were much better than that. I can tell you right now, if you drive to any of the sites that I just mentioned, at this moment, you're looking at about 5 to 10 minutes. And you're in and you're out, and you've got your test. We've also got the turnaround times. The UMC times are incredible now. They are at, normally a day, maybe 2. The additional testing that the federal government has provided us goes out of state. It's taking 3 days, maybe a little bit more to come back right now. But we've only got this surge of testing for this time. That's why we've had such a increased media push and pushed out the information in any possible way because of the desperate plea that we've had from your constituents, from her constituents, from so many people here in the valley to, hey, I need to have a test available. And then, of course, all of that is, we're working every day for the life safety, but also the economic viability. I don't want to hear, it just crushes me like it crushes all of you for the people that are losing their businesses that haven't worked since March. Those are heartbreaking stories, and if we can get, put whatever it is that we can put forward to assist in getting that back open, that's what we're doing. I want to congratulate your emergency management and business licensing for working with us on the plan moving forward that we have had so far. And I know that I know already that we'll get that same cooperation moving forward from here because we got to get all of us back to work.
So Mayor, and I just want to add a couple of things. So if you remember in the beginning, we were only able to test 40 folks a day. And so I have a dual role because 1, I sit on the LEAP, 2, and I sit on the MAC, I sit on the health district. So I wear a lot of different hats, and I signed up for none of them, to be honest. So 2020 was supposed to be a nice, easy year for me, but it's been a hard year, but we are resilient and we can get through it. So in the beginning, we did not wait for the federal government to bring testing for us because we heard across the country that was the big problem. So Clark County was told by the state that, hey, we got our own CARES money, you got to pay for it. So we have been footing the bill since day one. So but we invested wisely. So we invested in UMC so that we could have a state-of-the-art research piece for the long term, but for the short term, we could move a lot of these things. Recently, we've been able to push the state to give $19 million additional to the health district so that we could get those backlogs because people were frustrated. 5 days you have to wait for testing, but we had a workforce shortage, and so we were able to get $19 million from the federal government pushed through the state to get that backlog to help. And so now we're in a really good spot on turning around our timeframes. So we're always trying to be less than 3 days, which is one of the things that the health district that the state and the national folks look at. We also were able to be successful and to get $44 million for testing from the feds. And trust me, I call our congressional delegation every single day. I spoke to 3 of them today. What are you doing for Nevada? And I give them a list of everything that we need. We were able to get those dollars, and the caveat to those dollars said that we have to continue testing our most vulnerable populations, which is our nursing homes, and the homeless for well into the end of next year, as well as people that have HIV, and so there are some caveats, so that will be going on for the long term, so we need to make sure that. So we are at the county pushing on behalf of the Southern Nevada region. And Mayor, you know me, I'm pretty loud when I need to be, and sometimes I say bad words when I have to, but for the most part, I am pushing hard everybody to work together. So if we could please stay together as a region, that is going to be our best interest to get out of this. So that's my public comment, very long, appreciate, happy to answer any questions. I feel like I know all this by heart, so.
You don't sleep, and we're so grateful for everything
I don't sleep.
you've done and your years in the legislature, your leadership there. You're a remarkable woman and a remarkable resident of this community, and I just know that we all appreciate everything that you do all the time and taking this on. And sir, you really also, with everything that you've been orchestrating, and then everybody on your teams. So, you know, there's so many things I think that we could each say and question. I'm going to ask our council if they wish to, but I think the conversations really could go on for days and days and days. And so while each community and each individual is unique as each person who is homeless, or each person is who right now is out of a job or looking at their last 20 cents, trying to support their family, and we look at the biggest question I get all the time is, I've been tested a month ago. I was negative. How often will the county and city and communities test me again? I am not sure that I don't need repeated testing. So while we're doing a first test for everybody, I'm sure scientists, and no matter which side of the fence you're on, each group of scientists has a different opinion. So we are as variable as that. We operate nonprofit for all, and non-politically for all of our people. So the main thing is to know the differences of people, do the best that we can, obviously work together. And knowing, having been at FEMA and taken that training years ago, realize how critical it is that everybody do their part. But data changes, data's manipulated, the rumors of hospitals having variable reports to qualify for CARES money, you know all of this. So we're in something that's so much bigger, and the one thing I do want to say right from the onset in March, mid-March, we weren't broken. We would not have created this community had we been a place that repeatedly had huge problems with disease. And people who got the flu, and we're moving into flu season again, which will further complicate testing and everything else. We never shut down for the flu. And so what we have done economically and psychologically to every human being that lives here, put this additional stress on them based on what we believe is truth and accuracy, but we won't know till it's done. And there is, you get diagnosed and you have a positive test, we can't give you anything to make sure you're not going to get it and have active problems from it. They'll give it to somebody else. We don't have any prevention, and still we don't have a cure. And so we know that people don't even take the flu shot. So once we have that vaccine, are people going to want to take it? And then what are we going to do? Put a mark on everybody because I tested positive, so everybody will say, don't go near that person because they tested positive, and I don't want to be near them. This is something that can really get out of hand. And so I'm going to ask for input. Your days are so incredibly full. And we're all in here because we love Las Vegas, we love Nevada, and really want to do our part. But it's going to be so variable all the time. Every day something changes. And as personnel and communication breaks down, which is the big thing, that communication, to be on the same page, or at least have the plan. That was what was wrong with all of this. There was never a plan, just shut down. And you can't do that. You have to have a plan and a procedure to get through the plan, but be ready to be variable through it all every single day. I'm sure you get new communication because you're trying to feel so much. We are so grateful, and I can assure you, at least for this person, this resident, that anything that I personally can do, and certainly as mayor of Las Vegas, my passion is for this city. Recognized once again as one of the most diverse cities in the entire country, if not in the world. And we all pull together, and we have that also on our plate. But the people that live here and love it, that are of diverse backgrounds, races, religions, we're a family here, and we need to keep pulling together and keep outsiders out. Don't get off the boat on helping us with this pandemic. So at that point, because I already took too much time, I want to thank you both so much for this. I will take the next at least 88 hours reading what you've handed out. So comments, let's have comments, and I'm sorry I went so long. Thank you. And I just do want to say, because we're
I'm here all day for you. I cleared my schedule. The county's running fine. I'm here all day for you.
But I just want to say, in deference to all of this, all of us, when we get up and move around, we have our masks. We are 6 feet apart. We have always at City Council operated that way, but you can see the distancing and everything that we do. So much like at a restaurant, you sit down, take off your mask. The moment you stand up and walk somewhere, put the mask back on.
Mayor, I actively eat, drink, and smoke so I could keep moving myself.
No, the smoking, and I
See
was
how
going to
wide it
ask
is?
you that. How do you smoke through that?
He's giving me till January.
Then we're going to get her off the cigarettes.
Okay.
Councilman, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One, I thank you, Commissioner, for coming out and speaking with us. I also see Commissioner Weekly is here, so thank you for being here as well, Commissioner. I'm in 100% agreement with you. We have to come together across our jurisdictions in order to work to combat this virus. It is far from over, even though our numbers are fluctuating back and forth, but it's only by the work of the citizens of taking it seriously and wearing a mask and washing your hands and being 6 feet apart that we're able to make this virus do its best to mitigate. And we do have to work together. The residents that we all serve have no clue and don't care if it's county, city, Henderson, North Las Vegas, Vegas. They don't care. They want us all to work together in order to make sure that we get this down. This past week, I've been in conversations with the Fremont Street Experience folks, as well as a number of owners of casinos in downtown Las Vegas, and they're trying to get their bars open again. They want to follow the rules. They want to do what they can to get people back into the facilities in a responsible manner, but only by us working together is that going to happen. It's just that simple. And so in order for them to get open, then we all have to come together. I'm partners in a restaurant, which is on the Strip, and I was there last night, and our big bars are closed. And we're coming into the weekend, we're coming into Labor Day weekend, things are moving in a good direction, but we are not going to get there if we don't work together. So from my personal standpoint, I am 100% behind you. I thought that our ambassador program was a great step that our city manager put in place in order to just help people get compliant upon their businesses. And so I just can't stress to you how much I am in support of what we are doing, and whatever I can do on my end to help out, then please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Kerr. I appreciate what you said. Sorry, I just wanted to respond to it, sir. Just, we're on the exact same page. Those industries, like the ones that you just described, they're coming up with solutions. They're coming up with ways that, hey, we can be as safe as another place. Please get us open. And as we work together and move forward as one voice for those people, that's how we'll be the most effective. So really look forward to working with you more on that, sir. Thank you.
Councilwoman Fiore?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner and Fire Chief, for coming out and giving us this regional approach. This was the thing that I was upset about, that we were doing something, off the cusp when the Clark County and Henderson and North Las Vegas and Boulder didn't have these ambassadors. I personally still am not in agreement with the ambassador program. But here's the thing, this changes every 5 minutes, and daily we recognize the doom and gloom instead of the positiveness, right? CDC, the same time you guys got the 19 million, they said, okay, don't test unless, people have symptoms, okay? So when we look at that, and so we take some direction from CDC and then we take some not direction from CDC because it changes every 5 minutes. And one of the things that we don't report is that the 1,000 deaths that we have had here in the state of Nevada, CDC's reports was 6% out of the 100% were from COVID, and the other 94% had major underlying conditions that contributed to their death. So what we're telling people is, look, 1,000 people died from COVID, which that's not what the CDC is saying now. The CDC is saying because of their underlying conditions, they died. So I want, as we have our Nevada constituents running around living in fear, I want them to also know the good things about it. People aren't just dying from COVID, right? You know what people are dying from? Not having money from unemployment. Right? Kids are getting beat because they don't have an out to get in school. We don't talk about that, right? We don't talk about that at all. We talk about shutting business down, that businesses pay taxes into the unemployment system so then the unemployment people can get their checks. I have a karate instructor in Ward 6 who has not been able to get a check from unemployment. I don't know, what are we on, our 5th unemployment director now? I mean, come on. The first lady that was there, she was just fine. It's not her, it's the system, it's the broken system. And I've been saying this out loud for a really long time. We're looking at testing our homeless. Guess what? Our homeless proves to be the most population with the less positive tests. Our homeless folks don't have COVID. A few of them do, but it's us. It's us germaphobes that all of a sudden that are now exposed to germs that are getting COVID. Our homeless, it's like kids, let them play in dirt, they don't get sick. So I want to make sure that as we go forward as a region, that number one, we're helping our businesses and not punishing our businesses. People are dying without funds. Evictions are going to happen. Our unemployment system is broken, all in the name of COVID. Our kids are getting beat. Domestic violence is up, all in the name of COVID. So at what point is COVID the problem, right? So that's where I stand, and I'm not going to change. Unless we can start getting money to the folks that have been on unemployment since March, and now we're in September, they have no place to go. So this COVID and this testing and shutting our businesses down and, up from Carson City, targeting businesses, because of different political affiliations, that's what I'm very frustrated about.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, if I can respond, I will. First and foremost, my hat on the health district is public health, and you sat on that, and our first priority is a public health, that we have to look at public health. Right? No matter what it is. I mean, when you're on the health district, it was STDs, it was AIDS, it was infectious disease, it's shots, it's all of those things that we're constantly looking at. I am fortunate that Dr. Lagon has been right alongside of us. He also agrees that some of these businesses can open. They can open, and that's why he's part of our regional committee, so that we can start moving forward, because there's a mental health component that comes to it as well, right? There is a mental health component for our children, so that they have some extracurricular something or another. I personally worked very hard in May to get a lot of kid things open, and I made the argument our children need to have an outlet. We have an outlet for parents, we have an outlet for seniors, but we have no outlet for our children. So first and foremost, we have to do a public health component. For me, my job is trying to balance all the different personalities, all the different political sides to ensure that public health is number one priority. Second priority is economics. So at the end of the day, just like the city, just like the state, just like the county, we're all, our revenue is short, just like our businesses. I can't walk out my front door every morning, my neighbor says to me, my business has been shut down, I can't get through, crazy enough. We gave her a lifeline phone, but not enough minutes to wait on hold at Dieter, so I understand all of those things. But you and I also know the Dieter system was broken in 2009, and it needs to be fixed regardless. And it needs to be fixed today, tomorrow, for the long term. But what I can tell you is we have been following the CDC from day one. We have followed the CDC guidelines. We've followed the CDC guidelines on guidance. That was a driving force on how we did that, and that is what the health district has been filing. The only thing that we have not followed the CDC guidelines on is recent, and that's because the federal government said, hey, we want to give you 60,000 tests because we recognize that Clark County has been footing the bill for all of these tests because of our criteria. We want to give you these 60,000 tests. And as we're standing in a press conference, they're saying something different. But we now have the test, and it would be foolish of us to waste those dollars and those tests. And so we want to utilize them. And it's really an opportunity to help business, because so many businesses, as they're trying to stay open or they want to get opened, it was a cost before. It was $138 per test, and this is free so that we can help our businesses test their employees so that when they go home at night, they know that they're not spreading it. But we have learned a lot about the disease since we started this, and if truth be told, our first test was done in January. We had to send it out to the CDC, and we got the results Super Bowl Sunday, right? Chief Steinbeck's first day on the job is the day that we shut down, and he was hired as a fire chief, and he's had this much time to do it. So I understand all of that, but I know that our community wants to get going forward. So we as leaders have to drive the public health component of it, and we have to drive the economic component. That's why I look forward to working with you on how do we do this safely, because the businesses want to do it as well safely, because it's not, they don't want to have 25, 30 people test positive. And the one thing that we've learned, and at least on the health district representatives, and maybe they could give you guys a briefing more often, is that we've learned that, to give you an example, one family of 5, older, husband, wife, child, and then young adult, they all got completely different symptoms, and they all tested positive. So it's unknown, but we have to move forward, and we can do both. We can have public health be a priority so that our hospitals do not get overrun, because that's important to all of us. We have stepped up the staff to ensure the turnaround time makes sense. So right now we have 60,000 tests, and we're going to utilize those 60,000 tests so that it's available for everybody.
So just one more question. So because everything's changing in 5 minutes and fall is coming up, do you think you want to just blow through those 60,000 tests, or do you think you want to save a few for the fall?
No, I do think that we want to use those 60,000 tests because we early on invested for Southern Nevada, and so we have additional other tests that we would have for the fall.
Okay, I just again implore you guys to talk about the positiveness. COVID has basically 6% of the United States folks have died from COVID. 94% have died because they had major underlying conditions. And I think that message has to be told to our people because COVID is a killer of everything, the economy as well.
Yeah, Councilwoman, Mayor, may I
Yes,
answer
please.
a question there too, just a little more? Those 60,000 tests came from Health and Human Services with the staffing to administer them, and they're only here till the 18th, and then they go to another community. So that we have it to use them now or not use them.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Knutson.
Thank you, Mayor and Chairwoman. Thank you so much. And Chief Steinbeck, thank you for being here and providing information. I have the opportunity to sit on the Health District with you, and I've participated in many of the MAC calls, so this is not new. And the time and energy that you both have spent on keeping Nevada healthy is appreciated. The question I have for you, Chairwoman, is you mentioned the need for regional collaboration, which I wholeheartedly support. I think the city has been trying, I spent a lot of time with the staff and trying really hard to make sure that we're consistent and compliant with the governor's directives, along with the LEAP committee's recommendations. Going forward, what are your recommendations, and can you be specific and define what exactly our regional collaboration should look like? What do you expect from the city?
So I would at least like to be able to put on our mitigation plan that we are all working together to enforcement. I would like to, as I talked to Chief Steinbeck, is maybe have all our business license folks for meeting for a while, but I don't know that we were putting plans in place. And so what I'd like to be able to do is have webinars so that we could go over the guidance, because I could truly explain it. The LEAP committee is happy to do that. We've been doing that with many of the industry specifics. So our next one is on weddings. What does a wedding look like in today's environment? So we're trying to do that, and if it's helpful for your business folks that we put that together so that we can move forward. We're happy to help. We really need to know what they need, but we need to be consistent. So one example I would give is there is a piece, there's a directive early on, Directive 7, that says absolutely no self-serve at convenience stores. And I argued for convenience stores to stay open because in parts of my district, that is their only source of food, and that is how they eat dinner because there's no grocery store. So I argued to keep them open, but we've learned a lot that maybe they shouldn't, maybe they can open now because we've seen that it works. We've seen through some concessions at polls that it's okay, but it takes a directive change. But at the same time, we have some entities that are finding those folks when it really should be the health district's role to go in because they oversee the food component. So we just have to figure out how to get all that together so that we're not putting unnecessary burdens on business. But at the same time, if you all could tell me what business is seeing, then I can, fight upstream to try and make some changes that make sense.
And Mayor, just one more, and I think from my perspective, I know talking with our staff, I think there is communication between the business licensing folks that maybe doesn't get funneled up. And so if we're able to document how the staffs of each respective organizations are working together and share that, I think it'd be useful. And as far as the fight for keeping the economy alive, I think I would like to partner with you on doing that, and I'm sure everyone up here would like to partner with you on that. It shouldn't just be you shouldering the burden of fighting for Southern Nevada.
Well, maybe me or you and I could write a letter to give to our mitigation packet tonight so that we can, and I can get one from the Henderson as well to say we're all working together.
Madam Chairman, knowing that you have your panel of commissioners, and sometimes they're not always on the same page, we have to make very sure here together that we all espouse the same and don't go off on our own. One saying, I disagree with this, and the other one, I disagree. We've got to get everything, your panel, our panel, and realizing too, regardless of what we have tried, through whatever avenue we've been able to work, always as suggestions, because we realize and have learned from experience over 5 months that we are just one entity, and the buck stops at the governor's desk. And as it changes so often, that we have to be able to fluctuate and work with that, knowing how LEAP came about. And we know we have the mitigation community up at the top with Caleb Cage advising everything has to funnel through into the funnel to get to the governor. And so as he varies his decisions or loosens something or tightens something down, which can happen in a press conference in a 24-hour or 12-hour period, it makes the consistency and the communication on a regular basis very challenging. And so the bigger the group, the more input we have, each group has to have itself together first. And I say that because I know we can have different council persons speak out personally on what they believe, but it may not be the consensus of the whole council. Because we know with how COVID's being treated and what's been happening in this state, which is unique from any other state in the country because of our dependence on the convention business and tourism, that we are unique. We are one of a kind here. And so working with staff and having our council in open communication with staff as well, and not just go off individually to be able to communicate on behalf of the whole. That doesn't work. It creates more confusion, which will be for you. So to me, appreciating everything, and I want to hear and give the opportunity to Councilwoman Diaz, because you spoke so eloquently of what's been working in the Latino community. It is critical that we have a plan, and how that plan, and since you are the most gracious and knowledgeable because of your experience and government experience in particular, what is that plan? And as you articulate it and get it down and get the input from others that you would want that from, how can you be assured it can move with the flow of the chief executive of this state that has been moving forward how this is treated with no input from the grassroots, no input from anyone but his selected members, and also with special sessions, which you have sat through so many over your lifetime. So we need a plan. We need one that's really variable, and we want to make sure that no one person is speaking out on behalf of the whole body unless they have that suggested open communication to do so. So it's a plan, and one that allows this variability. And because of your experience, as you start to pull together all these pieces with which you've been working, I think it makes excellent sense. So Councilwoman Diaz, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank Commissioner Weekly for coming on down to our chambers today, and also Chief Steinbeck. I hear you quite often on the MAC calls, and thank you for your diligence in making sure that the access to testing has improved over time, and it's making a difference. We can see it in our positivity rates. And of course, Chairwoman Kirkpatrick, your leadership in this area is so much appreciated. We worked in the legislature together. We spent many long nights working on policy, and we know that it truly takes a village. It truly takes every member of the community to get to a point where we can see ourselves prospering. And we were in this very difficult place back in 2011 when I first arrived in the legislature, where we had to cut and cut and cut out of our budget because we were going through that recession. I know you know firsthand the detriment to the economy and what the impact will be to our community if we don't correct the course, if we don't do everything in our power to get that economy and that engine going again. And I know that's why you're staying up every night. I appreciate every opportunity that you've afforded me to be part of the work. I know that we've been able to come together and try to articulate to our community why it's important to get tested, whether you're symptomatic or not, because we know 40% or so of cases are asymptomatic. People have it, they just don't know they have it, and they continue to go to work and they continue to interact with family around them, and that contributes to the spread. And that's why it's so easy to wear a face mask and help us lower that 13% back to 5. That's what I think we need to get back to, keeping in mind that we want the rates to get to 5 so that we can reopen, because of all of the comments that have been made here at the dais. I mean, we're all feeling the same frustration, the same pain, the same worry, the same concern, and I'm hearing it now through our Fremont Street experience, casino operators. They're saying, you know what, science is science. Let's put the politics aside and let's do what's best for our people. And what's best for our people is for all of us to be working in harmony and synchrony so that we can get these rates down, so that we can continue to reopen and maintain Vegas as a gold standard tourist destination, but not just with that in mind, but also be a gold standard for our community, because we're keeping their health and safety at the forefront of every decision we're making. And I know that that's where you're coming from today. You're coming from a place where your heart is in it for our community's safety and well-being, and also our business sector's health and prosperity, so that they can bounce back. Because the more we're lingering in this, we can't reopen phase, that hurts. And we are very, very concerned about how many people will be able to bounce back and reopen their doors. And I remain committed to staying the course, doing whatever I can as a sitting councilwoman or representative, but more so a Las Vegan, that I think we're through and through, and we really do want to see our people in a better place. And I'm right there with you. Let us know how we can continue to help so we can get our economy back on track.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate all the work. So you know that it's not just her district. So we've learned out in Bunkerville that there's a large Hispanic population. We learned at 89108 there's a population. We learned everywhere. So it's been hard work. But I mean, this is great. I appreciate us continuing to work together more so than ever. And we are a strong community, and we are the lifeline for the whole state. And I think that speaks volumes. And we have many, many businesses that want to be able to move forward, but there are bad actors. Don't forget, there's some bad actors out there, and they should be penalized, not the people that are doing well. So we're happy once a week at 5 o'clock, we submit the mitigation conversation to the state. So that'll be tomorrow's conversation. We're happy to include you, Mayor, or a designee in that conversation of what that looks like before we get to that point, because we do have UMC, we have Southern Nevada Health District, and we kind of try to walk through where's the movement this week. There has to be some movement. I feel like there's a big steam going in, and we have to lift the valve like an old pressure cooker so people can take a breath and we can move forward.
24/7, I sleep with my phone. I'm as far away as that, and being elected at large, I think it would be absolutely appropriate. I work with all the entities that you mentioned as well, and just know that we get the calls in City Hall, in the mayor's office from around the world, because the name Las Vegas is known everywhere. And so representing whatever I can do at any time, ride-alongs, but you go so far-reaching, I can't believe your ride-alongs, but we thank you so much for this and for being so significant in trying to make this a better place at this time and always. And, sir, appreciate everything that you're doing. It is something that we will overcome.
Yes, ma'am.
And we will hang in there. So thank you.
We're almost there. We're almost there. I know it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our best to the commissioners as well, and thank them for
Commissioner
our
Weekly should have done a good job chairing the zoning meeting.
You have a great team there. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now what I failed to do in the public comment was turn this over to our city clerk to talk about how e-comments can work with us here at the council meeting. So, Ms. Holmes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Viewers can follow along with the meeting by watching our live stream on KCLV Channel 2 on YouTube. If you usually access meetings through our meetings and agendas page at lasvegas.primegov.com/portal/search, you'll be redirected at the top of that interactive agenda page due to technical difficulties with our audio today. Any and all persons are encouraged to send comments and written objections electronically prior to the meeting via email to meetingcomments@lasvegasnevada.gov. Emails received up to an hour before the meeting will be considered public record, read during the item, and included in the backup. Comments can also be submitted via the city's website during the meeting at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/council comment. All comments received during the meeting will be considered public record, read during the item, and included in the backup. Late emails and comments received on an item after action has been taken will not be read, but will be included in the backup. A time limit may be imposed on the comments read for the record, as is standard practice when comments are made in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move on to agenda item 6, please. Business items, possible action. Any items from the 9 a.m. session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one item. My motion is to strike item 49, City Manager's Emerging Issues Report.
And I do see a hand up from Councilwoman Seaman. Was there something that you wish to include?
We're going to pull a couple of items off the consent agenda, Madam Mayor.
We're not the consent agenda yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So there's a motion. You did make that into a motion.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 7, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the August 5th, 2020 regular city council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
The motion to approve the minutes, please vote, please post. Okay, and then I'm going to call you after this. That motion carries. We're on to agenda item 8. Items 8 through 21, through 29 in the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. Councilwoman Seaman, or is it Councilwoman Fiore, or both of you? Councilwoman Fiore, I understand you wish to have the comment regarding agenda item 8?
Actually, I'd like to pull agenda item 12 and agenda item 13 off of the consent and have a discussion on it.
12 and 13?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'd like to make a statement on number 8 if I could.
Okay, so 8, 12, and 13 will pull, and let's go.
Oh, no, I don't want to pull 8. I just wanted to make a statement.
All right, please do that. I'm looking at, okay, as long as the finger's up, then this, so, okay, please.
Okay, while the city faces the toughest financial times it has ever seen, it is harder than ever before to watch money to continue to be spent on Badlands litigation defense. While there are still so many other critical needs for these funds, that is why I will continue to work as hard as I can for a resolution. Having said that, I will vote to spend these additional funds in item number 8 to defend the city and the taxpayers.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion on the consent agenda and trailing right now these 12 and 13?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 8 through 29, except for 12 and 13.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. That motion carries, and let's move on now to agenda item 12. And For possible action to approve award of bid number 200256MC, healthcare staffing services for the respite care facility located at the Corridor of Hope, also known as the Courtyard, 1581 North Main Street, to lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Department of Community Services. Award recommended to Varsovia Home Care Services LLC, not to exceed $1,422,720 annually. A HUD ESG Emergency Fund Special Revenue, Award 5 with Councilman Creer. And agenda item 13, I guess they're read together. And so that's for possible action to approve the contract 200254PH, mutual use contract for public safety promotional assets, Department Human Resources. Award recommended to Industrial Organizational Solutions, Inc., not to exceed $88,000. Total contract amount not to exceed $325,000. General fund, I'm not sure they go together, but they don't. So I will read that other one again, you poor folks. So let's proceed. Please go forward. Do you want to make comment, or do you want to hear from?
So putting a contract of a $1.4 million just on a consent agenda without talking about it is disturbing. However, when we first started with these contracts, I know that in our second briefing, we had voiced concern because the folks that you had contracted with went on the news and said, we don't know what we're doing, but we awarded them like $3 million. Now, after hearing the lady this morning talk about we're awarding to the lowest bidder, not even from our own city, and these folks don't have as much experience as what we have here, I would like to either obey this item and actually talk about it and actually see who bid this project and why are we awarding a bid to an out-of-towner that is not here in the city of Las Vegas instead of our folks. So I am not in support of that. I would be in support of obeying this item and looking at who you got bids from and actually reevaluating it.
Kathy Thomas Gibson, actually Kathy Thomas, Director for the Office of Community Services.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Who needs them?
Thank you. I am here with Abby from the Purchasing and Contracts, who can go over what the bid process is and how many bidders submitted a response to that open process, and also where at least the two in contention ranked in that process, to answer part of the question, and if it is the direction to reopen that, then Purchasing and Contracts will take the lead again as they did.
Sure thing. Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Abby Jacobin, Deputy Finance Director for the city. We did do a competitive bidding process for this, and we're now proposing the award. We had 15 bidders participate, and the qualifications for being allowed to be responsive and responsible bidders were previous experience with home health services, previous experience working with the homeless and medically fragile, and previous experience with 3 projects during the past 5 years providing healthcare staffing services involving similar volumes of clients. And so when we put this out to bid, the low price, as long as the bidder is responsive and responsible, meaning they meet these qualifications and have all those correct qualifications and licenses, they are allowed to move forward to your agenda for vote.
I'm sorry, madam. The lady with the red jacket, can you come to the mic, please, for a minute? Because it was confusing to me. Are these, number one, who recommended this company to the city? And number two, it doesn't appear that they are in the city of Las Vegas right now. Can you give me a little bit of the information that you had spoken with this morning in public comment on this company that got awarded this bid?
Surely. The company, when
Your name, I'm sorry.
I'm
Would
so
you
sorry.
repeat it,
My name
please?
is Terry Brushoff, and I represent Nurse Corps Home Care Services. The company, when we got the results of the bid, We, of course, went to Google them because we haven't heard of them. And so through our searches, we found that they did not have a license for home health care or for a staffing license. And that was our biggest concern. The day of the bid, we got the bid results back, and they said it came through lowest bidder, and was the name, and I was a little bit confused. So we did a lot of research, and we just felt that if it was just going to come in on lowest bid without qualifications, we, of course, would have dropped our bid rates as well. But I do know that healthcare is a highly regulated industry, and there's just no way you can get a home health care license or a nurse pool license quickly. You have to do surveys and et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
So that's my question. This person that you awarded the bid, can you show me their Nevada State business license, their City of Las Vegas business license? Can you show me all of this and their insurance with the state?
The requirement, yes, the requirement is...
And again, your name, if you would speak, just so that for those who are hearing impaired.
Sorry, Madam.
Visual or whatever.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Sorry.
Abby Jacobin, Deputy Finance Director for the City of Las Vegas. The requirement is to have and maintain appropriate and valid unrestricted license to practice nursing as a registered nurse, licensed practical nurse as required in the state of Nevada. And then there are some certified nursing assistant requirements of have and maintain appropriate and valid unrestricted licensure, certification, and registration as required in the state of Nevada. And so if the vote does happen today and they are approved, we will provide those for you at that time.
So again, I would prefer to obey this, to actually see this and see who recommended this company to us?
They would have been able to see our bidding is very open, and so they would have been able to go on our NGEM bidding system, our open software system, and participate and be notified of any bids that were applicable to their services or specialties, and then they would have been able to bid. So I don't know that anyone actually called them and asked them to participate. I bet they didn't.
Because I do have a background in the home health care industry, and it is very difficult, and it takes months to get provider numbers to be able to service these people. So I would prefer, again, like I said, to actually see these folks, especially since they're not ours, they are out-of-towners, and I always choose Las Vegas over California every day. So if we could do that, Madam Mayor, my motion would be to obey it so I could actually see this.
Mayor, if I might add something down here, Jeff Dorkek, Deputy City Attorney.
Thank you.
I don't want to step on any information that Deputy Director Jacobin or Director Thomas were going to add, but for the discussion, just as a material point, and this doesn't take away anything from the motion that's on the floor, but for the record, Nurse Corps had an opportunity to protest the bid, and they did not. That's just a matter of fact, so I wanted to put that out there. We have a process in place where you can obviously protest if you are not the lowest and most responsive bidder. They chose not to protest. Notwithstanding any of that, I think it's important to the discussion, but it doesn't take it away from the motion on the floor, which is to hold the item in abeyance, but just so the entire council is aware that they chose not to protest the RFP when the opportunity presented itself.
Do you wish to respond to that?
Yes,
Please, and
thank
again,
you.
Repeat your name, please.
My name is Terry Bruzoff, and I proudly represent Nurse Corps Home Care Services. We did make a phone call and inquired when we needed to we had to put up $250,000, and I asked several times, how is that $250,000 going to be used? Are you using the whole what's the hourly rate? Are we getting any money back? Is this something that for all appeals, you require a $250,000 deposit in order to file an appeal? We were not able to get any answers on how much of the $250,000 was going to go for processing the appeal.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Mr. Dorkak or Mr. Scott for a response to that, please.
I'm Jeff Dorkak, Deputy City Attorney for the record. And Ms. Jacobin, step in if you can assist me at any point. We do have a bond requirement with regard to the specific questions about the use of the money. I think it's better for finance. In addition, well, Abby, did you have anything on that? Or?
Not at this.
Okay. And then the only other thing we wanted to put into the record, just again, for the sake of the discussion, from the earlier public comment, we did receive a reply from Varsovia. The proposed recipient of number 12. They sent this information vis-a-vis a couple city employees and ended up with our CFO, Mr. Aimling. Varsovia says, we have been registered in the state of Nevada since last year. Her claim that we are a real estate company is incorrect. Varsovia Home Care Services have been operating in Las Vegas since last year. We have filed our business license in Las Vegas legally. We have been operating and have supplied larger facilities in California. We have the staff and ready to staff the 1581 facility. We have helped homeless shelters in California and are working on building homeless shelters under the federal Home Key project. Our experience with facilities have been authenticated by our clients. They didn't file the protest on time and didn't legally went through the bidding process. And that's from Varsovia Home Care Services.
And I'm going to call our Director of Planning, who is the Director over licensing. This is Mr. Robert Summerfield on the licensing aspect, if you would.
Madam Mayor, Robert Summerfield, Director of Planning, for the record. So I would look to our finance folks. They have an entire quality control function that verifies licensing. I do not have any information specific to this particular applicant. I can do some quick checks, though, to see what we have in our system. However, I would just say that oftentimes with contracts, the applicants don't get the city license until they get the contract and they're prepared, and it's a part of the finalization before everything is signed off on the signatures.
But any
I can check this.
healthcare and state licensing, that's
Oh, yeah, that would be
different.
separate.
But this
Again,
is just our...
Yeah, that would just be the city license that I would be speaking to on whether or not they paid the appropriate fee to have that license to conduct business in the city of Las Vegas.
Okay, because
But
I don't
can
want to
check on
hold
that.
this up, but yet, if an abeyance is proper, and that takes time, and for Mr. Aimling, and two, we want, Councilwoman Seaman had a comment,
Well,
too.
I think Mr. Dorchek answered some of my questions. However, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I asked in briefing regarding how you came up with this company, how you chose this company for the bid, it was the lowest bid. And with the home health care business, I would like to see somebody who has been, and I guess you're checking on it, who has been operating in Nevada, not getting their license because now we've awarded them, because I would like to see a proven record in this type of business. We've had a lot of problems with this type of business, home health care, for decades. And so I agree with the councilwoman of Ward 6 that I would really like to obey it and have a little more discussion and really learn more about the company that you've chosen.
And Madam Mayor, I must add to that, in order to get a provider number from the state of Nevada, they have to have a City of Las Vegas business license where they're going to be doing an operation. From just getting the point of a city business license, then all of the red tape, this is a lot of red tape that they have to go through. They're 6 months out before they get a provider number, before they could even touch one of our patients. So this is very inappropriate. These people, this is very inappropriate.
Thank you. So,
Mayor, if I could, City Attorney Brian Scott, just to let you know, I think this procedure that Nurse Corps is attempting to do now is inappropriate. Given the fact that the RFP provides for a certain period of time in which to protest, they had their opportunity to protest, they didn't. Therefore, I don't believe that this particular protest that she's now trying to launch now
I'm
is
sorry,
appropriate.
Attorney, yeah, they're not protesting.
No,
I'm protesting.
no, I understand that,
I'm
but
asking for an abatement because of the facts that came forth.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
understand.
so I don't.
But again.
Yeah, so I don't care that they're protesting. I'm asking for an abeyance because we have a company out of California that does not have a state provider number to take care of our City of Las Vegas patients.
And I fully understand that,
Yeah.
Councilman. I just want to put on the record that this type of
This
procedure during an RFP.
I've been in the home health care industry
Sure.
for 15 years, and it's a tough business.
Sure. But like I said, I just think we need to preserve our RFP procedure and make sure that when there is a protest, it comes in at the correct time.
Thank you. I do think that was clear from Mr. Dorcak that this, I called you back up, or Councilwoman Fiore did, just to get the articulation on a record of what you were saying. So
Yes.
thank you very, very much.
Thank you so kindly.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And so at this point, unless there are questions down, nope.
So
I'm gonna, yes.
So I would like to obey this until October 7th.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to make a statement.
Okay, well, I
prior.
was going to turn to you, and therefore, with your permission on this, Councilwoman, really, since this is in Ward 5 anyway, it would inure there, and so I'm sure Councilman Creer is going to be talking with you, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. So is it, there seems to still be some ambiguity. Are they or are they not licensed in the state of Nevada?
My
'Cause I mean,
understanding is-
just, it's
it's
yes.
gotta be
Hold
the
on, hold on
city.
one second. I'm asking.
Yeah, but you got to know the industry.
Hold
Creer.
on. I'm not debating you. It's a fact. I just want to know, and I'm not going back and forth with you by any means.
Yeah.
If they have a license in the state of Nevada,
They
then
have to have a
do.
license in the city of Las
Okay.
Vegas. You need to know that.
Okay, hold on one second.
Thank you, please. let's
Councilwoman
keep
Fiore,
order.
I am not talking to you. And I would appreciate it if you would let me ask my question. I do
Go
not
on.
need any assistance from you in any way, shape, or form on any. I will ask my questions as I deem appropriate, without your input in any way, shape, or form.
Keep going,
on
Creer.
anything.
Keep going.
Please,
On
let's
anything.
stop
I don't need
this.
the help of the former Mayor Pro
Councilman Creer,
Tem.
let's go ahead and have
Well,
Ms.
thank you.
Thomas
I
answer
appreciate
you.
that.
Thank you.
Now, are they or are they not licensed in the state of Nevada?
Yes, Councilman Kathy Thomas, Director for the Office of Community Services. Yes, based on the information that purchasing and contracts received through the bid process, they are registered here.
And so when they reply to the request for their services, do they not, there's not a, because I've replied for many RFPs throughout my tenure of business. I mean, they ask if you're licensed in Nevada. They stated that. Did we ask for them to include their state business license?
Yes, they have to show that they're either licensed or can be licensed by the time that the contract is let.
Okay. And for them to operate.
Excuse me, Councilman Creer, you asked a question.
Yes.
And I listened carefully. You asked the question, is this company licensed?
Yes.
Yes.
Knowing how smart Ms. Thomas is.
Yes.
She answered, they are registered.
Okay.
Is that one and the same?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Kathy Thomas, for clarification, yes.
So registered means they are licensed.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you very
Yes.
much. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but
And-
I just heard that.
And then for them to offer the services that we are looking for them to do, as of right now, they are licensed to provide that for the respite services. So they have a state business license, but they're also have gone through whatever requirements from a health district standpoint, from a requirement standpoint, from what have you. They are able to start business soon.
Councilman Creer, yes, sir.
Okay. And our goal is to get this respite up and running to service the community ASAP. I mean, we've started construction on it. It's getting to be finalized. And so I would assume that you wouldn't pick a company that's going to have to wait 6 months in order for them to be qualified to do business, correct?
That, Kathy Thomas, that's correct, Councilman, through the mayor. The medical respite is currently open and operating. Nurse Corps, in an extension from our ISO-Q work, is the healthcare provider while this bid process is going on. So Nurse Corps is currently on site. The facility is open and operating, serving guests. This bid is for us moving forward, and so we needed to do an extension for Nurse Corps to complete the bid process through purchasing and contracts.
Okay. And in addition, you personally, as our Director of Community Services that deals with this every single day and that is on the front line, you and your team feel very confident in Varsovia to operate this facility in a proper manner?
And so we worked very closely with, Kathy Thomas, Director for the Office of Community Services, worked very closely so that the bid that went out had exactly the language that was necessary for us to identify the skill sets needed to continue operations at the respite center. Purchasing and Contracts then vets all the respondents who met minimum thresholds and then ranked them and provided that information to our department. So yes, I signed off on selecting this particular applicant.
Okay.
And Councilman Creer, may I ask one more in reference to your question? What is the timeline that terminates Nurse Corps at the respite center? Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Kathy Thomas. That is actually item 14 that was approved in the consent agenda that allowed us to extend Nurse Corps through September 15th so that we would not have a gap in services.
Okay. And so, all right, I'm going to defer back to you, please, Councilman.
Thank you. So in all intent purposes, if we approve this today, they would go into, start working September 16th.
Correct.
Right.
If this is approved today to award the successful bidder, there would be that transition period where they would phase in and Nurse Corps would phase out.
Right. Okay.
On the 16th?
On the 16th. It would end with Nurse Corps on the 15th. This would start on the 16th, and we would be able to service our community. You know, like, I'm worked with you for the past couple of years, and I trust the fact that I know that you have done your due diligence in any company that we go into operations with or go into any type of agreement with to satisfy the needs of what's needed within the city of Las Vegas and for this, you know, extremely needed population. And so I am going to support you in this today to move forward with this. And I think there is a motion on the table. I believe there was a motion on the table.
There
which we would,
was yours a form of a motion?
So there's a motion on the table to obey this?
Okay, I just want to ask one more question, if I might, Ms. Thomas. Because Nurse Corps ends on the 15th, our next city council is the 16th, that precludes any further conversation back and forth. I mean, this is an immediate, and you don't see any, do you see, I shouldn't say you don't, do you see any way to give a little more confidence to the fact that all the processes, legal licensing, our city license and everything, which we understand from Mr. Summerfield, to have that 2-week extra to go ahead and just have the comfort of knowing that everything's in place? Not that I question your validity in what you're saying or yours either, because you have been simply remarkable for us.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and as I said, we've been working very closely with Purchasing and Contracts and their due diligence to ensure everything is in place before a contract gets executed is happening as we speak.
Okay, and you are confident, you and the team is confident that all these pieces that Councilwoman is concerned about are in place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just wanted to know that as well. Thank you. And I appreciate it, because I think anytime you have concerns that they need to be brought out, and we want to make sure that we don't make mistakes. We're just human, and we want to make sure that everything is licensed. These are our people that you're servicing, the elderly, our more fragile community, and having toured the respite center, and pleased that that's moving forward for this very gentle population. They need care, and they need continuity of care. So this, from your perspective, cannot obey out, because that, and you're confident all the legal pieces are there.
Kathy Thomas, Office of Community Services. Yes, Mayor, I'm confident that the pieces that need to be in place are in place or will be in place before a contract is executed. Purchasing has assured us of that. We are not concerned that this applicant is incapable of providing the services needed for our constituents. Okay. And if the decision to obey occurs, we will work with any department that we need to shore that up, and we may have to extend Nurse Corps, which means we'd be coming forward with a ratification to extend them past the date that you agreed to extend them. So there is the challenge of an interruption of care, and so if it is the council's will to obey, we will be working on how to extend Nurse Corps past the date that you decide the abeyance comes back, or the item comes back to be heard.
And does Nurse Corps continue under the aegis of the city anywhere in the Corridor of Hope, their services, or at the time that this moves forward one way or another, their services are no more utilized?
That is correct. So once this contract for the Respite Care Center ends, we will not have an engagement with Nurse Corps in the Corridor of Hope.
Okay. And your professional response to the concerns about licensing and all of that, you're very confident, because I am, obviously, you can tell by my questions,
Yes.
on the, as Councilman Creer has suggested to you, a total confidence in you and your staff and all that you've done, yet respectful of the questions that have been brought up here makes me wonder, and can we rely on the assurity that all these license and service, because I'm big about getting experts from elsewhere as well, because you can become very insular if you do everything just all the time, Nevada, Nevada, Nevada. So where do you get the expertise of whatever is coming in? So,
Thank you, Mayor, for that confidence, and I am always working to earn it and maintain it, even in my human mistakes. We have had no problem with the services of Nurse Corps. What we heard loud and clear from council is anytime you are making large contracts, you need to go through an open bidding process.
Correct.
And so, given that direction, that is exactly what happened. So that process is expertly handled in purchasing and contracts. The department says, here's the scope of work we need to get done, and then we get out of the way so that we're not interfering with the fair and open bidding process. And so I want to be clear, this did not happen because we are unhappy with the work that Nurse Corps has provided. They have been an excellent provider for us up until this point. But we were very clearly instructed by you not to award large contracts that did not have a bidding process. That's handled by purchasing and contracts. The sponsoring department simply states, here's what we need to have happening, and then we get out of the way so that we don't bias, because we would have said, well, we're just going to keep this person because they're our friends, they work well with us. That's not what you instructed us to do. So the process resulted in well over a dozen applicants submitting, and this was the successful applicant.
I can't tell you how good a listener you are, because I hear it all the time. And before I turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem for his questions and comments, I'm going to turn it over to our city manager for the comfort of, and I know because we're all part of the same triangle and pie, that we, when we pass something on, and with the instruction of this council to make sure that we are being very attentive to costs on all contracts, that, and this has nothing to do with your services, that in fact, the process of Ms. Gibbs Thomas going ahead and passing this on to purchasing and legal and everybody else that has to sign off, that she can rest assured that there's no mistake underneath. So lucky you.
Is that
That's a question.
Is that a question?
Now, the departments that you mentioned were purchasing?
Yes.
HR? Legal? What? Which department?
Purchasing and legal review of those processes on behalf of the sponsoring department, yes.
Okay.
So my reaction is, from what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing and what I know about these departments, they've dotted the i's and crossed the t's. You know, we have very professionally managed process to solicit bids, evaluate those bids, select the most appropriate, the most responsive bidder, and bring that forward to you for your consideration.
Okay.
That was done in this situation. In fact, I have to echo what Kathy just said. We are attempting to be responsive to the council.
Correct.
And the concerns that you've expressed in the past about repetitively using the same company over and over. This is a situation where we had a company that we were somewhat comfortable with in our operations, but because of your comments in the past, we went out for bid, went through a bid process, and as I understand it, the company that brought up these concerns was fairly low ranked in that process. And so and hasn't raised anything material, in my opinion, to prevent us from going forward, or prevents me from strongly recommending to you to do anything but move forward and approve this award of bid.
Okay, thank you. I think you were very succinct with that. And now, going back, and we want to hear from Mayor Pro Tem, then I want to ask you another question, if I might, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have to echo what the city manager said. So we went through a process. We picked the company. You put it on the agenda. We're supposed to vote on it today. I get, but we do have a couple of council people that have some further questions, and they want to look into it more. So my question is there from your standpoint, from a service issue, is there a problem to obey this for 30 days?
Kathy Thomas, Office of Community Services. The only challenge we will have as a department is that we are, by your vote, ending the extension for Nurse Corps on September 15th. We would then need to come back to you to ask for additional latitude to extend their contract to some date certain when this item comes back before you to make a decision. So our concern is about interruption of services to patients.
We could obey it for 2 weeks then. It would be better from your standpoint.
If you obey for 2 weeks, that's exactly when the extension for Nurse Corps ends.
But the next day we could vote on this contract.
You could.
So from a service standpoint, that would, if we're going to obey it, it would be better for you to obey it for 2 weeks, right? If I'm getting the dates correct.
Yes, I understand the question. So you don't want to obey till October because we won't have coverage.
For 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks, indeed.
Because I'm always cognizant of making sure everybody up here has the information that they need to vote. But I don't want to disrupt the services that we provide. So if the motion is to obey it for 30 days, then I got to worry about 2 weeks of service. If the motion is to obey it for 2 weeks, then there's nothing going to happen in 2 weeks except more information, and then we can vote on it at the next city council meeting.
So Mayor Pro Tem, here is my trepidation. We can obey it to any date certain. If the will of the council is not to go with the recommendations out of purchasing and contracts, but to rebid that, I do have a gap in service. And so I am not certain that it will pass even on the day that it is obeyed to, because it's not clear to me that the council is in agreement on those particular results. And so I'm hesitating, not because I'm concerned about process, I'm hesitating because I'm concerned about the gap in service that might occur should council's will be to take this back out to bid.
Yeah, but that's any agenda item. So yes. I mean, any agenda item is, just because it's on the agenda doesn't mean it's going to get approved. So this could have been voted down 7-0 today.
Yeah.
and you would be stuck in that that means you'd have to go out and rebid it anyway. Okay, what I don't want to do is disrupt services. What I do want to do is allow people to make a decision up here. So if the motion is to debate for 2 weeks, I would be much happier than 30 days. So I'll have to see what the motion is.
I think I had asked Councilwoman, would she be willing to do that back a few minutes back, and she said, yes, she would. My biggest concern is when you get to the 15th with the 16th following, and we haven't, which I'm going to ask Mr. Scott, in an emergency manner, because obviously COVID has a piece of this, and we are under the, I don't know if we're still under the emergency overriding edict, would that give us license if, in fact, on the 16th, the provider, Varsovia, is either put out further for a rebid or something? Under emergency, can we act to keep Nurse Corps going?
City Attorney Brian Scott for the record. I imagine we could do what Director Thomas indicated, which was she could extend Nurse Corps' contract and then come back to you with a ratification on the next City Council agenda.
Okay. Okay, I think we're clear. Okay, that sounds very good. So, Councilwoman, did you want to add something more?
So what did?
All right, so we're back. There's a motion on the floor, but I interrupted Councilman Creer in his interrogation of Ms. Thomas. So I'm going to go back, if it's all right with you, Ms. Seaman, to go back to Councilman Creer. Then there's a motion on the floor, which Councilwoman Fiore will add or change or whatever, add to. So back to you, Councilman Creer.
Well, I think we have to deal with the motion on the floor.
Okay.
I'm not in support of obeying it. I think we should approve it now and move forward with it.
Okay.
But that's just my vote.
Thank you.
I do want to add something in case this doesn't get obeyed, because it's very concerning to me. What I'm hearing from staff is that we are the reason that you put it out for this certain bid, that a company that we've been working with is doing a good job, but they were low ranked. I feel some inconsistency here, and I supported the group that we put to run the corridor, and then again, they were on the news stating they didn't know what they were doing. So I am extremely concerned of the inconsistency. I think we kind of need to look at this bidding process a little, and I will be in full support of having this obeyed so I can learn more about how a company that we are happy with has now ranked very low. I'm just a bit concerned.
Well, and again, too, to reiterate what Ms. Thomas said, she is abiding by our request always to look at saving money and look at low bids and proceed with that, and not that the services of the company or anything's wrong there. But the entire issue is following the discretion and the comments of our council. Watch the pennies. We have to watch budget. We have to be very strict watching budget.
Correct, Madam Mayor, but in something like this, we have to have a balance of watching our money and making sure that, safety, public safety first, and that is my concern here, because I do want to reiterate that in briefing, the whole reason that we picked this was low cost. And I didn't feel a balance in that briefing, that lowest bid yet qualified. It's what I'm missing.
Good. All right, now if you would go ahead, please, and
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, wait, one more question down at the end, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask for my education, is there a termination clause in this contract? Let's say, because we are potentially going to switch service providers, right? So what's the termination clause that's in this new agreement? Because what I don't want to also get into is award it and then they don't live up to our expectations, and so are we stuck with the company regardless of performance? Is there a performance evaluation? How often? I wanted to hear those aspects.
Do you want to answer? Sure thing. Good morning, Mayor. Through you, Abby Yacoven, Deputy Finance Director. Councilwoman Diaz, yes, there is a termination for convenience clause, and remember that when we do a bid, it's lowest responsive and responsible bidder, so we would only take bidders who are qualified to you. So yes, we absolutely can evaluate the product and the service that we're receiving and terminate the contract for convenience or for breach.
Okay, let's go back to you, Councilwoman.
Thank
please.
you. So my motion is just to obey this until the September 16th council. So this way, Ms. Thomas, disregard the other name, right on. You can educate me on this because, again, two things I want to see from you is the state provider numbers, which I don't think they have, and our city business license, because they can't start operations without those two. State license and no. I understand my other council members. I've done this 15 years. I know the red tape, and there's a lot of it. Okay, thanks. So that's my motion. Let's just obey it till the 16th, and let's meet.
Okay, there's a motion to obey agenda item 12 to the 16th, and Madam Clerk?
If you could take an oral vote, we'd appreciate that.
No,
It looks
see
like
what
our
we did?
software
We
has
blew
frozen.
that one out. All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Three. Could you put your hands up just so the clerk can see? The nays.
It passes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now I will reread 13. Oh, no. Yes, 13. For possible action to approve the award of contract 2-00254PH, mutual use contract for public safety promotional assessments. Department of Human Resources award recommended to Industrial Organizational Solutions, Inc., not to exceed $88,000 annually, total contract not to exceed $352,000 general fund. Okay, so please, hi.
So, Madam Mayor, I asked you to pull this simply because we had just denied, when Chief Willie was here, he wanted to put out a contract for $88,000. Again, with this COVID, this is coming out of our general fund. I know it's not to exceed $352,000 in the next coming years, but at the same time, we have very diligent employees and staff that can choose their ranking and do this. I just feel that in today's time, putting out a contract to again spend $88,000 of things we can do in-house is a lot of money.
Okay. Thank you very much. Comments? Yes, please. Hi.
Good morning, Mayor,
Morning.
Council. For the record, Fitz Zamora, Acting Director of Human Resources. The purpose of putting this agenda item before Council was a proactive measure to ensure that with the number of retirements that we are currently looking at, that if we had the need for more than 2 promotional examinations to be conducted, that would normally exceed the $50,000 requirement. And so we would then be, on average, the assessment centers run between $25,000 and $30,000. We don't have any intention at this point in time of utilizing iOS on a regular basis if the possibility exists that we have promotional opportunities where there are perhaps maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 candidates. We would work diligently with our fire union to have them agree to perhaps an MOU that could allow staff to conduct the internal assessment center. However, there is a concern, and that's why that particular article is within their collective bargaining agreement, that we want to make sure that there is a third-party evaluation so that the candidates believe there is no favoritism that would take place with these assessment centers and that staff doesn't have any undue influence on the results of those. So this was truly a proactive measure on the off chance that we had more than one assessment center occur within the course of the year. We've been doing business with iOS since 2015, and generally we've only utilized them once on an annual basis. So again, this was a proactive measure for us.
And this is a four-year possible extension?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there any flexibility in that? Could this be a year by year?
We could absolutely look at that again if we need to.
Because to me, you know, to have an independent evaluation is critical, but in this economy and everything that we're dealing with every moment of our lives, I think to make a commitment out to the $352,000 and 4 years guaranteed, we don't even know where we're going to be tomorrow with the issues with which we're dealing.
We agree.
If you're confident that we could do a 1 year, and then this is this Councilman? This is general, all wards.
That's correct.
So we'll have conversations. Councilwoman Seaman?
Yeah, you have made some very good points. However, we're not in ordinary times. And I do think we have a great deal of talented people in our fire department. And so I am not going to support this because I believe that we have the talented people to make those decisions. And again, it's not ordinary times. We've cut, we don't know what the near future, what we see. And I think that bringing in a consultant for this would be something I can't support right now.
Mayor, council members, I think it would be a good idea to hear from Chief McRae on just the scope of what these types of assessment centers look like, so you have a general idea of the type of labor hours required and the amount of time necessary that both fire and human resources staff would need to commit to that type of process.
Please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Sarah McRae, Deputy Fire Chief, Department of Fire and Rescue. Speak a little bit about our promotional processes and those in which we might rely upon this contract to conduct. We are by contract required to have acting lists for the positions of engineer, captain, and battalion chief, among others, but those are the three assessments that we tend to use the contracted services from time to time. One of the reasons why is because we do have a large number of candidates that apply for those positions, so we're running assessment centers, and not just oral interviews, not just written tests, but actual assessment centers. So for example, the fire engineer program, that assessment center will take place at another training center with raters from outside of this area. It says in our contract we can't use local raters. So the complexity of putting something together that is industry best practice, that is non-biased, that's why we rely on that contracted service, so that they can help to assimilate all of those necessary resources and safe holds so that we can run a proper assessment. The same holds true for our captain's assessment, where we often get 60 candidates or more. And our battalion chief's assessment is a little bit smaller, but that we'll tend to get between 5 to 10 candidates, but those are still very complicated assessment centers where we're testing many different types of skills and abilities due to the complexity of the nature of the job that they conduct.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, or questions down there? If I could, Councilman Knutson, and then to you.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Mr. Zamoris, thanks for the opportunity to present. Just a quick question about our contractual obligations with IFF and how this item relates to that contract.
Again, for the record, Vince Zamora, Acting Director of Human Resources. The contract states that the City of Las Vegas executive fire personnel may be utilized for the oral board segment of the battalion chief and captain assessment centers. The oral board will be considered a part of the examination and will be scored. Raters for all other segments of the assessment centers will not be from any local fire department. A representative of Local 1285 will be allowed to observe the initial training provided to oral board and assessment center members, exclusive of any actual test, materials, or discussion. And that is Article 36 of the collective bargaining agreement with the local.
Fine. Okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I've actually been through a couple of these assessment centers over at Metro when I tested for lieutenant and then when I tested for captain. And these are very specific testing processes. They're very thorough. They're dynamic. They're in depth. And the real reason why you're doing these assessment centers is really two reasons. Number one, an assessment center can really bring out what the qualifications are of a person to do that particular position. And the reason why you don't want to do it in-house is because you want to get rid of bias and favoritism and buddyism and all those other isms out there. You want a fair, and I think the applicants want that also, really. They want to go into a 2 or 3 day process where they can show through a specific testing process that's put on by somebody else that doesn't know who they are. They're just testing their qualifications. That's why you're doing it. So I'm in favor of this. I would think the employees are in favor of it, doing this, the ones that are going through the testing process. And the 4 years doesn't bother me because you're going to be doing this for 4 years, right? I mean, you're not doing this just this year and then you're done. You're constantly testing these folks, so a 4-year contract doesn't bother me at all. And you know, when it comes to funding, I think we need to put money into making sure we pick the best people through the best process to put them in these critical public safety issues, because then we know we have the best people there to make these decisions. So I'm in favor of this, and I'm in favor of it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that. And this is why sitting up here and having this debate publicly is so important, because at first I'm like, nope, I'm not supporting this. But literally hearing Mr. Kopp over there, Mayor Pro Tem, Stavros Anthony, explain this process, and I am always very skeptical of favorism and buddyism and stuff like that, because that does happen. So I'm going to support Mayor Pro Tem on supporting it.
Any other comments? My concern is, and this is directed at you, Acting Director, I am, because of COVID and the horrible economic problem that we're in, I am very much in favor of this outside process and evaluation for all the reasons that were articulated. But I'm absolutely opposed to $352,000 commitment. I would like this, and does it change the number that it's year by year, bring it back to us in a year? I'd like to see it. If in fact I vote against, one vote is the whole package, and so we will take a vote first. Didn't you make a motion? Was yours a motion or not?
No, I haven't made a motion.
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Can I, without harming, poor Mr. Scott, without harming the contract and without harming our wonderful fire and rescue, I don't want to put, you know, a sword in this. I want it to continue. I want it to happen, but I want a reassessment in a year, and I don't want to commit to $352,000.
City Attorney Brian Scott, for the record. Mayor, I'm not sure exactly how the contract was let, if you got the 4 years and you got a discount for the 4 years, therefore the $88,000. So Mr. Zamora would probably have to tell you exactly if it's $88,000 per year or if you got a discount based upon you having a longer contract.
And I don't like to sell discounts to this council. They're money watching.
So he'll have to explain to you exactly how they came about with that particular number.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
Mayor, Council, again, for the record, Vince Samar, Acting Director of Human Resources. I'm going to ask Ms. Jacobin to talk to us about the specifics of the contract, as it was a finance item through purchasing.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Abby Jacobin, Deputy Finance Director, for the record. This contract is a maximum of $88,000 per year, and it's per usage. And so we could decide to use it or not to use it.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is make a motion to accept it for a year at $88,000 with a review in a year certain, and then see where we are in the economy.
That will work.
Okay.
All right.
Is that all right? Okay. Thank you. That's my motion. Please. Should we do oral? 1 second. These are believers down here. Oh, that's right. We can do that. We're going to time you now. There it is. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Now we're back to the agenda. The vote didn't come out. It did, and what happened to it? Okay, thank you. Gosh, I didn't see it. It was so quick. So now we're on to agenda item 30? Okay, thank you. And that is agenda item 30, rescind. Discussion for possible action regarding the Neighborhood Partners Fund, NPF. Board recommendations to allocate $69,266.94 for 16 neighborhood projects, general fund, all wards. Look who's here.
Good morning again.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back.
So Kathy Thomas, Director for the Office of Community Services, and we're presenting on the two related items, item 30 and 31. Item 30 is to rescind a vote that council took.
Okay. Excuse me, I've been ordered to read 31 as well, so we don't have to do it twice. Discussion for possible action on Neighborhood Partners Fund, NPF. Board recommendation to allocate funds not to exceed $80,000 general fund for neighborhood projects, all wards.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So for the record, Kathy Thomas, Director for the Office of Community Services, and I'm here with Larry Schultz, who is the co-chair of the NPF board. We won't go through the full presentation. We'll answer some specific questions that arose during briefings and take additional questions. The item 30 to rescind the vote that you took at last council item, agenda item, was put forth by some council members because staff put forward some recommendations and did not clearly state that there were two sets of recommendations, one from staff in consultation with the board co-chairs, and one from the full board. So I was remiss in not being absolutely clear. As in other boards and commissions that you appoint, there often is a recommendation that comes from staff and a recommendation that comes from the full board. Sometimes they are in agreement and sometimes they are not, but in every case, it is staff's duty to inform you of that, and I was remiss in not doing so, and that is why we're here today at the request of council members to have this discussion publicly so that we could understand or explain to you what that process looked like. The NPF program as it exists has a set of criteria that tells applicants that they can request matching dollars to cover any number of activities. That includes public safety activity, physical improvements, social gatherings, recreational, educational, very broad array of activities. The intention of which is to build neighborhood pride, to build cohesion and neighborliness in all of your wards. And so that's how the program is initially and has been operating for quite some time. And so we get a variety of applications that include everything from newsletters to sign markers to pizza parties, just a very wide array. And they all fit within the context of the existing guidelines. When we have a successful applicant, we do not immediately write checks and send those out. There's a written agreement between the awarded entity and the city, and then we make third-party payments to their vendors and suppliers. So for example, if I were trying to get a sign marker to announce my neighborhood and create a sense of identity, I couldn't get that check written to me. The city would make that check out to the vendor once that work is completed and an invoice has been submitted indicating that the work had actually been done. So I did want to clarify that. That was a question that came up. We're not actually writing checks to individuals or to a neighborhood association, we're making third-party payments on behalf of those neighborhood groups so that they can execute the activity that they identified in their applications. They do provide a match, meaning for every dollar that the city provides on behalf of a community group, they provide some sort of match. It could be in-kind donations, it could be volunteer time, it could be actual cash. I'm going to flip through a few of these to get to the meat of the matter. The board made a recommendation of $53,812.61, which would have funded 13 of the 16 applications, and some of those 13 were actually partially funded as well. Staff from OCS met with the board chair and co-chair when some concerns were raised about criteria that were not a part of the initial application process being applied post-COVID. And we understand that COVID changed quite a few things, but applicants would not have known that when they submitted those applications in February and March, and there were no directives that had come down from the state related to how groups needed to manage their social engagement. After consulting with the chair and co-chair of the NPF board, I made the decision that it was appropriate to fund those applications that met the eligibility criteria, and that we needed to address the concerns that came up about gatherings and adhering to the state directives. So our team went to the city attorney's office and said, we need additional language in those agreements that specifically addresses that, because we want community groups to manage for themselves, but they need to be educated and we need to hold them accountable for adhering. And additionally, the city attorney added some indemnification language into those agreements. So if neighborhood groups don't adhere, that we could say, we took the time to explain and educate, you agreed that you understood, and so you're responsible if you do not adhere with the governor's directives. And based on that, we suggested that we fund all 16 of those applications, and that total took the recommended funding to $69,266.94. This is the information that I was remiss in providing when you took your initial vote. So item 30 is for you to decide whether or not, if you want to rescind that vote so that you can consider these two sets of recommendations and choose one of those recommendations and direct staff to act or move forward with that direction from you. Another question I received was, why did you make that decision, Kathy? We have an appointed board and you negated their input. And the consultation with the board chair and co-chair really was my effort to ensure that we were not making decisions that were not being responsive or inclusive of individuals that you all have appointed. And historically, council has wanted to fund all eligible applications. And so the amount you have allocated to this process is $80,000. Funding all 16 eligible applications does not exceed the $80,000 allocation that you have made, and would then allow each community group to work with our staff to determine how to modify, if they're doing a social event, how to modify that so that it comes into compliance with the state directives. And so it was an attempt to not have inconsistent application of rules post-COVID. So everyone's sent in an application pre-COVID. We need to apply the pre-COVID rules and do some post-COVID education so that people understand what would be expected of them once they sign their NPF agreement and before any third-party payments are made on their behalf for their event. We do recognize that some communities will opt not to do their event, and those dollars will not get spent. And that's why we do third-party payments, so that if you don't do something with the vendor who then sends us an invoice, we won't expend those dollars. And those dollars either go back into neighborhood activities like our tool lending shed or murals, or in the past couple of years, they've actually been clawed back into the general fund because they are general fund dollars. So you have received this. We double-checked the numbers because I think you got two sets of numbers. We want to be sure they added up, so we're giving you the actual recommendations from board and staff for each of those projects, and I will fast forward to the bottom line so that we can respond to questions or comments from the council. Okay, so again, the board recommendation from their initial deliberations is $53,812.61. Staff is recommending to fund at $69,266.94, which would cover all of the eligible applications up to their match. So some requested more than they were matching. We didn't want to fund more than that, but at least up to that point. And those are the two recommendations that we are bringing forward under item 31.
Thank you very much, Larry. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Appreciate it. Continual donation of time. Appreciate you.
Well, you would like me to make some comments?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, so let me just say a few things. Kathy, thank you very much. Council, thank you for having us here again. So when we have boards, and I've participated in the City of Las Vegas board since 2015, so I've had some experience. It's helpful for the board members to have a pre-indoctrination on what the guidelines are. And one thing you really need to be careful about is you really have to avoid constructively changing established guidelines under which you were authorized to act. And that's what happened here, unfortunately. So there were some of us on the board in the minority and some in the majority, and majority was mostly new members who changed those guidelines. And the guidelines fall into two categories. The first category is financial. There was an abundant concern, rightfully so, on the budget for the City of Las Vegas, and that's an appropriate concern. It was been discussed all morning here. Yet there was $80,000 earmarked for this program. The applicants all applied for the program during COVID times, so we all knew that, you know, we had this program going during COVID times, during known hardship, and we never curtailed it at that time. So from a perspective of what's available, everyone in the community knew $80,000 was available. The second issue relates to COVID. The board is not the state of Nevada COVID police. The board, as every city function, has a duty to uphold what is required in the state of Nevada. So do all community organizations. We're all adults. We all understand the promulgations of the governor and the state government, and we all have a duty to act within them, within those guidelines as they change based on the timing of the event. So in essence, the board did two things. They constructively changed the funding, and they constructively changed the application of COVID guidelines when people are planning events prospectively. Those two things, by some of us, were deemed inappropriate. And we deemed that that would be an act of bad faith to the community organizations who applied in good faith, given known facts that were known during COVID times. It wasn't like COVID snuck in after the fact. It didn't sneak in after the fact. We all knew this. And so we felt that in order to maintain goodwill from the city to the community organizations, many of them are in Ward 1. We have some in Ward 3, Ward 5, and a few in Ward 4, and only one in Ward 6. It was only fair and right to stick with the guidelines that everybody knew ahead of time. So the chair and the vice chair, myself, sided with the city staff, and we felt that to act in good faith, to our communities that applied in good faith, we need to stick with the guidelines we had promulgated at the beginning of this process during known COVID times. That's my contribution, for what it's worth.
Thank you. Very valuable information. Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Fiore, please.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Seaman, do you want to go first, or?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Okay, so once again, there are no better stewards of taxpayers' money than the actual taxpayers. I think the board didn't negate guidelines, from what I understand. They were just very aware of our times and tried to do the best job that they could. I commend everyone for working on this. They spend their time, they volunteer their time to look at all the applicants, and we spend staff money, and I think everyone's looked at cutting finances. Even though we have money earmarked for different things, we have taken cuts. And I believe that by coming in and bringing to the council another recommendation other than that what the original board voted on, I understand you were in the minority, but this is what the majority thought was the best. And their consideration of general funds was something that, again, they are taxpayers. And I am going to motion for us to rescind, and I would like to motion oh, help me with my motion here, to go ahead and have the original board's recommendation approved.
So down here, Mayor, if I might, Jeff Dorkak, Deputy City Attorney. Per Councilwoman Seaman's motion just now, what I would recommend procedurally, let's go ahead and take item 30 first, which would be a motion to rescind. I was going to say any member could have made this motion if they wanted to go up or down with the money, but as of now, the staff recommendation was approved at the last meeting, but we have a motion now to rescind.
Before we go on to 31, yes, absolutely.
Correct.
So, yes, and Councilwoman Fiore, you wanted to make comment too?
So it's very important. So we have, as the City Council, there is a board of 7 of us here, and when we vote 4-3, like to obey something, the majority holds, and that pass. So I want to make sure, for the public's sake, you are crystal clear that this board for the Nevada Neighborhood Partners Fund, the board voted, and that was the majority vote, is to fund $53,000. They denied on a majority vote $5,000 worth of pizza parties in the middle of COVID. So the reason why we are here is because there was this mistake made, and I have to say, Kathy, you're fabulous, and Larry, you're fabulous. You're my commissioner on 2 boards, and you'll be my commissioner forever, because I love you, okay? So, but understand, transparency is what I get elected on, is transparency. So when the board of the Neighborhood Partners Fund approves $53,000, but then staff comes up and tells us we're going to spend $69, and I didn't have the knowledge that the board only approved $53. This is why we've requested this up here, to rescind that vote, because in times of COVID, just because, as Councilwoman from Ward 2 said, we're earmarked $80,000 doesn't mean we have to spend it all. We have taken a lot of cuts, and we are not spending, and some of these parties, we can't have parties right now, according to the governor. So I just want to make sure that it is crystal clear why we are here with items number 30 and 31. I support this board. I think it's a great board. I think it does great things with our Neighborhood Partners Fund. But again, we spend money on attorneys, clerks, taxpayer dollars on this board. So for you to negate what the board voted on and to come and present to council, that is very wrong. And so that is why number 30 needs to be rescinded, and we need to then go and approve whatever the council wants to do. And so that's where I am, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. So I've written these grant applications. I've served on the board, and for a period of time, I actually managed the process as well. So I appreciate all the work you and your team went through to put this together. And for the board, I appreciate your consideration as well. It may shock everyone, but I actually agree with Councilwoman Fiore and Councilwoman Seaman on this. And so I am in support of the board's recommendations and going forward with what the majority of the board recommended. The caveat to that is I will reach out to the Ward 1, the 2 Ward 1 neighborhood associations that would not be funded if that were to go forward, and I will work with them to help party, because you can still party during COVID, and I still do. And I will make sure that working through my office and through my own funds, I can work with them to make sure that they go forward with their plans.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please vote. And it's a motion to rescind 30, then I'll read 31, and we'll move forward there. Assuming...
It just says waiting on my end.
Aye.
There it is. Okay, motion passes. Agenda item 31, discussion for possible action, excuse me, on the Neighborhood Partner Fund, NPF, board recommendation to allocate funds not to exceed $80,000 general fund for neighborhood projects, all wards. And so again,
Madam Mayor, I'll motion to take the board's recommendations and then follow up with Kathy and her team on the Ward 1, who will not get those funds.
To clarify.
Yeah, I just want to
Yes.
clarify that motion is he's taking the board recommendation, and even though we have $80,000 in that fund, we are only spending the $53,800 and something, and the rest of the money will sit there. Yes, thank you.
And so there's a motion. And please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. And again, thank you both. Appreciate it. And agenda item 32, discussion for possible action regarding a second amendment to sublease agreement between the City of Las Vegas City and Economic Opportunity Board of Clark County, EOB, to amend the term of the agreement to run coterminous with the KSEP radio station sublease for the property located at 330 West Washington Avenue and 350 West Washington Avenue redevelopment area. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the City Council, Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. With me this morning is Lawrence Beasley, Interim Executive Director for Economic Opportunity Board of Clark County, and also Craig Knight, who is with the KCEP radio station, and also Commissioner Lawrence Weekly, who is Chairman of the Board of Directors for Economic Opportunity Board of Clark County. I'd like to thank all of them for being here this morning. I want to clarify, the agenda item is a little bit confusing on what you're being asked to consider this morning, so I want to clarify at the outset what you're being asked to do, give you a brief history of the real estate transaction here. So what you're being asked to do is you're being asked to vote on a second amendment for a lease for 2 of the spaces that EOB leases. 2 of the spaces that EOB leases are for their community action programs. EOB has been a historic community action agency, Mayor, as I know you and other members of the council are well aware of, for many decades. And so they operate programs in those 2 office spaces. That's what the real estate transaction that you're being asked to consider today. There's a 3rd space that the same organization does lease for the radio station. So we're not covering that 3rd space, but there is a reference to it in the agenda item. So the history of this item is as follows. We had looked to enter into a lease back in summer of 2018. In May of 2018, the city appraised the leasehold value of this space. 2 appraisals were completed. Southwest Property Consultants appraised the value as of May 15th, 2018 at $1 to $1.10 per square foot. Valbridge Property Advisors appraised the value as of May 23rd, 2018, so the same month, at $1.25 per square foot. Those lease values were appraised at a triple net basis, meaning that the tenant would be expected to pay for its own common area maintenance expenses, which include utilities, maintenance, and other expenses. On July 1st of 2018, the City Council approved a lease of Office Suite 101, which is 917 square feet, with monthly rent of $917 per month, or $1 per square foot. So you can see that that was at or near the market rate as determined by those two appraisals, with a tenant paying common area maintenance charges, or CAM charges, of 35 cents per square foot, and that amounted to $320.95, or a total of $1,237.95. On January 15th of 2020, the City Council amended this lease with the First Amendment by adding a second suite, Suite 117, which comprises an additional 823 square feet under the same terms, the same rental rate, which took the total rent being charged monthly to $1,740, and tenant charges of $609, which were the CAM charges, or a total of $2,349. This item before you today is not changing the rent. It is not changing those CAM charges. Those are staying the same. What we are proposing and asking you to review and consider is to amend the lease term. The current lease term, because it was a 3-year lease, a 1-year lease with 2 one-year renewal periods, was set to expire, or is set to expire, on July 1st of next year, of 2021. This second amendment would change that term to a new 7-year term commencing on September of this year, and running for a 7-year period, or in other words, through 2027, with 2 option periods of 5 years each. So we're proposing to extend the term. Again, the original rental rates was established per a market appraisal process. And I would finally mention that Economic Opportunity Board is a nonprofit, so we believe that the rent that they're paying is a fair rent for these 2 office spaces. We are recommending approval. Again, Lawrence Beasley is here representing EOB. If you have any questions about EOB and what they do in the space, but they've been a good tenant of ours, and we'd like to keep them and appreciate what they do for the community. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Gentlemen, microphones are yours.
Well, morning, Mayor, morning, Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Essentially, what we're asking is that we're permitted to extend our lease term contract 1, because we feel that as our growth has occurred over the last year or so, we have definitely become more of a pillar in the community, and we hope to become and remain a steadfast occupant within the historic West Side School. We are currently expanding rapidly, primarily due to the services that we provide as a result of the COVID pandemic, and we do expect to expand our offerings even further as the year progresses.
Thank you. And did you say your name for the record?
Yes, Lawrence Beasley, Interim Executive Director.
Thank you. And your partner here, known his family a long time.
Yes, good morning. Craig Knight, General Manager, KCP. I'm just here to answer any questions pertaining to KCP.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll start with questions. Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Comments.
So I just want to be clear, what's the address of the lease that we're looking at extending? Is it the 330 and 350 Washington?
Yes, that's the current address.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so right now, your lease doesn't terminate until next year, July, and we are in COVID times, and you are literally asking us to extend a lease at $1 a square foot for 7 years. The mayor will be gone. We'll all, everyone will be changing.
We may change the law.
Right.
Maybe the mayor will stay.
Mayor for 25 years. So my first contention is I'm cool with leases of 2-3 years. But a 7-year lease at $1 a square foot, because you guys have 3 spaces, am I correct? And your radio and your EOB, and you said you're extending services out. What exactly do you do? Because I know your radio station, because I've been invited to come on your radio station, but it's a political hack. I'll just be honest with you. I've listened to it. It's anti-Trump. I have recordings right here on my phone, and that's cool. Look, if it's your station, I'm cool. Look, it's cool. It's a political hack, it's anti-Trump, and we are looking to subsidize, as a nonpartisan board, rent at $1 for 7 years. This is my heartburn with this. If you want to lease an EOB and you want the 3 spaces, groovy, but not at 7 years. You know, you want to extend it 2 years with a 1-year option, but 7 years, what kind of sweetheart deal is this? Who thinks of this stuff, right? You look at a lease at $1 a square foot in COVID, I get that. I'm for that, okay? We're in bad times. I'm for that, okay? We're subsidizing political stuff, okay? If that's you as the director, if that's your vision on going forth, it's not mine. But I understand that as well, okay? So I just want to make sure that I am not okay with 7 years, 5 and 5. I'm okay with 2 or 3, 1 and 1, like you have it now, because we don't know where the economy is going. We don't know in 3 years that square footage might be worth $250 a square foot. And market rate is market rate. What's fair is fair, no matter what you're doing, okay? So that's where I stand with this. And Madam Mayor, like I said, I'm okay with the lease, but not at 7 years, 2 years. And that's my motion.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take the motion without, because it belongs with Mr. Creer, if that's concern. Let's go down. I'm going to end with you, Councilman Creer, though you're never the end of anything. So, Councilwoman, we'll go to you.
I agree. I think 7 years is longer than some of us may even be here, and I agree I would support it if it was a lesser time.
Thank you very much. Let's get down to Councilwoman Diaz, then Councilman Knutson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do tend to agree with my colleagues just because these seats aren't permanent for those of us that are elected. We really do represent the community. If everything is going well with the efforts and the outreach and the community, then they're going to ask us to continue to renew it. There shouldn't be any issues. There shouldn't be any problems. But I know that it creates a little bit of I think a lack of foresight to look ahead and to when our terms end, and there may be a transition in who has the seat, and they may want to utilize the space in a completely different way, and I don't think it's fair to saddle a future elected with our decision. So that's where I'm coming from. It's not in opposition to what great work and awesome community organizing you guys do and helping support the communities that need you the most, but it's more about making sure that we're making timely decisions that don't saddle a future council with the direction of where we need to go. And I think 7 is kind of out there still, and we don't know. There's many things we still don't know.
Thank you. I see your
Mayor Goodman, again, for the record, Bill Arndt, with your indulgence in responding to the Councilwoman's question. Councilwoman Fiore, that is a legitimate question to raise. The way we viewed this lease and the discussion of the term is office leases in Las Vegas and Clark County typically are a 5 to 7 year term. That's what you would see in the private marketplace. My staff, who has actually a real estate brokerage license, negotiated the term. There are the 2 extensions of 5 years. It is a legitimate question to ask, why are we doing the term? That was how we negotiated the term. We thought an additional 7 years was fair, and it's something you see in the marketplace.
Yeah, there ain't
But of course, it is
so.
your decision on what you would like to do with the disposition of the lease.
Okay. Any other comment? Yes, Councilman Knutson?
Thank you, Mayor, and Mr. Arndt, thank you for the presentation. I trust the staff in making the right recommendations, and I support this going forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Then to you, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, let me say that, the EOB and all the work that they do is exemplary, not only just for the historic West Side, but throughout the entire community. And if you look at the historic West Side School that is there, they are really our anchor tenant that's there. And when things are not going quite as right, we get information from them and say, hey, can you come by and take a look at this? They have been great stewards of maintaining not only the beautification, the well-being of the facility itself, but they're an anchor for the entire community to come out. And we're looking, if you look at what we're doing regarding our 100 plan, we're actually surrounding ourselves around that work. If the expansion of the workforce center that's there, with the expansion of potentially the Workforce Center with CSN that's coming there, they have been a catalyst for that to happen. And I would hate for them to leave there. And I think that it's very prudent for us to have them. And as you said, Mr. Arndt, that it is, it's not some sweetheart deal or something special. This is something that is contiguous throughout the entire community when you're talking about business leases for space like this. And, you know, I would just hate to think that the city doesn't support the quality work that they're doing. And whatever your beliefs are and what KCP, I really dispel the fact of the comment that was made about KCP Radio. I mean, they have been in our community and has, my goodness, I was born and raised and they were there before me, and the work that the voices that come out of there on all sides and all opinions. I mean, Mr. Knight hosts a show on Wednesday where they haven't been, you know, the friendliest or the kindest to me, but they've also said, hey, let's hear what's going on. They're very honest, and I think they're very open about the things that they talk about on there. And I don't view it as being biased, but that's separate than what's at hand. The hand is at lease for the EOB and the sublease through KCP. I would just really hope that we would support this. This is community at its finest. This is community at its best. This is Las Vegas at its best. And I hope that you will continue to stay there for as long as you possibly can to help us in our community execute on the plans that we have in place. We need you, and we appreciate you, and I'm going to definitely be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
So you're the one that's going to make the motion then?
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
No,
can I?
No, but I asked you to take it back so he could have it because it was his, unless I'm mistaken, in his ward.
Pardon me, Madam Mayor, again, for the record, Bill Arndt. I believe our current tenant does want to make a few remarks before there is a vote taken on the motion or motions that are on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just Lawrence Beasley, Interim Executive Director. I just wanted to make maybe a clarification comment and then turn my time over to Mr. Knight. The reason why, the background for the request for the amendment is that we wanted to make sure that our lease matched the same terms for KCEP. Because we're brother-sister organizations, we wanted to make sure that our commitment to the historic West Side School was the same and that the lease would be coterminous with their occupancy as well. And then, did you?
And excuse me, KSEP's in the 350 piece?
350, yes.
And you're 330?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Craig Knight, General Manager, KCEP. First, let me say that KCEP has been on that property since they renovated in 1983. And I believe KCEP moved in there in 84. And we've been in the schoolhouse until it was declared a National Historical Landmark. And then we moved over to the 1948 building in Suite 125. So KCEP has been holding that property down before it was renovated, and we would, excuse me? No. Oh, before it was renovated, and we were the only tenants on that property, and we kept it up. So we kept it in a condition where the city was able to be honored for it to be a historical landmark, correct? Right. So with that being said, that's what, over 35 years we've been there. Also, as far as the radio station, we are a public, nonprofit, nonpartisan radio station. Whatever you have on tape, we have a disclaimer at the top of the hour before every show. We cannot control when people call in. But the radio station is non-biased, and we've always been, and it's open to the public, and it's open to law enforcement, as well as elected officials. And I like to say, just to prove that we do support law enforcement and elected officials, we have an impeccable relationship with Metro, okay? Metro hosts a show, which was this morning, called Police Promoting Unity, from 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. And it's with Mujahid Ramadan and also the Metro officers, right? We also have a collaboration that we're working with, and this is some of the things that KCP does in the community. With the 100 Black Men of Las Vegas, whose local membership includes General Andre Berry, Commander of the Nevada National Guard, Captain Hanks, Captain of Bolden Area Command, and a host of retired police executives from all over the country who are also members of the Fraternal Order of Police. So I just want, and that's just to name a few, so I just want the board to keep that in mind before they vote, that we are here for the community, the whole community, no matter who you're with or which side you're on.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you. And I'm really, I have to tell you, Mr. Knight, it really excites me that you are for defending our police and not defunding our police. So that really makes me happy. Again, like I said, even with your radio station, because I'm not going to, you come to my office, I'll let you hear it. And it's your DJs, it's not your callers, okay? So, and I'm cool. Listen, I'm cool. Whatever you want to do, you do. You've been there a long time. My only thing is 7 years. 7 years, right? I'm cool with you being there for 100 years, but 2 years at a time. Because as we get out of this COVID crisis, your space could be worth $2.50 a square foot. And if you're renting 3 spaces right now, maybe you buy a building. You've been there 30-something years. But what I'm saying is, economics-wise, that's what I'm looking at. 7 years is my only issue, is 7 years, 5 plus 5. I'm cool with 2, 3, 1 plus 1. I'm cool with you. The economics of it is what I'm not cool with.
Patiently waiting behind you is Commissioner Lawrence Weekly, who's the president or chairman of EOB. He's old enough to be that, so have you been there since '84?
Don't do it, Mayor. Don't do it, all right? Good morning, everybody.
You're on that side of the podium.
Right. First of all, thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I want to thank Mr. Beasley, our interim executive director, and Craig Knight, our general manager, who works tirelessly to keep our airwaves, keep our radio station on the airwaves, and you've been a guest at that radio station
so many
for
times.
years. When we look at Councilwoman Fiore, to your point, the lease is not up until next year.
Right.
This is something that we didn't bring to you all. Your staff brought this to us. And so to get ahead of the game, Bill Arndt, who's been here for years, he's done an impeccable job. He was here when I remember watching him start when I was here at the city of Las Vegas. They put the deal together and they presented it to us. And as a nonprofit organization, to Lawrence Beasley's point, when the city of Las Vegas weren't doing anything for this property over here, we spent countless years in scraping up dollars, having fundraisers to keep that historic site up. And so for us to be here as a nonprofit organization, I understand, because I feel the same way in reference to long-term leases. We're a nonprofit organization. We don't make money where we're out celebrating and having pizza parties and all of those things that you guys spoke about earlier. We provide services for people in the community that need help, and not just historical West Las Vegas 89106, but throughout the entire valley. Lawrence didn't speak about the number of services, from rental assistance programs to we provide educational component programs, programs for seniors, if you will. This goes across the valley, Councilwoman, all in your district. We have a number of your constituents who reap the benefits of what EOB does. And so, to your point as well, Councilwoman Seaman, I understand you all's feelings in terms of a long-term lease, but we've been there for over 40 years, if you will, and have been providing a major service. What we've been able to do to expand our services, throughout the valley, your staff from Mr. Arndt to Ms. Quisenberry to Dr. Lisa Morris-Hibbler, who all have been helping us out over the years. It's been fantastic. It's been an amazing partnership. And, when we've been offered other places that we could have gone to provide these services, we chose to stay right there. And so whatever consideration y'all want to do, we don't want to make this a hill to die for. We don't want to get in on the bad side of you all. We want to remain good partners. That's what we're here for. And as for KCEP, we're like any other public radio station. We can't control what folks say. And we understand you're saying that you have recordings of some of our radio personalities saying whatever it is that they say. But hell, they beat me up. They beat Career up. They beat the mayor up. They beat us all up. They beat you up.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, you get beat up just like we get beat up, right? So it's like any other public radio station, but we stand on that front line and we take it. And so this is not an anti-Trump radio station. This is a radio station that opens up its phone lines and allow the public an opportunity. And a lot of times I don't like it. I'm the chair of the board, and I have a show, and I have to sit there and take it sometimes.
Yeah, listen,
but it's what it is.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekly, I love you.
Thank you.
I love you. And
Thank
here's
you.
the thing, I don't care if you're anti-Trump, right? I don't. But what I got is what I got, and that's not like, so I just want to make sure for the record, your radio station
Yeah.
and what you guys spew out, it's your radio station. I'm cool, okay? I'm cool with it. I'm just not cool with 7 years, that's all.
Okay, well, we're here to talk about whatever it is that,
Well,
whatever recommendation you all want to present to us, Mayor. Mr. Arnn has been fantastic to work with. Ms. Quisenberry has been fantastic to work with. We're ready to talk.
Well, and the commission should stop stealing members of the city. I'm kidding you.
Stop it.
No, we got great people here. So Mayor Pro Tem wanted to comment, and then the councilwoman has a motion on the floor which we'll vote on, and then it either succeeds or doesn't, so don't go off. Wait. Glad you use our cleanser.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment. This agenda item is about the lease.
Yes.
So, I mean, you've been there for 36 years. I hope you're there for another 36 years.
Amen.
So, if this was a 30-year contract, I would probably support it because you're going to be in existence. That is the best place for you to be. I know you're going to take care of that property, so I have no problems with this agenda item.
I appreciate that, and I feel the same way, Councilwoman. I have 3 months left, and I'm approving leases right now, and I'm trying to be considerate of whomever takes the seat that I'm sitting in right now. I get totally what you're saying, but it's what it is. When you get a good partner who's done the right thing, you don't have to chase them down for their rent, and they've been just doing everything that you've asked them to do. I've had no problems with that, and so I appreciate your support. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. I'm going to ask Councilwoman to repeat it.
Yep.
No, you take it. Okay, we're releasing that back to you for a motion.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to make a motion to approve agenda item 32.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 32 to approve it. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Knight, you got my letter?
Your letter?
I sent you a letter to KSEP.
Did you?
Yeah, you should have had it yesterday.
Oh, I haven't been to the office today. I've been here all day, so maybe it's there waiting for me.
Oh, boy, we're tough out there. Please go to your mail.
Okay, I will.
And
Thank you.
Commissioner Weekly, I sent you a copy of the letter I sent to Mr. Knight. He didn't go to the office either. What's the matter with you? We work here.
I work from home, Mayor.
Oh, are you one of the lucky ones? I know you're home. Okay, on we go to agenda item 33. Discussion for possible action regarding the selection of a new city manager and to direct staff accordingly regarding an employment contract, all wards. And for those of you who may be watching from home or here, boy, do we have the most phenomenal staff of people that are part of our leadership. And every single person that put in an application for this position at this time, very brave people, outstanding city employees, and we are grateful to every one of you for the information you shared, your energy and love for the city, and I must say for each other. You are a great team of people, and we have gone through a very informative and good, solid process, and led so ably to keep us honest and on a track. And our acting Director of Human Resources, Vince Zamora, took us, and so you're on board here, please.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. For the record, Vince Zamora, Acting Director of Human Resources. This item is a discussion item for possible action to select a new city manager and to direct staff accordingly regarding an employment contract, as the mayor stated. Our current city manager, Scott Adams, recently notified you of his retirement. His last day of employment will be November 14th, 2020. As a result of that notice, you directed Human Resources to commence a recruitment process for a new city manager. To that end, I would like to to provide you with an overview of that recruitment process, which you approved at the July 27th City Council meeting. You approved an internal recruitment to be conducted by Human Resources. We posted the position for 2 weeks, and 4 internal candidates applied for that position. Those candidates, in alphabetical order, are Jorge Cervantes, Tim Hacker, Dr. Lisa Morris-Hibbler, and Tom Perigo. As the mayor stated, each of these candidates are exceptionally qualified and possess attributes desirable in a city manager. Each of the candidates had 3 separate interview sessions with 2 council members along with the mayor. The interview process allowed the applicants the opportunity to showcase their knowledge, skills, and abilities on important city managers outside of their normal interactions with you. And in turn, you provided the opportunity to evaluate their skill sets and ability to perform the duties of city manager. Through this process, you established your leading candidate, and that person is Mr. Jorge Cervantes. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Well, I don't think Jorge wants me to pontificate any longer. So let's get this done. I'll make a motion to appoint Jorge Cervantes as our next city manager.
So there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Thank you very much, and I would instruct city staff to work with Mr. Cervantes on a contract. What is the possibility of a timeline for that to return to us?
Given the short timeline we have to get an item on for the next city council meeting, Mayor, I would suggest that we try to have that for you by the first meeting in October.
First meeting in October?
First meeting October 7th.
October 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And again, to everyone, 4 city managers would have been lovely, but we were charged to have 1, and so thank you all. I hope you all continue your great support of working together and know how devoted each one of us is to you all. Thank you for your good leadership and guidance through this, Mr. Zamora. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 34. Boards and commissions, discussion for possible action regarding the reappointments of Audrey Aislinn and Priscilla Castro to the Regional Transportation Commission, the Southern Nevada RTC Advisory Committee on Bus Bench Shelter Construction and Maintenance. Ms. Aislinn was originally appointed in 2015. Ms. Castro was appointed in 2018. Both are eligible, have the recommendation of the RTC and Public Works Director and wish to be reappointed, and so that's my motion. And please vote on the motion and post. And that motion, thank you very much, carries. We'll move on to agenda item 35, recommending bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2020-24. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2020-24, an ordinance creating the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 611, Sunstone Phase 1 and 2, ordering a street project, storm sewer project, sanitary sewer project, drainage project, and water project within the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, and providing other matters related thereto.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 35. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 36. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Bill number 2020-25, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 611, Sunstone Phase 1 and 2, assessing the cost of local improvements against the assessable property benefited by the local improvements and providing other matters related thereto.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 36. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 37. Bill number 2020-26. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Bill number 2020-26, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale by the city of its Special Improvement District number 611, Sunstone Phase 1 and 2, Local Improvement Bonds Series 2020, approving the form of certain documents with respect to such bonds, ratifying action taken by city officers toward the issuance of such bonds, and providing other matters related thereto.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 37. Please vote and please post.
It didn't pop up. Yes, and for the record, I apologize, I had to step aside, but I want to make sure that I voted in favor of our new city manager. If you can put that down as a yay, so that we have a unanimous vote. And also, items 33 through 36. Thank you.
Okay, on to agenda item 38, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items number 38 through 40, bills number 2020-27, 2020-29 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. New bills, item number 41, bill number Z-2020-1 will be heard at recommending committee meeting Monday, September 14th, 2020. City Attorney, would you please read the new bill?
Bill number Z 2020-1, an ordinance to amend the official zoning map of the City of Las Vegas by changing the zoning designations of certain parcels of land to reflect and formalize rezoning applications previously approved by the City Council and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. New bill Z 2020-1 is assigned to the September 14th, 2020 recommending committee members. Councilman Anthony Knutson and Councilwoman Fiore, if any so designated, are unable to attend. The clerk's office will coordinate and finding substitutes as necessary at my direction, but hopefully, Councilman Knutson, will you? Yes. Councilman Anthony, Mayor Pro Tem, yes. And where's our elusive? I'll catch her on the way back. Thank you. Let's go forward. And so that was 41. Okay. Agenda items 42 and 43 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the Department of Planning. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve consent agenda numbers 42 and 43?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion on 42 and 43. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item, okay, whoops. Okay, apparently we do have comments on this, on e-comments, and so welcome to the table, both of you. 44, VAR 78439, a request for a variance to allow 2 wall signs which are 54 and 74 feet, where 50 feet is the maximum allowed, to allow 3 wall signs that do not face the street frontage, where 1 sign facing the street frontage is allowed, and to allow a 12-foot tall, 193 square foot monument sign where 8 feet and 60 square feet are the maximum allowed. And agenda item 45, MSP 78440, and a request for a master sign plan for an approved multifamily residential development on 15.60 acres at 8791 Alta Drive, APM 13832723003, PD Plan Development Zone, Ward 2, Councilwoman Seaman. PRJ 78397, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission 7-0 vote, recommends approval. The applicant is Kalita Residential LLC, owner is DC Rampart owner LLC, for a city council review of the approval by the Planning Commission on 15.60 acres at 8791 Alta Drive, PD Plan Development Zone. On both items, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 2. Councilwoman Seaman. Public hearings, which I declare open. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Good morning or good afternoon. I don't know what time it is. It's afternoon, so good afternoon.
Okay, so.
Your Honor, members of the council, my name's Bob Gronauer. With me is my partner, Tony Celeste. We're both here on these 2 items representing Kalita. I'm sure you're aware of Kalita. Kalita has been in business for approximately 15 years.
They've developed approximately 4,500 multifamily developments here in the Las Vegas Valley. As a matter of fact, about 2 years ago, this council was excited when Kalita came into this area right adjacent to Boca Park and across the street from Tivoli to propose their $100 million multifamily development. What is significant about this development, as I talk about Kalita with this piece of property, as you can see on the highlighted in yellow, this is Rampart Boulevard, which runs north and south. You have Alta, which runs east and west. This commercial center here that I'm showing you is Boca Park. Is approved for hundreds of thousands of square feet of commercial space. Across the street here is Tivoli. So this is a commercial corridor that you see here. Kalita came in on approximately 20 acres for the development here, and I think, if anything, we would all agree, regardless if you're in COVID or not, that this area here as an infill property is very critical to help for the survival for commercial businesses in Tivoli and also Boca Park in the general vicinity. The types of demographic that you're going to have in a place like this are no different than, if anything, than the demographics that you have in this area. Rents are pretty high end, which you see with Class A space. As a matter of fact, in these times, not only are they building this development, but they're down on Howard Hughes, on the Howard Hughes office complex, building their similar product. They're building across the street from Howard Hughes as we speak, a project at 3900 Howard Hughes Parkway. They're building at the Palms down there off the Strip, and they're also building over on Sunset in the southwest. So in this current economic climate, they have about 5 projects that are all high-end Elysian projects that you see the brand name. That being said, I'd like to get a little bit into the application that's before you today, and I got to get into it a little bit because we have some opposition here, and at least on behalf of Kalita, I owe it to my client to make sure we explain to you what we're doing. So the signage that's before you today, it's a variance to allow 97 square feet of signage where 60 feet is actually required. Before I go through the application itself, to give you some historical background, over the last 10 or 15 years, I think we would all agree that things have evolved. The building of a single-family home, a commercial shopping center, and signage has evolved over time. As a matter of fact, sitting in your seats, you've told many developers to think outside the box. When you think outside the box, at times, that means you think outside the code. That means because you can't always agree to come in with a top-notch Class A project and hit a cookie-cutter code. No matter what jurisdiction you're in, it just doesn't happen. And so what happens is you get developments like this that we come before you because we tell you, we listened to you. We came in with something unique. It's outside the box. It doesn't meet the code, but it's your discretion to approve this or not. And today, I'm not talking about the single family. I'm not talking about the commercial project. I'm talking about signage. So what I want to show you is this is a project that Kalita did 10, 15 years ago, about 10 years ago. This is in Southern Highlands. This is your typical monument sign that you saw Kalita come in with their Elysian product. Also, this is in the district. If you see that in the city of Henderson, same sign located here in the district. It's a monument sign. What has happened with the 4 or 5 projects that I just explained to you over at Howard Hughes, 3900 Paradise, and the other 2, 3 projects that I explained to you, with the evolution of signage, and you've probably seen new signs come in over the last couple of years through commercial development. What we're looking to do is come in with a sign looking like this, which is, it gives a little bit more of a pop. The pop is you don't have the big just sitting sign just sitting there with block and a little bit of letters. What you see here is the letters that stick out itself. As a matter of fact, This is the sign that would look like that we're proposing in this area. This is the brand that Elysian has throughout the other projects, if you're familiar on Flamingo and Wallapai. Very, very nicely done. But the key to this is all those new signs that we've had in all those jurisdictions, we've come in with waivers or variances because the sign is not your typical monument sign that you typically see. As a matter of fact, getting into this application here, right. What's unique about this application is we now talk about the application itself. If you take a look at this sign was built in about 2000 when Boca Park came in. This sign was located right here on our property. We are removing, and actually we've removed this sign in good faith, figuring that if we would come in with a sign such as this, that instead of coming in with an 800 square foot sign that's 40 foot high, 20 foot wide, we come in with a sign that's now approximately 97 square feet. So Councilwoman asked us to have a neighborhood meeting. We've had a couple neighborhood meetings. We had one on Zoom. We had a lot of participants on Zoom several weeks ago. As a matter of fact, when most of the neighbors heard what we were proposing, they dropped off the Zoom call because they understood that what we were proposing was something that actually fits within the neighborhood itself. But unfortunately, we don't have 100% of people who are in support of something that we're doing. But common sense, as I showed you, is one would think the sign that we took down would be more favorable than the sign that's here. So as I close out the presentation, I just want to let you understand what we're asking. So the sign that you see, the Elysian in red, that you see here highlighted, that is a sign by code at 60 square feet. The blue that you see in the ELYSIAN in the dot on the I is what we are proposing, okay? Which is approximately 97 square feet. So actually, in the code today that we're asking is the Elysian, which is our typical E, or the trademark, or excuse me, the brand that we have, this is about 3 square feet more than what your code allows. The L is approximately 1.81 square feet. The Y is approximately 6.56 square feet more. The S is approximately 3.5 square feet more. We have the I is approximately 2.71 square feet, the A is 3.74, and the N's 4.0 square feet. The reason why I point that out when we show the overlay is because we actually have neighbors in opposition because they feel that the signage that we're proposing is not appropriate in this area and impacts the residential area. So the last thing I want to show you.
Excuse me, is the light illuminated at night?
Illuminated within the letters itself. So this is no strobe lighting. You don't have any animated signage. This is essentially the sign that you see here. We photoshopped it in here. This is what you're going to see instead of, like I said, the sign that you saw there probably for the last 10, 15 years, Boca Park. That being said, I did a little bit of field trip with my girls last night. I usually do before a hearing and doing a site inspection. And I was explaining over at Cheesecake, we're sitting there looking at the building that's being constructed, and I explained to them the signage that we were actually going to be coming in with tonight, or today, that I was going to be representing. So I wanted to take them into the neighborhood that's in opposition to us. And so what I did is stood out here into the neighborhood, and I started taking pictures of the neighborhood. And then what you'll see is, this is what the neighborhood sees. If you come outside, you won't see the building. Actually, in this picture here, you see a little bit of the building located here. But the petition that you'll see are people in opposition that live in the subdivision to the east of us that actually have no bearing whatsoever, no impact whatsoever, whether or not the sign is there or not there at the end of the day. I apologize, I'm going through a lengthy part of the presentation on this, but the bottom line is we're asking for a variance for the monument sign that I show you here. We don't think it is intrusive into the neighborhood. As a matter of fact, all of you know this. This is across from Queens Ridge, which is Katy Corner, to Rampart and Alta. We've gone through a lot of hearings. On behalf of Tony and myself, I'm very proud standing up here representing Colita. They do nothing but Class A stuff. Matter of fact, in closing, the previous council person, after we got the approvals for this development, we were told to sit down with the lady, Mrs. Kohlberg, and address her issues. Listening to her without having any legal rights to sit there and agree to additional conditions. We've increased the landscaping, the irrigations had to be upgraded in that, and putting in 36-inch box trees. We have a bill of about $40,000 more we threw into the project, just to help out in that area of some of the concerns. So we thought, in turn, some of the stuff that we've done here, it's a quality development, that asking for the 37 more square feet would be acceptable, but we're not in reasonable times, I guess. We're in fortunate times. About 10 years ago, standing here, I think everybody would be happy with what we've done to this area and what we've done in working with the neighbors. In today's times, it's not that. We have to stand up here and I got to do a 10-minute presentation on, as you may say, it's our brand. The brand is what we've been approved for variance and waivers on the other projects that I just mentioned. And we would ask you to follow the approval from the Planning Commission, and we can answer any questions that you might have.
Well, so let's turn it over unless Mr. Les wants to add anything.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Okay, yeah, well, there's not much room left. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, since the City Council meeting on June 17th, the applicant has submitted some revised sign elevations that do depict accurate area calculations per our measurement rules. As a result, the area portion of the two wall signs that are part of this variance, those deficiencies will go away. As indicated by the presentation by the representative, one of the major continuing sticking points on this variance is the monument sign, because this does need a variance for the increased square footage that the sign area will take up. Staff finds no unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and therefore the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by making this request and cannot support this change in an R3 zoning district. Therefore, we're recommending denial of the variance and the associated master sign plan. In discussions on briefings on this, I do have some amended conditions depending on how the discussion goes and how the motion might be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone here? I know we have many e-comments, but do we have anyone here? Please come forward. State your name for the record, and let's hear. Please. And if you take your mask down for one split second so we can see your face in case we run into you. Hi.
My name is Laura Kohlberg, 612 Ampere Lane. And can you see this okay? I'm representing these 57 families in the West Mesa Estates neighborhood who have expressed opposition via postcards and emails. We're okay with Kalida's wall-mounted signs, but we're opposed to their monument sign on Alta for 6 reasons. First, we believe the sign should comply with city code. As Mr. Summerfield noted, there are no unique circumstances, and the applicant's hardship is preferential in nature, so that doesn't warrant the granting of a variance. The other question we have about the code is that the initial submission that they brought forth to Planning Commission in May was for 193 square feet, which is more than 3 times the code. And now suddenly they're saying it's 97 square feet, which I don't believe they're counting the cement block base, which seems like it should be counted to us. They're saying it doesn't have any impact on us, but it's right outside our neighborhood. We drive by it all the time. And I'll get back to that. We also feel that, here's the staff report. Kalida has abided by the codes and the zoning with their other properties. This is pictures of the Constellation property, which has no permanent signage except for this tiny little sign by the leasing office. And when we asked why they don't have signage on that property, they said it's because Summerlin has tight restrictions and doesn't allow it. But since our project here in our neighborhood is not in Summerlin, they're proposing what they want. And these are photos that Mr. Gronar already showed. of the fact that they do have other kinds of signage in other places. So they work with the zoning in those areas. We believe that this kind of sign shown here at their property on Flamingo and Wallapai is not appropriate and in harmony with our area. As a contrast to what they're proposing, this is the tiny little sign outside 1 Queensridge Place, 10-inch tall letters. This is the signage at Tivoli, 20-inch tall letters, and letters that are tastefully incorporated into the brickwork, which you can't even see until after you turn into their property. Even the major signage at Boca Park on the corner of Charleston and Rampart is 2-foot tall letters. And these are the signs for the 2 neighborhoods within 1 block of their property, 10-inch tall letters, small signs. This project that they're building is right next to this neighborhood. It's 1 block apart. Angel Park is directly across the street, also 1 block away. And Kalita emphasized in the neighborhood meetings that we had that they need this sign for marketing purposes. But as you can see from these pictures from the intersection of Alta and Rampart, the signage has little to no visibility from Rampart. And Alta is a primarily residential street, so you don't need a lot of visibility on a residential street that has very little competing signage. And their building is already a huge presence. You can't miss it. So we don't feel that the marketing need is that great. And they'll have wall-mounted signage way up at the top of that big building. And in addition to all this permanent signage, they also will have a lot of temporary signage, flags, banners, wall-mounted signs, and billboards, which will remain in place until they are at least 80% occupied. So their property on Flamingo was opened 22 months ago, and all of their temporary signage is still in place. So we're going to be looking at all of this for a long time. So approving this variance, we feel would set a precedent for other businesses that come into the corner on Alta and Rampart, and it could easily become a cluttered signage mess. So in conclusion, we believe there's no reason for a variance to be granted because oversized signage goes against the city code. It's not necessary, and it becomes an eyesore for nearby residential neighborhoods. The codes are in place for a good reason. We don't need a pop on a residential street. And although we greatly appreciate the landscaping compromise that was reached in previous discussions, it was an agreement to help make up for a past lack of communication.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your input. Anyone else wishing to be heard before I turn this over to our city clerk to hear the e-comments? Okay, well, let's go ahead. Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be alternating with my colleague, City Attorney Jeff Dorkak.
Okay.
So I'll start off. I oppose the monument sign that Kalita Group, a Lyceon complex, wants to put up. It is unnecessarily large and is not in harmony with the other signs on Alta Drive, including Tivoli. It will be visually distracting for the drivers and also detracts from the surrounding neighborhood. Please vote no on the signage. Mary Hines.
And could you spell her last name, please?
Hines of Angel Park.
Of Angel Park, okay.
Dear City Council, I oppose this variance request because the sign on Alta does not follow the requirements in size and it does not fit the other apartment neighborhood signs in the area. They have put Elysian signs at Southern Highlands and the district in the Las Vegas area that do not follow requirements and fit others in our neighborhood. The signs on their buildings are fine, but next to the street, it should follow the requirements and match other signage of residence areas. Respectfully, Marjorie H. Turner, West Mesa Estates neighborhood.
We oppose item 44 and 45 for all the reasons stated by Laura Kohlberg, the president of West Mesa Estates Neighborhood Coalition. We could not express our feelings any better and do not want to be repetitive. We live in West Mesa Estates for 28 years and value our neighborhood. We have kept abreast of this situation and participated in both Zoom meetings with Kalita. We maintain that Kalita should abide by the current reasonable limits for their sign. Why should they be an exception to the rule? During our first Zoom meeting, Kalita was asked why their sign at the Summerlin property was so much smaller. They explained that Summerlin's restrictions do not allow for anything bigger. They went on to say that they thought they would, in large caps, take advantage of the fact that the city's restrictions are more lenient. After that statement, I could not get past the thought that we were being taken advantage of, especially since they're asking for a sign that is double the square footage already allowed. We appreciate the City Council allowing our letter to be read without having to be present. We have attended City Council meetings regarding our neighborhood in the past, but we are not able to be present today. Thank you for your time. Susan and Robert Stouder, Stordeur, from Vantage Lane.
I oppose this variance request. The city ordinances applicable and under which the applicant is requesting a variance are reasonable and fair. Exceptions should only be granted under compelling and extraordinary circumstances which clearly do not apply in this instance. Equitable alternatives which meet city requirements are available and acceptable. Thus, I urge the city council members to deny this request. Larry Sadoff, 9101 Alta Drive, SAD OFF.
I oppose the request variance on the proposed larger than allowed Elysian sign by the Kalita Group for the following reasons. Because Alta is mostly a residential street, Alta is not a very wide street, so a larger sign is not necessary. People that live in the apartment complex do not need a sign to tell them where to go. Elysian sign and other locations in the city are larger because they are on major streets. Wallapai and Flamingo should not need to be as large on a smaller street such as Alta. Respectfully, Joseph Gurule of West Mesa Estates.
Could you spell his name, please?
Gurule.
Thank you.
Dear council members, we are residents in the subdivision next to the subject property, Tuscany Hills North. We respectful request that you deny the variance requested. We see no reason why it would be necessary to allow a sign not in compliance with the current code. Tivoli Village, the property across from the subject property, has tasteful signs in compliance with the code. As you are aware, the rest of the communities down Alta Drive are all residential neighborhoods. Allowing a sign this large would not be in conformity with character of the neighborhood. The owners of subject property have other apartment complexes located in Summerlin. They have installed signs on those complexes in conformance with Summerlin requirements, but because this property is located in the city of Las Vegas, they feel it is okay to request an enormous sign and refuse to negotiate with neighbors in our community. Again, we respectfully request that you deny this variance. Sincerely, Elise and Terrence Davis.
Thank you.
I oppose this variance request because this proposed signage does not comply with city code. The sign I am asking denial for is the one on Alta. This is the street that I drive by daily, and as a resident, I will be the one bothered by the signage I see. In addition, there will be extra banners on all entrances and along the streets. This is a residential area, and the closest dwelling on its size on Alta, 1 Queensridge Palace, has far smaller signage, which is another reason why I object to the request. The Kalita Group had opportunity to work with our coalition on a compromise and even agreed with the council's direction to create an alternative design, but never did. I believe that the Elysian Tivoli property can be very successful without angering the neighbors who have made their voices loud and clear that they disapprove an overly tall signage defying code in local businesses. I ask that you deny this request to allow variances to the city's pre-existing code and decide in favor of our coalition's wants and concerns. Deborah Turk, Turk, of Grand Bank Drive.
To whom this may concern, I oppose this variance request because, one, if an exception is granted for Kalita, then other builders in the area will want exceptions as well. And what evidence does Kalita have that their signage will benefit the community around it other than it being an eyesore? There is a reason for signage size restrictions. The area of new signage sits on a more residential road and devalues surrounding communities. Detracts potential home buyers from buying in surrounding neighborhoods because of an oversized sign that shouldn't be there in the first place. Thank you for your consideration. Rose Misa Molina and Presley Misa Molina, spelled MISA-MOLINA, Tuscany Hills North residents.
I oppose sign variance because the codes were put in place for the protection against such obscene displays in residential areas. Long after the city cashes the checks for the land sale, I still have to live here. Why do big business not have to abide the same rules as everyone else? Other businesses along Alta aren't asking for variances. If the property needs such a big sign to attract would-be residents, why did they build there? Jennifer Rathbun, spelled Rathbun.
Mayor and City Council members, I am opposed to the City Council approving Kalita Group's request for a variance for signage at their apartment project located near the corner of Alta and Rampart across from Tivoli Shopping Center. This request would not be consistent with signage in the immediate area. Regards, Steve Correa, 9101 Alta Drive, spelled C-A-R-I-A.
I strongly oppose this variance request because of the very busy and congested nature of this corner, which will only become busier with the apartment traffic. With bus stops and shopping centers, decreased visibility from large signage, I foresee increased traffic accidents as well as pedestrian-involved accidents. It is time the preferential treatment that the Kalita Group has been given stops. This needs to be abided by the regulation that are set by the city like everyone else. Drew Mayhem of Amperior Lane, spelled M-A-Y-H-E-W.
We oppose this variance request. We believe the signage plan should comply with City Code in Title 19.16.140. We are opposed only to the proposed monument sign along Alta Drive. The monument sign is not in harmony with the area and will detract from neighborhoods and pose a distraction for drivers. Sincerely, Joseph and Virginia Bognar, 800 Vantage Lane, spelled B-O-G-N-A-R.
I am opposing the sign request variance for the Kalita Group listed under agenda items number 44 and 45. Kalita Group is asking for a sign variance double the square footage outlined by City Code. The proposed sign is not cohesive with existing businesses or neighborhoods. Kalita's group went through the motions to satisfy the council. They met with adjacent neighborhoods and did not make one adjustment to their variance request. Kalita is part of big business. Their expectations are that council will agree with them. Your constituents who live in the area and vote are asking the council to follow existing city codes and deny the proposed signage variance. Linda Newton from Amperior Lane, spelled N-E-W-T-O-N, and that's the last request I have. Jeff?
3 to go. My name is Richard Whalen. My wife and I live at 8628 Dalhouse Drive, which is just outside the notification zone for these agenda items. Things that affect our neighbors in the notification zone affect us, all of us in the West Mesa Estates community. We feel the variances to any ordinance or code should only be granted if it promotes the safety or well-being to a neighborhood or community and not to the sole benefit of a single entity. The Kalita Group's request for this signage variance does not have any positive impact for the neighborhood and should be denied. Apparently, they have followed signage requirements on other projects and should be required to do so here. Next one. I am opposed to any oversized signage that is greater than existing city codes for the area. Large landmark signage is not necessary for an apartment complex and detracts from the existing businesses' signage within code compliance. Kalita's proposed oversized signage is clearly an attempt to overshadow all the current business signs within code compliance in the area. West Mesa Estates homeowner for over 21 years, Victor R. Stell, S-T-E-L-L, 601 Overview Drive. Last one. Councilwoman Seaman, please represent the neighborhoods most affected by the signage for the new apartment complex on the corner of Alta and Rampart. We certainly don't need more light pollution than is already emitted from the Suncoast and Tivoli neon signs that blare all night long. We implore you to deny any variances that the developers are petitioning to increase the size and lighting. The people you represent need your help. Please do not side with the developer on this issue. Respectfully, Sally Bigler, B-I-G-L-E-R.
Thank you all for being involved and caring. We appreciate your input, and thank you, Lady Clerk there. We appreciate it, Mr. Dorkak. And so I'm sure there's some questions, maybe not, but I have a few, so since I didn't see any lights on. Number one, I'm sure you've already considered all of this, but I have to ask anyway. Any reduction in the size of the monument if it's so close to the street, was that considered?
Yeah, we took that in consideration. I mean, you're either going to be right at code at 60 square feet, or we're going to have 97 square feet. You showed the difference in the letters. We could shrink the letters a little bit more. But the truth is, any rational person, you're not going to know the difference between 2 square feet and 3 square feet.
Correct.
Okay,
well, I meant greater reduction.
Yeah, in the height, I mean, really, I think where the I is dotted, that's the highest point, is 11 feet 6 inches. So we could always, and we always joked around internally, we could always reduce the dot of the I, so to speak, to take it 11 feet, because it's, even though it's technically 11 feet, 11 and a half feet, it's not your traditional monument 11-foot high sign because of the I that we have popping out there.
Okay. Second question is, not knowing, although I've driven by your construction, right, just last week, I don't know the driveway to the facility, but is that set back and a curve in and out driveway? And does that allow for pushing the sign way back closer to the building and off the street? And my last question I have to give to, while you're looking for it, to Mr. Summerfield. Are they prohibited in on their site and according to code from putting the sign off the street but up on the building at a reduced level?
Madam Mayor, they already have a number of wall signs. There are, the signs are different, the standards are different for wall signs, the number of signs that they can have, the size of those signs, the amount of elevation that may be covered, all those things are different than the monument sign proposed. They do, as a part of this variance, although it wasn't a part of the discussion, they do in fact actually include existing wall signs as a part of this package. Part of this variance request is to actually allow 3 wall signs where only 1 wall sign per the street is permitted, and is it all 3 of those signs don't actually face the street? I believe that none of the 3 signs that they're proposing actually face the street frontage, so that's already a part of the variance request, not one of the issues for the neighbors. As you heard in the what was read in the public comment, the neighbors' concerns seem to center around the size of the monument sign, not so much the concern about the proposed wall signs, but those are technically still a part of this variance request.
And if you look at the monitor up top there where the sign shows, and you go to the right where the building sits, the fascia of the top level, are they allowed signage there, or is that already planned, or is that prohibited? You see there's a white yes, right there on those 2. Are they allowed there on signage, which would preclude their need around the street?
So again,
however, the residents may hate that worse.
Right, so the wall signage, so they're going to be limited, again, only 1 sign per street frontage. They could put something in that area. I don't believe that there's any area. The maximum height would be 12 inches above the top of the wall marquee or parapet. So yes, they could put something up in that space, provided it didn't otherwise exacerbate existing requests that they've made. I also do want to be clear to a comment that was made on the street sign that you asked about if they moved it back. So the maximum height allowed, so it's not just the square footage that is in question for the monument sign. Because there are elements of the sign that do exceed the height, there is a height component to the variance for the proposed monument sign. The maximum height that the sign is allowed by code in this R3 zoning district is 8 feet, whereas in the representative is very clear, it's only elements of the sign, it's not the overall sign that eclipses that 8 feet, but there are elements for the L and then the portion of the I that does the flame thing that do reach above that height limitation. So those are elements of this variance that, if it were to proceed, would be a part of the approval.
Could you read us if, in fact, depending on the vote, I think it would be interesting for everyone to hear what those extra comments that you feel the planning puts on any vote here, if in fact the restrictions or additions to the motion that would be there.
So the additional changes to the conditions I have are based on conversation with the councilwoman during briefings yesterday, depending on how this went. So they're really subject to a specific motion. They're not necessarily
anything to enlighten any of us?
I don't believe so. They would be technical fixes depending on whether the motion was to approve the variance as it sits, a reduction in what is requested in the variance. So the changes that I have are actually, they really are motion dependent to fix the technical conditions of approval.
Okay. So at this point, if there are any questions or comments, I'm going to turn it over. I want to thank everybody. I'm closing public comment. And unless we do something very dramatic here, Councilwoman, yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the applicant for having the town halls, and I know that you really have reached out to the community to see if you could reach a compromise. I'd love to thank my constituents for caring about the community so deeply. I'm going to refer to legal. Can I make a motion on both 44 and 45?
Councilwoman, if you could do that separately, that'd be great.
Okay, I got to figure out which one is which. If I tell you what my motion would be on both, then you can lead me, is that correct?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, my motion would be to pass item 44 and 45 with the following amendment to remove the monument sign.
So with that, Madam Mayor, if I may read what that would do to amended conditions, with that being the motion. So the motion on the variance then would be to approve the variance with the elimination of the variant request for the increased square footage for the wall signs, because their revised plans no longer require that. And then it would be to remove the requested monument sign. So I would have an amended condition, an added condition, that the requested variance to allow 2 wall signs, which are 45 and 74 square feet, where 50 square feet is the maximum allowed, as well as to allow a 12-foot tall, 193 square foot monument sign, where 8 feet and 60 feet are the maximum allowed, is denied. So that would be the added condition that would make that motion work within the variance request.
Correct.
Yeah. And then I have a different condition for the master sign plan once we get to that one.
Okay.
And then I have a clarification before I accept that, is we would have to comply with code. We could come in with our monument sign at 60 feet, 8 feet in height.
Right, I'm denying the variance.
Correct.
That's why I want to make sure.
So Madam Mayor, through you, for the representative, so my condition that I would propose for the master sign plan would allow them to bring forward a code-compliant monument sign and allow staff to approve that administratively, not require another public hearing for an update of that master sign plan. So that's the condition that I would be adding related to all this, so that, yes.
And that's in reference only to 44 at this point.
Correct. The assurance that I just gave that they can come forward with a code-compliant sign is on the master sign plan. That's the next item, and that I'll read that one officially for the record.
Okay. An agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
With the condition.
I
I respect the motion, but I'm
Okay.
in agreement with the condition.
We're doing, but remember, we're doing one at a time.
I know. I got you.
Okay, so is that your motion?
That's my motion.
All right, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Okay, now, would you, Mr. Gronauer, do you want to? Oh, look how much that's, whoa, you got double votes. Any comment back before we go to 45, or are you ready?
I'm going to accept the condition as soon as staff reads it in, and then we'll go from there.
Madam Mayor, through you and to the councilwoman making the motion, so what I would ask is that the motion for this approval be subject to an added condition. The added condition would read as follows: a revised sign plan and site plan shall be submitted to the Department of Planning prior to the submittal of building permits for signage to the Department of Building permits for signage to the Department of Building and Safety, illustrating either the removal of the proposed monument sign or a monument sign in compliance with Title 19 sign standards.
So how does the public that's been participating and sent us all these letters get to see what the proposal is if it's no longer coming through councilwoman, but just staff approval only?
Again, if it's code compliant, they would never see it regardless. So the only reason that this is even a question is because this project required a master sign plan. And so my expectation will be we will see the sign that they have proposed. We will just see it shrunk down so that it's at 8 feet at its maximum height, and that the area of the individual letters and the base don't exceed the 60 square feet limitation. In fact, if they bring it down in height, I think we get there without any issues.
And then what happens to the landscape that the residents said they wanted? Does that fall away, or are you keeping the
We're
additional
going to look
landscape?
at it is because we're doubling up on 36-inch box trees. But Kalita does a great job of what they did and what we've done all along. And we're continuing on with our construction, putting landscaping in. It's important for us to have landscaping in there. We exceed code. Let me just put it that way.
Okay.
We exceed code, okay? And we will continue to exceed code on that. That's the irony. We exceed code on the landscaping, and you're making sure we do that, and we exceed a little bit here on code, but that's okay. We're fine. Eric and Doug do the right thing, and we'll figure it out there, what we need to do in the landscaping. So-
Okay, because it sounded like that you were giving more landscaping in an effort to get the bigger sign approved. I just
No,
wanted to
no,
make
no,
sure.
that was not it. The point was, 2 years ago, we were asked to just go meet with the neighbors afterwards, and we did, and they had some questions, concerns. We did that, and then the same lady that was here then came out on site and stopped our site when we began construction, ran out on the construction site, and stopped us for a little bit, and we had to work with the city, and this was before Councilwoman Seaman. So we've had issues all along with the adjacent neighbor.
It's a good
So that's
time.
really what it is, okay?
Right.
So that's where we are, but we're going to keep moving and doing what we said we're going to do.
Feet to the fire, you know that, Ken.
And
Okay,
for the
back to
record,
you.
Madam Mayor, I just
Yes.
want to, on the landscaping question, because that is a completely separate issue, if there are any deviations from the approved landscape plan, and, applicants always have the ability to go above and beyond what they were having as a part of their approval, but if there are any deviations from the approved landscape plan, we will work with the applicant on how we address that, whether that is within the scope of an administrative review or if that requires any additional public hearing action.
Great,
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Councilwoman Seaman.
Okay, so where are we?
45.
45, a motion to approve the master sign plan with the added condition.
Move to approve.
With the added condition. Okay. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. And that carries.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
consideration, and have a good day. Take care.
Thank you, you too.
Bye.
Okay, agenda item 46. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, would you please read that one in? Because it has to do with marijuana.
Thank you, Mayor.
Or I'll just go ahead and read it, and then you can take it. SUP 78301 abandons special use permit, public hearing, applicant Deep Roots Medical LLC, owner CLK Holdings Bruce LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 8,391 square foot marijuana dispensary use at 5991 West Cheyenne, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Ward 5, Councilman Creer, Planning Commission, and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and I am not voting because I have one of my sons who's involved in that industry. So it's yours. to
Okay,
work it
you're
straight.
the applicant?
Yes, sir. Mike
Okay.
Mushkin,
Go ahead and do your presentation.
address 6070 Southeastern. I'm here on behalf of Deep Roots. With me is our two people. Chris is here. Also, Brannon is with me.
Mike Mushkin.
Deep Roots is a fully integrated company with 17 licenses throughout the state of Nevada. It is headquartered in Mesquite, Nevada. 6 licenses in Mesquite, medical, recreational, cultivation, production, and dispensary. 6 licenses in West Wendover, medical, recreational, cultivation, production, and dispensary, only operating the medical rec dispensary. Anticipate cultivation and production construction to be completed in 2022 in West Wendover. 5 conditional retail licenses, Reno, which is under construction, North Las Vegas, which is under construction, unincorporated Clark County, local permit application submitted, Las Vegas, compliance permit approved, and Henderson, which is under a moratorium. The company was formed in 2014 and consists of the same owners with the exception of our chief operating officer who became an owner in 2019. As you may know, Deep Roots was awarded 5 retail licenses in December of 2018. Shortly thereafter, Deep Roots became a defendant to the ongoing retail license litigation before Judge Gonzalez. Inyo Fine Cannabis is a plaintiff. It should be noted that in August 2019, Judge Gonzalez found Deep Roots to be in full compliance with the state's retail license application requirements. Since then, Deep Roots has vigorously defended itself and the state in a 5-week trial that recently ended. We chose not to settle as we cannot stress enough that Deep Roots has been and is in full compliance with the state regulations, and Deep Roots will continue to dispute any liability and defend the state's licensing process. Judge Gonzalez is expected to rule shortly. Closing arguments were last week. During the trial, certain evidence came to our attention regarding our proposed Las Vegas retail location, which is before you today under the special use permit. As you know, our proposed retail store is to be located at 5991 Cheyenne Avenue, which is in Councilman Creer's ward. On August 26th, we notified Councilman Creer, the mayor, and each council member by letter of the potential conflict of interest that was revealed during trial. If I could, I'd like to provide the letter itself as to be part of the record. Would you like to? Thank you. Thank you. We did this because Deep Roots is a privileged licensee. As a privileged licensee, we have a duty and an obligation to promptly notify the city council members of any conflict so that the appearance of an impropriety may be avoided. This conflict, as revealed in the trial, consists of these facts. Kenneth Creer is the brother of Councilman Creer. Kenneth Creer is a board member of INYO Fine Cannabis Dispensary. INYO is a plaintiff in the ongoing retail license litigation. INYO is seeking a retail license in its litigation against Deep Roots and others. INYO submitted a state application for a Las Vegas retail license location in this same ward on Mesquite Street. INYO's license location is close in proximity to Deep Roots' location. INYO's license location is in direct competition with Deep Roots. INYO's location and Deep Roots' locations are both in Councilman Creer's ward. NRS 281A 100, 136, 401 and 400 section 1 and 7 and 420 sections 1B, 3C, and 4A set out the rule. Our understanding is that a conflict of interest is defined by Nevada ethics law as a situation in which a public official is making a decision that may also impact the official's relatives. That is dealt with in section 100 under the definition of household. This appears to apply in our situation. Based on the above facts, we respectfully request that Councilman Creer disclose this potential conflict and recuse himself from discussing or voting on Deep Roots' special use permit application, which is before you today. We would like to, I've submitted the letter. Councilman Creer submitted a response that has triggered this. His response should also be made a part of the record. And based upon that response, we would like to know if the city attorney has in fact issued an opinion on this conflict of interest. I reached out for the city attorney this morning. We had a brief conversation. Unfortunately, we did not agree on this. And so I'm here to answer any questions that you all might have, but I believe it is quite clear. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question, and I don't know if it's for you or for our city attorney, but our Madam Mayor doesn't vote on things because her son is in the marijuana business. That's why Mayor Pro Tem is taking over. So I just want to know from our city attorney, because I can see the conflict, I just want to know from you that if it's a conflict.
City Attorney Brian Scott for the record. Councilwoman, the mayor's son owns a marijuana dispensary, not that he's on the board of one. And just because you're on the board of something does not mean that you have a pecuniary interest in that particular business. And so I've already advised Councilman Creer with regard to this issue. I've talked to Mr. Mushkin about this issue. And I don't think INYO is a plaintiff again. I think INYO is a plaintiff, and I haven't reviewed the litigation he's speaking of, but I believe that INYO, as well as the other plaintiffs in that lawsuit, are suing the state based upon the state's alleged fraud and misrepresentation as to how the applicants were ranked. I've also indicated to Mr. Creer, and we've talked about this a couple of times, that he hasn't spoken to his brother or anyone from INYO with regard to any aspect of Deep Roots application or his role on the board of INYO, that his brother's not an owner of INYO, that he has no intention of speaking to his brothers about the specifics of this particular action, that his brother hasn't attempted to speak to him with regard to Deep Roots pending application. I spoke with Darcy Adelby-Hurd this morning from Business Licensing, and she indicated to me that there is no record of INEO applying for a marijuana dispensary in Councilman Creer's ward or anywhere in the city of Las Vegas. INEO's current location at 2520 South Maryland Parkway is in the county. It's not in the city of Las Vegas, and is approximately 13.3 miles away from the subject location at 5991 Cheyenne Avenue. He doesn't have any, Councilman Creer assured me he has no knowledge about the lawsuits that are currently pending between the marijuana dispensaries in the state, or any actions between INEO and Deep Roots Harvest, as alleged in their letter of August 14th. He's indicated to me, and I've indicated to you over the past 20 years that I've advised this council with regard to ethics issues, if you believe that your independence of judgment is compromised, you should not vote. He's assured me that his independence of judgment is not compromised, and I've indicated to him that he can vote on this item. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, sir?
Unfortunately, that is not the legal standard. The legal
Well,
standard...
I suggest you read NRS 281A 420.
Well, we're not,
standard.
sir, we're not going to debate it here. You've made your case. Our city attorney has given his opinion. Councilman Creer will decide what he's going to do. So if you don't have any other comments, are there any other comments from the applicant at this point?
Yes, sir.
What's
I
that?
pass it on to Mr. Molina.
Thank you.
Maybe I should just make a statement since we're here, so that we can move forward and you know where I stand. One, I have no interest whatsoever in my brother. I mean, he has no idea what Deep Roots is, and there's zero conflict. If there was a conflict, I would be more than happy to recuse myself. This is not my first day in public office. I've been doing this for almost 15 years, and over the course of time, if I've had to recuse myself, then I've recused myself. As you know, I own an advertising business, I own a billboard company. When billboard businesses have come up in front of us, I have made the statement that I own them, and I also, if it's in close proximity or in competition or something, I'll recuse myself. But if it's not, then I won't recuse myself. We have an opinion from our city attorney, who I trust, who I've worked with for a number of years, and who would not have a problem giving me the real deal to say, yes, you are in conflict. And so with that said, and with the opine of our city attorney, I will be voting. Thank you.
If I may just reply very briefly, please.
Let's go ahead and talk about the Deep Roots project that you want to bring forward. So go ahead.
I have a question, Mayor Pro Tem,
Okay.
before we move on regarding this. So I think I missed the first part because I was out, but this pending lawsuit is the brother of Councilman Creer in one of those?
No. The pending lawsuit, Councilwoman, is the one that we've been talking about for quite a while.
With Judge Gonzalez?
That's the one where the entities that weren't the successful applicants with the state are suing the state based upon some fraud they perceived in the rankings.
So I guess
That
my
has
question, I got it, my question is the one that Councilman's brother sit on the board, is he one of the litigants, that company?
He is not the litigant, the company is the litigant.
Okay,
And
well
they,
then-
and they are simply pursuing what they perceive their rights against the state.
And
Well,
we are a defendant.
Let me finish, please. I beg to...
Sir, you stated your case, so I'm going to let everybody up here ask any questions, but once we're done up here, then we're going to move to the application. So
Can I finish,
I'll let
Mayor Pro
them ask any other questions, so don't interrupt again. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So when you stated that somebody who sits on the board of a company doesn't have any interest, can I finish? I know you're shaking your head. I beg to differ, because why would you be sitting on the board if you're not looking out for the interests of the company that you're sitting on the board? That's all. I mean, I'm just feeling a little uncomfortable in this whole situation.
Councilman, I also indicated to you that the councilman has not spoken to his brother, nor anyone from INEO with regard to Deep Roots, nor this specific application. So there's a lot, I think you have to look at it in totality and not just look at one portion of it.
I just don't want us to set a precedence that, we have relatives that sit on,
I've
I'm
always
just
told you
really
that-
uncomfortable.
I've
I
always
mean, I
told you
think.
that if you believe that your individual independence of judgment is compromised, that you couldn't say no to that person that you believe to be so close to you, that you couldn't say no, your independence of judgment is compromised. And that's a decision you have to make for yourself to determine whether or not your independence of judgment is compromised.
Well, I think it affects our whole council. So-
Again, I've advised the same thing for 20 years. I've said the same exact thing. If you believe that your independence of judgment is compromised as a result of your relationship, you should not vote. And the councilman has assured me that he has not spoken to his brother with regard to this issue. He doesn't know what this issue is about. He hasn't talked to anyone from INEO about this issue. They haven't directed him in any regard, and so he believes his independence of judgment is not compromised, and he's able to vote.
For clarity, just real quick, I did let them know that their name was brought up in this letter, but I have not spoken to them in depth about anything dealing with this. But I did say, hey, you guys run this letter, deal with it how you want to deal with it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Fiore?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to be clear to our city attorney, when you said that Councilman Crear hadn't spoken to his brother, Councilman Crear made a statement on the record that his brother doesn't know anything about Deep Roots, so obviously Councilman Crear spoke to his brother. I just want to be crystal clear on that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
He hasn't talked to him about this specific application, nor.
That's definitely not true. I just know my
We
brother.
can rewind the tape.
I know that, but I just know my brother, and he wouldn't know deep. That's actually relevant, but he wouldn't know Deep Roots from anybody. But that's fine. Whatever the deal is.
Councilman Knutson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Mr. Scott, I believe you were going to read something from NRS. I was hoping you could read that. And I was also, there was reference, two terms that I think should be defined. There was reference to relationships and reference to pecuniary interest. And I was curious if those two terms are defined. How do we define relationship in statute and pecuniary interest in statute?
Councilman, I don't have the complete statute here. I've put it down in kind of a abbreviated form, but the Ethics Commission has always said you're elected to vote, and unless you deem it to be such a relationship that you can't be independent and your judgment is compromised, then you shouldn't vote. But if you believe that the relationship isn't such, or the totality of the circumstances isn't such that your independence is compromised, then you're able to vote on the item. So that I'll put it together. I'll try to find those definitions for you, but they're not right here in front of me, but I will get those to you. But again, the whole crux of it is your independence of judgment, is it or is it not compromised? If so, don't vote. If it's not, then you're able to vote based upon the totality of the circumstances. And it's NRS 281A 420.
Mayor Pro Tem. Any other questions up here? Okay, I'll give you the last word briefly, because I think we need to get to the application.
I just want to clarify that INEO is a plaintiff and Deep Roots is a defendant, not just the state. Deep Roots is a defendant and INEO is a plaintiff. Those are just a factual matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so we're going to get to the merits of the application now, correct?
Correct.
We're done with the conflict of interest. Everybody's, okay. All right, go ahead, sir, state your name and go right ahead.
Chris Molina, 2300 West Sahara, and I'm going to limit my presentation strictly to land use issues. Can everyone see what I have up here? Let's put that right there. So this is a distance separation survey that was prepared by a professional licensed surveyor, and it basically shows the location of this is at the southeast corner of Cheyenne and Jones Boulevard. Cheyenne is a 110-foot right-of-way, which is, I guess, technically considered an expressway. Jones is a 100-foot right-of-way, so we have a pretty robust intersection here that can accommodate, a much higher flow of traffic than currently exists there. The subject property is zone C1, and so are all of the surrounding properties across the street. Over on the northeast corner, you have a supermarket, and on the northwest corner, you have a bank and a pet hospital, some storage unit facilities. On the southwest corner, you have a Walgreens and a dollar store. Now, the subject property is currently used as a Dollar General, and the property to the south here is zoned RPD 25, which is fairly dense multifamily property. Now, originally, this RPD 25 property was intended to be developed as a commercial shopping center with this subject property. However, after this property was sold off and developed by Rite Aid, the owner sold off the rest of the piece to a residential developer, and that's why you have this multifamily development here. And the only other thing that I would say about this separation survey is that, you know, it obviously demonstrates that this location meets all of the requirements of Title 19 and the state statutes, but in fact, if the Title 19 requirements were doubled, then this location would still comply, and that's, I think, significant because there are very few locations in the city of Las Vegas that can say that. Turning now, this is a snapshot of the city's marijuana establishment map. The blue pins show approved special use permit applications, and most of these are sort of clustered by downtown and north of Sahara near the Strip. More recently, we've had a few additional SUPs that were approved further out west. However, Deep Roots is up here in the red pin, and this is further away than any other location in the city. You know, this council passed an ordinance less than a year ago creating a separate separation requirement for existing dispensaries, and Deep Roots heard you guys loud and clear and decided to put this as far away from existing dispensaries as possible. So that's sort of the intent with putting it out here in Ward 5, and it would be the only dispensary that's not in Ward 1 or Ward 3. And just to give you an idea of the clustering issue, you know, the closest dispensary to this location up here is actually 2.7 miles away, which is in the city of North Las Vegas. Now, the next most remote dispensary in the city of Las Vegas has less than 2 miles between the next dispensary. So even though, you know, the next closest dispensary to this location would actually be 5 miles, it's still more separated than any other establishment in the city that's been approved. And so now I just want to take a look at, this is the notification radius map that's staff compiled, and I went through and I actually stayed up pretty late last night counting all of the protest postcards and support postcards and plotting them on this map, and it's actually pretty interesting when you look at it. You know, there was 27 postcard that were opposed to this project, and that number is a little bit lower than what staff has in its report because there were some people that filed multiple postcards, and so I excluded those. I only counted each household once. And there was also a few postcards from people that were just way outside the notification radius, which I couldn't quite understand. The number of people that are in support is relatively low, but that's sort of typical with marijuana applications. You know, there's still a stigma with these things. People are a little bit reluctant to go on, you know, public record and you know, say I support a marijuana establishment. But what should really stand out here is the silent majority. There's 404 single-family homes that should have received a notification postcard that just didn't care to respond or oppose this. And there's also 401 multifamily units, and we got no oppositions from them either. So as a total of the entire number of units in the notification radius, less than 3% of households actually oppose this application, which I think is pretty significant, especially when you consider the level of opposition that you've had in some of the other wards in the city. So, you know, that I think is very significant. And the other thing about this is that Deep Roots originally, at Councilman Creer's suggestion, they held a neighborhood meeting back in February. And after that, they scheduled another neighborhood meeting, which had to be canceled because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then the Planning Commission approved this in April. There were a couple of abeyances. I'm sorry, Planning Commission approved this in May. There was originally scheduled for Planning Commission in April. It was held in abeyance until August, and then we were prepared to come before you about 2 weeks ago, and for some reason the sign was stolen off the property. So we had to abate again to today's meeting. But my point is that the neighborhood here has had 7 months to mobilize some sort of opposition to this application, and there hasn't been any petitions. There's no signatures being circulated. You know, there's really no vocal opposition for the people who actually live here other than a handful of protest postcards, and really the only opposition that's been sort of vocal here is from NARA, which is the North Area Residents Association. It's a rural preservation overlay. I went out and I measured this. This is the southern boundary of the NARA overlay district, which is almost 4,000 feet away from the closest property line of the subject property, which is way outside the notification radius. So I'm a little bit baffled as to how they got involved in this in the first place. But the point is that this is your rural preservation overlay map, and the last 2 dispensaries that you approved were closer to rural preservation overlays than this application. And so there really shouldn't be any issue with approving an SUP near a rural preservation overlay. It's not inherently incompatible to put a retail commercial use next to a rural preserve. But that being said, if you look back at the original neighborhood, the immediate vicinity around here, I mean, you have hundreds of multifamily units, you have hundreds of sort of, you know, medium density single family residences, you have a assisted living facility right here. You've got all different types of housing, people that live there, and the opposition was overwhelmingly low. So just to kind of sum up all of that, I mean, you have a location that exceeds the minimum requirements more than any other location that's been proposed and approved in the city. You have extremely low neighborhood opposition, and you've also unanimously approved a compliance permit for this particular location already. And if that's not harmonious and compatible, then I really don't know what it is. But the other thing that you should consider here is the people that own this organization and run it, and that's why we have Brandon here to kind of talk about the company and why they're such good neighbors and all the outreach efforts that they've done to you know, build support in the neighborhood. So I'll turn it over to Brandon.
Great, thank you, sir. Come on up and state your name and tell us what you want to tell us.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Brandon Allison. I'm a founding member and a founding partner and board member of Deep Roots Harvest. As Mike mentioned, we started our business in 2014. We have a group of business-minded people that have been doing business in the state of Nevada for an extremely long time. 4 of our 5 founding partners are native Nevadans, multi-generational. 2 of our partners, Gary and Roger Prim, along with their father, developed all the casinos in State Line, now Prim, Nevada, as well as the New York Hotel Casino in conjunction with MGM. You know, a long career in a heavily regulated industry, and they brought that influence to our company. We've run our company since the beginning. Our goal has always been to be the finest cannabis company in the state of Nevada, and we took this highly regulated approach to everything we've done. We think we've put together an unbelievable company. We're extremely proud of it. We employ over 180 people. We're committed to diversity. 62% of our employees are minorities, and that's continuing to grow. We believe since day one that one of the, if not the most important parts of our business is to be a good community partner. We recognized early on that there's a lot of negative connotations out there in the public against marijuana companies, and we also recognized that it was our responsibility for both our own company and for the industry to do everything we could to change that narrative. In West Wendover and Mesquite, where we currently operate, we've done just that. We've been there for these communities when they've needed us. We've supported a wide range of charitable and civic projects. Many of the people that originally came out, prominent leaders of these communities that came out against us, have come full circle back to us and said, we were dead wrong about you guys, we were dead wrong about the industry, and we were dead wrong about you. You guys have been nothing but an incredible, positive part of our community since you've been here. We've got fantastic relationships with law enforcement in both communities. I'm not going to say that law enforcement is fully supportive of cannabis, but in our communities, we have a fabulous working relationship with them, and I think you'd get nothing but complimentary comments coming from them. We feel very strongly that we can have this same effect in Ward 5. Our journey to open this dispensary started in December when we first went to meet with Councilman Creer about the location. At that time, Councilman Creer indicated to us that he wasn't for it, he wasn't against it, but what he needed us to do was get out in the neighborhood, talk to the people, you know, see what was going on, do the work, I believe the exact terminology was. That's exactly what we've done. We've been on the ground since day one doing work, working with the locals, talking to business leaders in the community. And I'm going to circle back in just a minute with the exact things that we've done since we've been in the neighborhood. I want to just continue along right now with the timeline of what we've gone through. Again, starting initially with the meeting with Councilman Creer, then moving on to January when we had a volunteer meeting, pre-COVID, so access to a 1,500-foot radius. This was voluntary. We weren't required to do this. We voluntarily did this. Definitely felt it was the right thing. 24 people showed up to the meeting. So, you know, that was how many people showed up to the original meeting. Second meeting, we had a second public meeting. We wanted to do a second meeting to follow up. COVID hit. We could the library where we had scheduled it, canceled it. We could no longer do the second meeting. We decided internally we still wanted to do something. We did a mailer, a full mailer, and we also took the extra step of doubling the radius from 1,500-foot radius to 3,000-foot radius as far as the notification zone to the people. We were soliciting comments from them, negative, positive, giving some more information about the project. It was an 8.5 by 11 mailer. It went out, and we got a total of 15 responses, both negative and positive. So, I think it's worth pointing out in both instances, we went above and beyond what we were required to do in those instances. Then that leads us on to the May 12th Planning Commission meeting, at which the opposition consisted of one person, in person, and one public comment that was read into the record. So the public outcry that we've heard so much about consisted of 24 people at the original meeting pre-COVID, 15 responses for the second meeting, and in the Planning Commission meeting, one person live and one comment came in from outside. So it's, again, just hardly what we believe and that we've been told that the neighborhood's vehemently opposed to it. And again, we've been out there in the neighborhood, and we just haven't seen it. we've actually seen, and it's actually been just the opposite. We've visited with so many business people that think this is a fantastic opportunity for the community and the ward. So next, we also watch closely when other operators come before you and other local municipalities. We watch closely when there was an obvious neighborhood uprising in Councilwoman Seaman's ward. And, you know, I understand that. We understand that. And I think if we would have seen that, our board talked about this, if we would have seen that in this instance, we would have most likely voluntarily withdrawn our application. We don't want to be in a location where everybody doesn't want us. And again, what we've seen in this neighborhood is exactly the opposite. We've seen people that want jobs. The number one comment we hear from them is jobs, opportunity, and I think another really good point is that 63% of all the people in Ward 5 voted yes on question 2. Yet to this day, there's no dispensaries in Ward 2. So it's hard for me to understand that one. I would like to circle back now and give you some of the things that we have actually done in the ward, our work. Again, we've been around them, we've talked to people in the neighborhood, we've met with businesses, we've met with residents. And as we got in there, we saw a lot of needs in the community. There's a lot of needs in this area, no surprise to anybody on this council. And we jumped in and started doing a lot of work in the area immediately. And some people might say, yeah, well, you're just doing that because you're trying to get this approved. And you know, I could appreciate that comment, but if you look at the history of what our company's done as a whole, that's not what we're all about. We're all about seeing a need in the community, addressing it, and helping it. To that point, when COVID hit, our 180 employees, we paid every single employee, including benefits, all the way through, to the tune of close to $1 million. So that's the kind of people we are. That's the kind of company we are. That's the kind of company we want to bring into Ward 5. I think we could make an extremely positive impact in the ward. Some of the projects that we did, we served over 400 seniors with personal protection equipment in projects at Deerfield and Doodle with Cassandra, I believe, from the city. And I didn't work on that project personally, but some of the other people in our team did. We partnered with the Cannabis Equity and Inclusion Coalition and Make It Work Nevada to serve 200 students school supplies in Marble Manor. We partnered with the Cannabis Equity and Inclusion Coalition to serve family snacks and beverages during the Juneteenth event at Craig Ranch. We did a major cleanup of an area right across the street, very close to where this dispensary is going to be, at Transition Services Incorporated. When we were out in the neighborhood, we talked to them, and one of the things that they brought up with our representatives was it's a 2-acre piece that they have, and the back 1 acre was had been dumped on and was just an eyesore for the community. And they said, boy, it sure would be, we said, is there anything we can do to help you? And they said, well, you know, we were hoping to get this cleanup project done, but it's just not on our budget. So we decided as a group that we were going to take that on. And I believe I saw a letter come in from them that would probably get into it a little bit more, but we took that on. We cleaned the entire location up, which included bringing heavy equipment in to clear it and a tremendous amount of man hours. So that's what we've done. That kind of culminated, our neighborhood efforts culminated with this last weekend where we had over 20 representatives from the Urban Chamber of Commerce come out and visit our location in Mesquite, Nevada, and the comments were overwhelmingly positive. And I think there's some letters that are entered into the record, and I don't know if people are here, but there was a lot of letters that I saw that they were writing in support of this. And when you come out to our facility in Mesquite, you recognize what's going on, and I think they thought that this would be a super positive thing for Ward 5. Some of the things that we've committed to is we're 100% committed to hiring in the neighborhood. We're going to hire a large percentage of the people that work in this dispensary from the neighborhood. We want this dispensary to look like the neighborhood. We're 100% committed to hiring. All jobs start at a livable wage and include benefits. We're a corporate member of the Urban Chamber of Commerce, and we're building a partnership with the Urban Chamber to identify emerging needs with them. Kind of get to the end, and I think in closing, we've been on the ground. We haven't seen the pushback from the residents. It's been just the opposite. Our location is currently a Dollar General store. I think you're going to hear from the landlord about that. It could be, at any moment, this could be a boarded up building. We're going to be a positive, business in this community for a long time if we're allowed to move forward. You know what, I did miss one thing that I wanted to cover. I'm sorry if I could go back on this. That was that we were also, as part of our partnership with the Urban Chamber, that we were going to offer peer-to-peer job development and training for employees that are looking to elevate in the industry. And we would provide industry training facilities for future cannabis entrepreneurs, employees. And we would also offer wellness workshops and activities. One of the really rewarding things of being involved in this business has been to watch the impact that we've been able to make in the communities that we operate in. And we've been legitimately excited as we've gotten into this area to see the needs of this community and excited about wanting to jump in there and be a real player and a real part of that. We offer the folks that are working for us now, we've got a large number of our directors came up through the ranks in our operation. They started out at our base wages around $15. They started out there. Some of them have very little education, maybe not even a high school degree. They're now directors. They're now making with bonuses, they have the opportunity to make 6 figures. We've been able to watch these people go out and buy homes, buy cars, support their family. We're giving them a career path that whether they continue to work for us, they're in a career path in one of the largest emerging industries in the nation. And whether people want to think it's going to go away, it's not going to go away. It's getting bigger and bigger, and in a couple of years, it's going to be, nobody's even going to think any different. You're going to walk by a cannabis shop, and it's going to be no different than walking by a donut shop. The changes in people's perceptions of cannabis have changed so rapidly over the last few years, and we just, again, we want it to be a win-win. We're not just all about community service, right? We're business people. So we love the win-win scenarios. We have a win-win scenario in Mesquite with our business and with that community. We have a win-win scenario in West Wendover with that community. We're going to have a win-win scenario in everywhere we go with our company and the community. That's our business plan. And I cannot think of a better place to come in and bring opportunity and to bring a positive vibe than this ward. It's compelling. It's the most compelling one that we've seen or been involved with since we've been in the business. With that, I'll wrap it up, unless anybody has any questions for me.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I just want you to clear something up. You said on the record that 63% of Ward 5 voters voted for cannabis, and there are still no dispensaries in Ward 2. Did you mean in Ward 5?
I'm correct, and I'm sorry, I did mean Ward
It's okay.
5.
It's okay.
My apologies.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, well, once you just have a seat, and we'll do the public comment, and then we'll see if anybody else has any other questions for you, sir. Thank you. Okay, so I'll go ahead and open up for public comment. I believe we have some e-comments, but we'll go ahead and do personal public comment. So why don't you come on down and grab a microphone.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might just do the official staff report before you get to the public comment,
Okay.
if that's okay.
1 second.
Just for the record, Mayor Pro Tem, the proposed use does comply with all minimum special use requirements of Title 1912, and therefore staff has recommended approval of this request. Thank you.
Wow, that was pretty extensive there, but thanks for your input. It says right here in my notes I'm supposed to turn it over to you, so thanks. All right, sir, go ahead and be as concise and brief as you possibly can.
Well, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Lex Anderson, I'm a Ward 5 resident. If I may have about a minute and a half, I'll make some very specific 3 points, and that'll be it. I appreciate it. Okay, June 17th, you all received a 3-ring binder. Looks like this. I hope you all checked it out. Okay, it was very specific with comprehensive documentation related to this agenda. Hope you found it helpful. It was followed up with August 17th and August 31st with letters of attachment specifically in regards to transparency, open meeting law violations, relevance of this agenda to question 2 that the voters voted on, and it was Bill 2020-27. The intent was for someone on the dais to take a leadership role with this material, and with the listed 6 Bill 2020-27 recommendations pretty much mitigate most of all the transparency issues. I believe it's all good, solid academic content with no fluff. The recommendations are short, legal, and with the authority of the dais to act on them, and within the content of Title 19. The second item is a clear documentation that this is a retail recreational agenda across that directly impacts residential communities with the 161 trellis apartments next door on both sides. You got the 223 unit Sonoma Palms next to it. You got the Willows across the street, the high density single-family homes, and you got the 4 Clark County islands, each within a block of the location. And Marilyn Kirkpatrick is very aware of this. Lastly, Mayor Pro Tem, the planning department has a condition of a solid block wall separating the adjacent high-density housing from the retail recreational dispensary. In fact, there's a 30-foot wide vehicle pedestrian access gate to the east. It's often open. In fact, it was open all day Saturday, the Saturday before Father's Day. So between transparency, open meeting law violations, and the residential impact issues of the agenda, it should be clear that this qualifies for denial. More importantly, it should be appreciated that this agenda has brought to light virtually every retail recreational marijuana issue that needs to be addressed in one single package. And I hope the content given to each city council member is a help towards at least mitigating these residential land use issues. And if anybody wants to see I got extra copies of the 6 recommendations for retail recreational marijuana use interventions that the clerk will have. And I appreciate it. If this was a medical marijuana dispensary, it'd be a piece of cake. It'd be no problem. It is not. And notice that they never use the word recreational. They don't use recreational in the NRS. They don't use recreational in Title 19. And that's a gross transparency, open meeting violation. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Come on up. Go ahead and state your name.
Good evening, everyone. Sharia Goodlow, 89156.
Pull your microphone down just a little bit. There you go. Thank you.
Sharia Goodlow, 89156. My antennas raised when Deep Roots stayed at Marble Manor. That is my legacy. I would support any business that would come and help that neighborhood. That's very important to me. Also, I don't believe that you guys will get many public comment concerning that area, especially housing resident, when it comes to self-medicating and marijuana, because housing has strict regulations when concerning smoking on their properties. I served on the housing board where I fought, where I feel like smoking is a sensitive issue, and I feel like a government should not have the authority to tell a person if they should smoke or not. And that was just my opinion on that issue. And when it comes to mandating residents on that, I did not disagree with it. But supporting a business that says, you know what, we're gonna hire the residents, the constituents of that area, and we're gonna help bring financial growth. And I hope that if any one of these companies come into the area, that the schools benefit from it. So as someone who served in that area, someone who lived in that area, I would support this business opening up in that area.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
See if I can get this off. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Gary Cantor. I moved to Las Vegas in 1972, and I am the sole member of the LLC involved in this project. A reference is made, or I refer you to my letter to Councilman Creer dated June 9th concerning this project. As a physician, I have historically had a negative perception, feeling, and attitude toward marijuana and marijuana dispensaries. But something has happened recently that has changed that, and I would like to discuss that with you, followed by a brief comment on the proposed tenant. For many years, we've had a small condo in Aspen, Colorado. There's actually 72 condos in this complex. Immediately across the street from us is the one market, the main market in the town, and there's a liquor store next to it, and for the last 2 to 3 years, there's now a Medicare dispensary. So there's a Medicare dispensary about the distance from that wall to that wall from our condominium complex. During the last year, for example, we spent 5 weeks there. We were fortunate in spending 5 weeks there over the holiday season. And in the prior year, we spent another 5 weeks. We were very fortunate to do that. Thus, I've been on site for 10 weeks. And there was absolutely no problems at all. There's not been a problem in our complexes. There are a lot of children, a lot of teenagers. There was not a problem for the children. There's not a lot of problem for the teenagers. And most interestingly, it was not at all upsetting to seniors or to anyone. The people go back and forth past it to the market day in and day out. That's where you have to go without a problem. And during the ski season, people go back and forth to the lift without a problem. With reference to the HOA, I've been on the board not this last year, but there's not been a problem at all with the HOA with our residents. We're physically that close to it. Last night I looked up the board minutes from April of this year and the annual meeting minutes. Now, they include everything but the kitchen sink, but not one word on the marijuana dispensary, not one word about problems on the property, not a single word. And it was not on the agenda, it was not brought up by anybody, it was just not a problem. So in essence, we have a residential community extremely close with a lot of young people, and no one ever, to my knowledge, expressing a problem. And this totally altered my perception. My second issue is that I was skeptical when initially approached by Deep Roots for the reasons I aforementioned. In any event, I evaluated the principles and the key management of the company very carefully and felt from my perception and investigation they were highly professional and very honest. And what I have noticed throughout this whole process is their exacting intent and compulsivity in adhering to the rules, the regulations, and the laws. I've dealt with a lot of con people in my life, and I can pick it up at 100 yards. These people are impeccably honest and very detailed. I think they've cut absolutely no corners. Something that probably is a more important issue that I just really thought of, and I would like to call your attention. The property was originally occupied by Rite Aid. Financially, they were not successful and they left. Then Dollar General became a tenant. And at the end of the sublease by Dollar General to Rite Aid, they were not particularly interested in staying. They were marginally profitable. We went back and forth and encouraged them to stay briefly, but at a very markedly reduced rental rate. And one thing I have never seen before, they insisted on a 120-day abandonment clause. They can give us 120 days notice and leave. And they've expressed no interest really in retaining this. And so I think from my experience, I think that this property has a high probability of being vacant. And I think if it is vacant, I think it's going to be a real major community problem. It's just going to be a serious problem. It obviously is not in an economic situation where there's going to be all sorts of businesses looking to relocate in the foreseeable future. So I think this may even be a more serious problem than my prior comments. I would strongly encourage your approval of the application and appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public want to make a comment? Come on down.
Mayor and Council, Ricky Barlow for the record, and also a homeowner and a investor in the area in which we're talking about. I have some prepared notes, but sitting and listening to the applicant and their representatives really is very emotional for me right now because of some things that were shared that are just untrue. And I would like to set the record straight in regards to, one, I'm very business-minded. I'm very pro-business. And the application that's before us today is a privileged license. We all know this. It's a privileged license. And the applicant is standing before this council as though it's a right. It's not a right. It's a privileged license. They mentioned that there was a neighborhood meeting in February. Yes, there was a neighborhood meeting in February. But the reason why it wasn't well attended was the fact that their notification was subpar. My home is cat-a-corner from this property. Did I receive a notification? No. I have 3 other properties and family members that own properties within the 1,000-foot radius of this same corner. Did they receive notices? No. It was our neighbors 10 doors down that came and knocked on my door and said, have you seen this? And I said, no. They attempted to hold a second neighborhood meeting in March, I believe. And he's correct. Due to COVID and everything that was rolling out at that time, the library chose not to have that meeting take place at their facility because we were prepared to attend that. And we're still ready. And he mentions that there was only 26 opposition. If you call upstairs right now, my neighbors and I closed down the phone lines at City Hall on the 7th floor in regards to opposition. Don't take my word for it. Call the front office upstairs. Everyone knows to call their councilman. You ask Councilman Creer how many calls his office has received as it relates to this item. We're not opposed to dispensaries. We understand that, what's going on at the state level. But it's about location. It's about location and it's about size. Planet 13, the largest dispensary in the state of Nevada. Great operators. And I'm not saying that Deep Roots is not a great operator. But in comparison to Planet 13, the largest dispensary in the state is in the appropriate location. If we can go to the overhead and show the aerial, can you control that from the back? Can you go to the aerial, please? on the northeast corner, there's,
Hold on, we don't have you had an aerial on first, and now we're on this. What happened to the aerial? If you look on the screen, Rick. There you go.
Thank you.
Hold on. There we go. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to adjust microphones. I'm not, if I point, will you all be able to see me?
No. You just give us directional stuff.
Okay. On the northwest corner, there's a Wells Fargo, which is retail. On the northeast corner, we work very aggressively to pull in a grocery store and other small retail facilities because this development for many years was dormant. And they came in due to the assistance of the Economic Development Department and their strategies to basically build this corner up. The dollar store across the street was previously a Fresh and Easy. And when Fresh and Easy went out, the dollar store came in. Walgreens sit adjacent to it, and the Rite Aid moved out, and the Dollar General moved in. That's what the residents, all thousands of the residents that live around here, okay? We want appropriate retail that matches what our residents enjoy the most. You have over 1,000 families that live in this multifamily development sitting on the property line of the second, which could potentially be the second largest retail dispensary in the city, in the middle of a neighborhood. In the middle of a neighborhood. This isn't something that's small. This isn't a 12-foot dispensary that wants to go in the interior of a retail development space. This is approximately 8,400 square feet of dispensary. Who needs that much dispensary in the middle of a neighborhood? We have quarter acre, half acre lots around this area. I believe the gentleman, Mike, mentioned that the silent 400 unopposed. I beg to differ, Mike. There's hundreds of us out here not happy. We were here at the last prepared to attend the last city council meeting in August, but it was obeyed. What you're looking at are working class individuals who must go to work. They don't have the privilege and the luxury and the blessing that I have to stand here because I work for myself. So therefore, they asked me if I would come and speak on their behalf. My residents, my neighbors, mayor and council, we do not want the second largest dispensary in the middle of our neighborhood. One thing that Mike also failed to mention within the radius when he mentioned NARA, right? NARA is our neighbor. So anything that happens to NARA basically trickles down into our neighborhood. Anything that happens into our neighborhood trickles over into NARA. So yes, they are our neighbor. That's what neighbors do. We protect the fabric and the integrity of what we want in our neighborhood. So if we as residents and we as your constituents of the city of Las Vegas are asking you, don't place this in our neighborhood. We don't want this. Don't remove the Dollar General from the mouths of these families that utilize this facility each and every day to eat. Don't create a food desert for us, because a dispensary does nothing for us as a community. It does absolutely nothing but bring in more traffic regionally to support the applicant. And I understand the business model of the applicant. He mentioned he has 17 applications. Congratulations. But location, location, location. Oh, location, location, location. Let's go to Ward 5 and pick this corner right here. No. There's other industrial or higher C2 or C1 areas that fit, not in the middle of thousands of residents, dropping a dispensary in the middle of thousands of residents and removing a food product that these multifamily residents utilize each and every day. The senior development that has over 250 seniors just adjacent to it. The senior development across the street that utilizes this Dollar General. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to go?
1 second.
Now we're forcing seniors and family members to travel even further to get food? We just had an issue about food deserts just 3-4 years ago on the same council. I'm not saying that Deep Roots is a bad company. I'm not standing here saying that. What I'm saying is this is the wrong location for this use, specifically for the neighbors and residents in which have respectfully asked me to come and share their wishes. Directly across the street, and I know this isn't a part of the code, but it should be something that should be considered. We have a world-class gymnasium of gymnasts directly across the street behind the Wells Fargo. They won 2 national championships. These little young girls, very talented, utilize this Dollar General on the weekends, and they come across the street, very pleasant, to basically get their food products and rubber bands and different things that they need to basically go and continue to be the great young ladies that they are in this community, representing the city of Las Vegas and the state of Nevada. The Mormon Stake, they've written letters. The 7 churches in this community, they've written letters. All of the residents have called upstairs. We've done our due diligence amidst where we are today in the midst of COVID. We were prepared to come. We were on our way until we got notice that the item was obeyed, because we understood that there was a sign that came up missing, and therefore it had to be kicked down to the 30 days or what have you to the September 2nd meeting. I'm very passionate about this, Mayor and Council, and I'll come to a close because I know you all have had a long day, and I've been in this position where you are right now, trying to make a decision as to what you should do. One thing that I can only implore, it was a constituency that trusted each and every one of you to represent them. And I'm asking you, as a constituent of the city of Las Vegas, and on behalf of the many constituents that are out here that are watching on television, in their offices, on their cell phones, to please vote this down. This is not the right location, and we do not want this. We do not want this in our neighborhood. What we need in our neighborhood is more food. That's what we need. We need more food. In this pandemic, this serves us no good. And once again, I'll continue to say this. Deep Roots has to be a great company. They've done well. I'm talking about location. I'm talking about privilege. It is a privilege license. It is not a right for them to be here. And if the residents are pushing back, stand with us. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. Councilwoman Fiore, I think, has a question for you, Mr.
Thank
Barlow.
you, Councilman Barlow. I'm sorry, I cannot call you not Councilman Barlow. I love you, and I wish you were up here with us. I just want to bring to your attention that I agree that we definitely need more food, but with this particular dollar store, I don't know if you're aware, in the past couple of council meetings, your present councilman doesn't like dollar stores in Ward 5, and he's denied them. So I just want to make sure that you're aware, if this dollar store leaves because they want this 120-day, it will be vacant and there won't be any food there. So I don't know if you're aware of that. And I also, just for the record, to clear the record and make the record straight, our office has received no opposition to this. You know, you came and visited with me, and just your being carries so much weight with me. But at this location, I just want you to be aware of what the circumstances are up here. So, and I have to tell you, your presentation is amazing.
Councilwoman, and I respect you and love you.
I love you too.
Okay? Let me share this with you. There has been several notifications that have gone out throughout our neighborhood because my neighbors organized it. And they all have called 229-6405 to inform the entire council. And we were informed that the phone lines were completely locked up because so many residents called in opposition to this item, right? And so I can only share with you that I'm standing here not on behalf of just myself. I'm standing here on behalf of hundreds of residents that feel the same way I do and just as passionate as I do in regards to this particular development that's being proposed to come into our neighborhood. And I've also spoken to management at the Dollar General store, right? And I don't want to get into the back and forth in regards to the developer or the owner of the property versus the management. But management, just for the record and being forthright and transparent as well, we heard it a different way in regards to the landlord wanted to see how this application would turn out before they chose to extend or sign an extended lease. And so that's not my business, but I can only share with you what has been reported by management, saying that we want to be here, but we can't get a signed document because of that sign that's sitting out in our landscape in regards to how this application will be voted on. So yes, they will be removed if in fact you all as a council vote to approve this. Yes, they are gone, because we all know that you can get more money for this particular type of use than you can a traditional lease as it relates to retail. And we all know the margins of retail and food and beverage in this city. They're very slim. So of course, if the landlord, from a business perspective, and I don't blame them, right, can get 2 to 3 times more rent by holding someone's lease over their head, of course, they're waiting to see what happens today. And I'm asking this council to please keep the food in our neighborhood, because our babies, our mothers, our fathers, our seniors in this community need it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue on public comment. So who else would like to speak on this item out in the audience? If you would like to, please come on up. No, you've already spoken, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Leroy Bass, and I agree with Ricky Barlow about keeping food in the neighborhood. Even Shade Tree is having problems providing food for seniors, okay? And there's another place down on Jones and Lake Mead where they can move this marijuana store. You know, so my thing is, I would just relocate them.
Did you give your name, sir? I'm sorry.
Leroy Bass,
Thank
Jr.
You. All right, thanks.
Okay? So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else out there want to comment? Hold on. 1 second. Anybody else? Okay, do we have some online stuff?
We do, thank you,
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to be sharing these with my colleague, City Attorney Jeff Dorkak, and I'll start off. Dear Councilman Creer, I'm writing in support of a dispensary in Ward 5. The neighborhood needs a new employer and needs new jobs. Let's not push them away when we vote for this. Not a lot of people are hiring right now, and dispensaries typically start at a living wage. Please listen to the people. Sincerely, Ashley Von Brocklin, Brocklin.
Dear members of the Las Vegas City Council, I'm excited that a dispensary in Ward 5 is on the agenda. Medicinal marijuana was legalized in 2000 and recreational in 2016. Over 60% of the neighborhood voted for this. It's time. Let's get this approved. Sincerely, Sean Brohan, Brohawn.
Members of the Las Vegas City Council, I'm emailing you today to show my support of a dispensary in Ward 5. This will be very helpful for veterans who can't get a marijuana card because of the VA rules. They won't have to leave their neighborhood to buy something that is legal. I really hope this becomes a reality. Listen to the voters. Thank you, Dustin Ring, RING.
Councilman Creer, please approve the proposed dispensary in Ward 5. It'll be great not to have to leave my neighborhood to legally purchase marijuana. This will make life easier. The working neighborhoods are voting for things like this, but then the rich areas and the tourist areas are the ones that benefit. We deserve to buy locally. Almost 2/3 of Ward 5 was in favor of a dispensary. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Sincerely, Natalie Dean, DEAN.
I'm writing in support of the proposed cannabis dispensary at Cheyenne and Jones. As a local cannabis equity and inclusive advocate, I support this for many reasons. First, they will bring in higher-paying jobs to the area. The current tenant, the dollar store, pays its employees less than $9 per hour, and the dispensary employees will be paid considerably more. Second, the cannabis dispensary will hire more than twice the number of people currently employed by the dollar store, and they are committed to hiring 60% of their workforce from the residents in Ward 5. Employees will earn a livable wage, receive health insurance, and be given the opportunity for advancement. Providing jobs in this climate is essential and necessary for economic growth. A cannabis dispensary in this neighborhood will diversify the local economy and offer local veterans and medical cannabis patients a nearby access point. However, my main reason for writing in support of this proposed cannabis dispensary has to do with the issues of fairness. If you consider causes like cannabis regulation, it is often communities like Ward 5 that carry the vote, but don't actually benefit from one of the businesses in their neighborhood. The people in Ward 5 voted for cannabis legalization and decriminalization, yet they have to leave the neighborhood to access dispensaries' goods where their dollars enrich another ward. There is a clear mandate from the local voters that they support cannabis and that the thriving economic opportunities that come with it. We should not allow our personal morality to cloud our view of the voters' requests. Please take the votes into account as you vote. Over 60% supported cannabis legalization and decriminalization. Listen to the people, not just those who have personal hang-ups around cannabis. Please vote yes on this issue and allow Ward 5 to finally have access to cannabis jobs and dispensary. Sincerely, Aisha Goins, G-O-I-N-S.
Honorable members of the Las Vegas City Council, I'm writing you as a small business owner at the corner of Cheyenne and Jones. My retail shop is directly across the street from the dollar store where Deep Roots Harvest plans to put a marijuana dispensary. This is exactly what we need at this intersection. I support the idea fully. We've seen sagging foot traffic and demand at my shop and at the mall, independent businesses at this intersection. It's a proven fact that a marijuana dispensary will bring people to the intersection to shop. Many people like to group their errands into as few stops as possible. That's why I believe that opening a marijuana dispensary at this corner will help all of the businesses on the other three corners. Our signage will be seen by their shoppers, and it will be convenient for them to also stop into my shop and pick up things they need. A marijuana dispensary will be required to have a lot of security cameras covering every inch of that corner. It will increase security in the area, which also helps my shop. The people voted for this years ago, and a new marijuana dispensary will help revitalize a struggling corner of the neighborhood. Please consider supporting this group with a yes vote. Sincerely, David Kambekian, owner of the Puff Puff Plus Smoke Shop, 610 West Cheyenne Avenue. That's Khambekyyan.
Dear Councilman Creer and members of the council, I am writing in support of Agenda Item 46, application for a special use permit. I recently had the opportunity to tour Deep Roots Harvest DRH facility in Mesquite, and I'm very impressed with the operations. With the current economic climate, I support the approval of Agenda Item number 46, SUP, and ask the council to support the item as well. This addition to the community will generate tax dollars for the city, employment in an area that sees an unemployment rate of 15%. Many displaced workers are struggling to find employment, and especially in the middle of a pandemic, and this facility will help the unemployed and underemployed. Las Vegans will gain valuable skills to help them enhance their qualifications and allow them to consider alternative career paths. It is my hope that the item will be approved. Joe Cato, spelled C-A-T-O.
Dear City Council, on behalf of Transition Services, Inc., 6100 West Cheyenne, Las Vegas, 89108, I am writing in support of Deep Roots Harvest receiving their special use permit, Item 46. Transition Services is a nonprofit that provides work and experiences to people with developmental disabilities. Our Cheyenne location we purchased and remodeled in 2014 and really is our heart and flagship. The people there make an array of arts and craft products, from handmade paper to jewelry to pet toys. There is also a woodworking studio and a store to buy the products made. We also works in partnership with Hearts Alive Village and Animal Rescue, providing shelter and care for some of their cats looking for forever homes. Pre-COVID, we served 90 people on a daily basis. Many months ago, Ryan Breeden from Deep Roots visited our program site, took a tour of the building, and asked if there was anything they could help our nonprofit with. In March, when everything was turned upside down by COVID, Deep Roots was a ray of sunshine, offering help with a big wish. Our property is actually almost 2 acres, and the acre in the back of our building had become a trash heap prior to our purchase. It had long been our desire to clean that area up, but it was too big of a project for our budget. In May, as promised, Joe Bresney from Deep Roots arrived with the heavy equipment necessary to clear and level half of the property. It turned out wonderfully, and we have had many of our neighbors stop by to say how much they appreciated the effort. I can speak for all at our Cheyenne location and the rest of our company how much this meant to us, especially in the worst of times. We look forward to welcoming Deep Roots Harvest to our community and working with them again. Best regards, Sally Rothfuss, Executive Director, ROTH FUSS. That's it.
Hello, as a patient advocate and medical user, I'm writing in support of Deep Roots Dispensary having a location off of Jones and Cheyenne. With limited access in this area, it hinders those in surrounding communities at a higher disproportionate rate. This places our members in the neighborhoods at risk for not being treated properly, as well as participating in risky behaviors and buying from those who are not licensed to sell. This will provide patients with quality care in the community, as well as prevent higher crime rates by lessening the opportunity for drug dealers to be sought out because they are nearby. Patients will also have access to expert advice to assist them receiving proper information based on their individual circumstances. This leads to proper dosing and giving clients the ability to be educated on the different strains available to treat their different ailments and diagnosis. Please consider the health of those in the community who are looking to be treated just as others in different wards. Best regards, Ashley Dodson, D-O-D-S-O-N, and that concludes.
Very good, thank you. I'll go ahead and close public hearing. Sir, why don't you come on up and I'll give you the last word.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chris Molina, 2300 West Sahara. First, let me just respond to the comments from the gentleman from NARA regarding public meeting violations. I'm quite honestly perplexed as to how our neighborhood meetings, which were not required, could possibly violate open meeting law, and to his claim that we are somehow not transparent about the distinction between medical and retail marijuana. I mean, it's stated right on our justification letter, and it's on every single agenda that's been circulated here. So there's definitely no concerns about open meeting laws or lack of notice. As you just heard, I mean, that was 9 letters that were offered in support, and you know, I don't want to disagree with Mr. Barlow at all, but you know, I tabulated the support and opposition to this based on the matters that were uploaded onto the website as of last night, and if those are not accurate, then that's not Deep Root's fault. That's honestly, it's the city's, but I do trust that the city did this correctly. I will admit that I did notice there may have been some discrepancies with the mailing, but again, that's not Deep Root's fault. Their neighborhood meeting was organized using the city's mailing list and in compliance with all those protocols, and if Mr. Barlow did not get notice, you know, we sincerely apologize for that. However, he did admit that he was aware of the March neighborhood meeting, so it's not as if he can claim that he did not have any notice at all, and that was well before the Planning Commission meeting there. And as Mr. Barlow is aware, you know, the council has to have substantial evidence before it to make a vote on discretionary land use matters, and it's certainly within your discretion to, you know, deny this or approve it, but you still have to have substantial evidence. And if you're relying on matters that aren't actually part of the public record, then I question whether that's a legitimate basis to deny this. Now, everything that we put forward, everything that's in the public record indicates that the neighborhood here supports this, and you know, we've demonstrated that meets all these requirements. Planning staff agrees and recommends approval. I'm sort of at a loss as to really anything except for this claim that we would create a food desert by putting you know, a dispensary at this location. That seems like a valid claim. My only objection is that there's a grocery store, an entire supermarket right across the street. And these are competing businesses. And part of the reason why that Dollar General store is not, you know, barely making rent is because it's competing with a supermarket across the street. So there's really no basis for claiming that this will create a food desert. And in all honesty, what you need in this neighborhood is some other type of retail options to drive traffic from outside the neighborhood there to, you know, create some kind of economic stimulus for the other businesses around there, not businesses that are cannibalizing each other and competing. So, you know, for these reasons, I think that there will be a tremendous benefit here. You're not going to see any kind of a food desert. And, you know, for all of these other reasons here, we would respectfully request your approval.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, any comments up here? Councilman Knutson. What do you have there?
Can I add some letters for the record? These are from council members from Mesquite and West Wendover.
Thank you. Councilman Knutson.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you, and thank you for the presentation and for everyone who took time out to care about their community. Just a couple of thoughts. One, I've approved now 2 dispensaries in Ward 1, and I just absolutely hate talking about marijuana because it's always contentious and there's no neighborhood that's appropriate for a dispensary, and that comes up consistently over and over again. And so I wish the conversations were different because in this state, it's very clear that overwhelmingly people support the ability to utilize or procure marijuana, both recreational and for medical purposes. So a couple of things that I would like to point out is I have not received any opposition to this in my office. I received one flyer that I got yesterday, but other than that, I have not received any opposition. Like I said, I've approved 2 in Ward 1 now, and I do think we need to distribute them throughout the city. I know people feel very strongly about not wanting it in their neighborhood, but they're also the people who, at least in Ward 1, I've noticed that the people who didn't want it most in their neighborhood are also the people who use it. And so it's a strange conversation for me. I like data. I think the presentation included a lot of data. And Councilman Creer, I don't know exactly what you're going to do. I appreciate you. I respect you very much. And this is a tough conversation. It's a tough decision. It in no way reflects disrespect on my end. I think you're doing an amazing job representing Ward 5. I think you're doing an amazing job with the 100 plan. And I fully intend to support you in every way possible. On this particular issue, I'll be in support.
Any other comments?
I have a comment.
You're going to be last.
Save the best for last.
I'm going to save you for last. So, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm going to echo my respect for my colleague who represents Ward 5. Unfortunately, the special use permit that's before us is not in terms of a food grocery store. It is for the special use license or permit. And, you know, I think that we have to be very cognizant of the times we are living. And me knowing that there's many people that are out there unemployed and unable to secure a job to help provide for their family is something that's weighing very heavily on my mind these days. If Deep Roots comes into the community, they are creating 40 to 60 jobs. That's a small win in the economic development and opening of businesses that we want to see as a city. And so for me, it's, do we let this retail space get boarded up and dry up, and then you don't have food and you don't have the jobs? Or do you think about what could be bright in the future for the folks that could start at a decent earning of $12 an hour? By no means is that, you know, lowest wage job. That's actually a pretty good starting point. And then if they can work their way up, I think that that would be a really good thing to see in these times when we're uncertain when the economy will get back on track, when people will go back, how many will go back to the jobs that they had before. And like my colleague, Councilman Knutson, I really haven't heard the opposition. We checked in about the lines. There's some information that I'm not able to verify at this time. And so I need to make a decision based on data, information, and I too will be supporting this item.
Thank you. Do you want to make, Councilwoman Seaman?
Yes, I too want to echo my colleagues' comments as far as my office didn't receive any opposition, and except 2 from Ward 2 and 2 in support in Ward 2. So I don't know how people in Ward 5 haven't heard about it, since there were only 4 opinions into my ward, and they were all from Ward 2. I think that if people were, and I understand, Mr. Barlow, that you're representing people from the district because they couldn't be here, but they could have emailed or called and once again, I've checked with my office twice, and they haven't received those calls that you mentioned, so maybe they came into the main line. So I'm only seeing support, and I'm a big believer in supporting the community and what they want, so I will probably be in support.
Okay, Councilman Creer.
One, outside of the company attacking my personal character and integrity, it seems, I hear that they're a good company, and I don't think that is what is at stake today, if they're a good company or not a good company. I get the fact that if the landlord is pushing to get a dispensary in his building, obviously he's going to receive 2-3 times more rent. And so he's going to, yes, push that. And I'm not sure, he says he's in Aspen. I'm not sure if he lives here or not. I find it very rich that the applicant made a statement that what we need and what this community needs. I always find that interesting for people who make those statements who don't live in our community. The only time you've probably been there is when your applicant was paying you to go to that particular property to evaluate it or whatever, but you don't live in our community. I find it interesting that the number of online applicants were all in favor, and I wonder how many of those people live in Ward 5. I'm going to gather none of them. I actually know, I know a couple of the names that were mentioned there, and I know for a fact that they don't live in Ward 5. I'm not sure how they reached out to you or what have you. I've had an overwhelming amount of people who have reached out to me in my office saying that they are in opposition to this. We spend a lot of time in that area, and that area is extremely residential. If you look right across the street, Sonoma Palms, which is there, we go hand out turkeys there to the senior community. There's a number of churches surrounding that area. There are a residential area of homes. This facility would back up, to homes. And so I ask yourself, if you lived in that area across the street, do you want a dispensary, cannabis dispensary, buffering your wall or your business or directly across the street from you? I would beg to say that many of you and most of you would not want that. I know that I would not want that. And so you can separate the business side of it, and you can separate the side of what the SUP and what it's here for. SUPs, and the applicant also sort of hinted to the fact that there's no precedent set that why we can't give this to you. I mean, it's called a special use permit for a reason. And it's a special use permit because this council, whether they agree with me or not, decides who gets special use permits and who does not. And so if you feel as though, you are earned the right to receive a special use permit, you are definitely wrong in that. And I think that this council should take a hard look at that, because no matter if it's in my ward or any other ward, we are the ones that approve special use permits, and they're based off of many factors. And it's not just the fact that, you had people write in saying what a great, factor, or what a great business it would be for our community. That's subject to a lot of debate, and we've had a lot of debate. And I have been doing this for a little bit and approved a number of special use permits for a lot of things. I've supported and I've not supported dispensaries going into my peers' ward. And I will say that I respect my peers and I respect your opinions and your thoughts, and I can understand where you're coming from. But, ultimately, this dispensary is not going into the right facility. This is the wrong spot for it. And I'm not saying that Ward 5 would be totally against, obviously people who voted for it would be against a dispensary, but I can tell you that a dispensary at this particular location is not right. And if you haven't spent any time in that area, then I urge you to, you'll see the community, you'll see the people that live there, and you'll know that they do not want this dispensary in that particular location. I think there's a time and a place for everything, and this is not the place for it. And so I will most definitely be not in support of it, and I'm not sure if there's any more comment or what have you, but I'd be willing to make a motion. Go great. I want to make a motion to not approve item 46.
All right, we have a
For
motion to deny item 46, and we have this thing on our screen that doesn't allow us to vote. Ah, there we go. Okay. Motion is to deny. It's
Give us just a second. It looks like our software's timed out for some.
You're going to have to do verbal.
Okay, we're going to have to take a verbal vote.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand.
What are we doing, motion to deny?
Motion to deny. We have 2 to deny. All those in opposition of the motion? We have 4. Motion does not pass, so is there another motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve item number 46. All those in favor of approval, raise your hand. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against the motion? We have 2. All right, motion carries.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone, for showing up. Appreciate it. Turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you very much. So that was agenda item 46. We're into 47, and that was quite a lengthy proposition there, but very well done. So agenda item 47, RQR 78174, public hearing, applicant owner, Cheetah Development Corporation, possible action or required review of an approved special use permit, 71350 for an existing 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2252 Paradise Road, C2, general commercial, and zone, that's Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and members of the council. My name is Justin Michaels, 820 Rancho Lane, Suite 85. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. This is an existing digital billboard that's been in operation since 2017, and this is the required review of that special use permit. Staff does recommend approval, and we agree with them. We respectfully request your approval as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the site remains suitable for an off-premise sign use and remains compatible with adjacent land uses. As such, staff is recommending approval of this required review, subject to all conditions of approval still in effect on special use permit 71350. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak, please come forward. Spell your name for the record. Anyone online, any email, and anything?
No.
Nothing? I guess you got worn out, you and Mr. Dorkak on the last one. So, Councilwoman Diaz, how about you take this forward?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I move to follow staff recommendation for approval on item number 47.
Madam Mayor, I need to just make a statement that, I own a billboard company, Career Outdoor Advertising, and our boards are not, I just looked, and are not in competition with this board whatsoever. We're all the way down by the airport, and so there's no conflict of interest with me, so I'll be voting on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So please vote, and then please post. How's your family?
Doing well, thank you.
All the little people?
They're next on the agenda for me.
Oh, lucky you. Motion carries. Enjoy.
Thank you, Mayor and
Love it
members of the
home.
council.
Take care. Okay, we're on to agenda item 48, 20-0109-DIR1, Director's Business, Public Hearing, applicant, City of Las Vegas, owner, Juan Pulido, for possible action to revoke and approve special use permit SUP 76233 for an accessory structure, Class 1 at 804 Lacey Land, RE Residence Estate Zone, Ward 1 with Councilman Knutson. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open, and representative, or you, in fact, Juan Pulido.
My name is Tony May. I'm attorney for Juan Pulido. Juan Pulido is right here.
Okay, thanks. Could you, just for a moment,
Madam Mayor, if I might, procedurally, the City of Las Vegas is the applicant on this application, so I need to give the staff report and set the stage for why we're here, and then the applicant or his attorney can then provide you any additional rebuttal as to why we're requesting to
Okay.
revoke this special use permit, if I might.
Certainly, please go ahead, Mr. Summerfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On August 7th, 2019, the City Council approved a special use permit SUP 76233 for an accessory structure Class 1 at 804 Lacey Lane. Since that approval, the subject site has been found in violation of 3 conditions of approval placed upon that special use permit. Those conditions of approval being condition number 1, which requires that there be no more than 4 unrelated individuals renting rooms either in the principal dwelling or accessory structure Class 1 at any given time in addition to the property owner. Condition number 4, which required all necessary building permits to be obtained and final inspections to be completed in compliance with Title 19 and as required by the Department of Building and Safety. And finally, condition number 6, which required that all city code requirements and design standards for all city departments be satisfied. On February 20th of 2019, the Department of Planning Code Enforcement Division received a complaint from a tenant at 804 Lacey Lane regarding the site having code violations and the owner renting out rooms. Code Enforcement completed initial inspections of this property on February 21st of 2019 and observed that the main dwelling consisted of 8 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms. The accessory structure was observed to have 5 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms with a kitchen and laundry room. A review of the Clark County Assessor's records on February 21st of 2019 found that the main dwelling included 5 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms with 4 bedrooms and 4 full and 1.5 bathrooms, as well as there being no bedrooms or bathrooms included within the accessory structure. On March 5th of 2019, a notice and order was issued to the owner. The notice and order cited the numerous code violations from both Title 16 and Title 19. Following the issuance of the notice and order, the property owner met with the Department of Planning and began the process to obtain a special use permit, the special use permit that I've referenced. As stated at the August 7th, 2019 City Council approved the requested special use permit with conditions after staff made it abundantly clear that the property owner / applicant who was in attendance at that meeting that the subject site was located within a residence estate zoning district which provides for low-density residential units located on large lots and prohibits more than 1 dwelling unit per lot. Staff went further to explain that the dwelling unit is for the exclusive use of a single family maintaining a household and that a family is defined as, and this is in quotations, no more than 4 unrelated individuals living together as a single housekeeping unit. Staff also made it clear that an accessory structure is incidental and subordinate to the principal structure and therefore is not a separate unit, and that the total number of occupants on the site would be determined from those occupants residing within both the principal dwelling and the accessory structure. This information was further substantiated by concurrence with our city attorney's office present at that meeting. The owner of the property agreed to the conditions of approval as read into the record and as part of the published staff report. On June 6th of 2020, Code Enforcement executed a search warrant to allow staff to determine what areas of the property are being occupied, number of occupants in all areas, the location where the owners were residing, and determine if and who was living in the unfinished casita. Findings of the initial inspection were that the interior of the main structure had been changed from a single-family home into a boarding/rooming house. Additionally, 5 unrelated individuals were found living in the principal structure, and an additional family of 5 individuals were found living in the accessory structure Class 1 casita. The executed search warrant substantiated failure to comply with condition number 1 of the approved special use permit. Again, that use permit was SUP 76233. On June 9th of 2020, Code Enforcement re-inspected the property with the building and safety supervisor to review the state of the property. During that inspection, it was determined that both structures have plumbing, electrical, mechanical, and structural issues. Building and Safety is placing a hold on all current permits that the owner had obtained, as they are now required to hire a licensed general contractor and submit all required plans and calculations for both structures. It was also determined that the accessory structure Class 1 casita was not safe and could not be occupied until all building final inspections had been completed. The owner was advised to inform the family currently living in the accessory structure that they would need to vacate within 72 hours. Code enforcement did red tag that accessory structure as a substandard building. On June 11th, 2020, a vacate notice and order was issued to the property owner with the following violations. Title 1602 Uniform Administrative Code, Section 301.1, permits required. Las Vegas Municipal Code 9.04.010, public nuisance, in parentheses, 2 building violations. Title 1620, 1994 Housing Code, Section 1103, vacate order. Titles 1602, Uniform Administrative Code, Section 203, unsafe buildings, structures, or building service equipment. Staff finds that based on the lack of compliance with the conditions of approval of the approved entitlement, it is recommended that the entitlement application special use permit SUP 76233 for the subject site be revoked by the procedures as identified in Title 1916, which is this application before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So do you wish to make any comments? Please, and if so, please state your name for the record, each of you as you speak. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to start out with Juan Polito's going to give a statement, and then he has a neighbor, Leanne Chilton, will give a statement, and then I'll do the final.
Actually, I would prefer she goes first, because it's shorter.
You each have microphones. If you can step on either side, just make sure the red button's on, and again, repeat your name for the...
Is it on?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. My name's Leanne Chilton. Hello, everybody. Thank you. And I'm here to defend and support my neighbor, Mr. Juan Polito. I would like to take a minute to say that I have known Juan for 5 years now, ever since he bought and moved into my house next door in 2015. I also know Juan to be a very honest, caring, and friendly person to everyone. He has always enjoyed the benefits and opportunities that America provides after coming to our country with his family from Colombia to create a better life for themselves. He is the epitome of the American dream. In addition, Juan has a very big heart. He would like nothing more than all of us to get along in the neighborhood as well as the whole world. Since Juan moved in, he has done a remarkable job on the house, keeping things updated and looking very nice. In fact, he has turned my old house into a home for himself to enjoy, as well as to have some very nice long-term renters. As far as the public nuisance part, I know nothing about that. A little about me. I have lived on Lacey Lane since 2001 when I first moved into 804 Lacey, where Juan currently lives. In 2006, I had an unexpected break-in at my house while I was home. I called 911, reported someone in my house, and luckily for me, the intruder ran away before the police arrived. But it was at that point I realized I wanted to start a crime watch for all of us, and that's exactly what I did. Since then, my Neighborhood Crime Watch, has allowed me the opportunity to not only meet, but to become friends with many of my neighbors, and for that, I am very grateful. But it has come to my attention that most of all of our problems directed towards Mr. Polito have been brought upon by one neighbor only. This neighbor is Pam Marr, who lives on the other side of me at 718 Lacey. She and I have never had any disputes or problems between us. In fact, I quote, "Leanne is the best neighbor anyone could ever have." I take that humbly and glad to hear. However, over the past few years, Pam has changed drastically from the person I knew or thought I knew. She is the sole entity that brings us here today. For some reason, Pam Morris decided to target certain neighbors to get them to move out. I don't understand this and have come here and I want to discuss it. About 8 months ago, Pam and I were talking in my front yard. I mentioned something about our Jamaican neighbor, Wendy Hay, and her Scandinavian husband, who put their house up for sale on Hastings at the end of our street. Pam says to me, "Leanne, I did that." I said, "What, Pam?" She then tells me, "I reported them for renting their casita without a business license. I cost them $17,000, so they moved." I was kind of confused as to why a person would be proud of that, so I ended the conversation and went back into my house. Over the last 2 years, Pam has tried to get me to say all kinds of bad things about Juan by probing me. She will say things like, "Who lives there? What do they do? What are they up to? Do they have wild parties? How many people live there? What do you know about them?" on and on for no reason at all. I finally stopped talking to her because I felt she was only being nice to me to get the scoop, whatever that is, on other neighbors that she has decided do not belong here. I have seen her on their property at 804 Lacey taking pictures through his gate and asked what she was doing. She told me, I see a mattress by their garage and I'm going to report it. I told her once again, I think you are a bit out of line, Pam, and definitely invading a neighbor's privacy. She says to me, Leanne, if you let one thing go, they will definitely get worse. I just let her be and again walked back inside my house. At one time, Pam Marr and I were great neighbors and friends. We even had a Thanksgiving dinner at my house one year. She came over, we cooked, had a great time. But why she is now on a mission to get rid of neighbors that don't fit her ideal is beyond me. There's only one thing I can think of, and I hate to say this, but Pam decided to get her PhD a few years ago, mostly because her friends were all professors at local colleges here. All good.
Mayor.
However, she then explained to me,
We may be a little off the subject, so we may want to get back.
Oh, no, I'm getting back to the subject.
Just 1 second.
However, she explained to me upon receiving the degree that she was now retiring, putting her certificate on her wall so that she could have people call her doctor. And I told her, and she brags about how she got a free education from the government. I told her I did not think that was right to use government funds to get education, but that's your business. I left it alone. In conclusion, I would like all our city council people to look at Mr. Juan Polito before us, who has just had his birthday today, and see how hard this young man has worked to do well. In addition, to know that he is not, he has not received any government funds for his education and had to learn English to live in this country, become a citizen, and to grow his businesses. He's a very reputable businessman who pays taxes, offends no one, and is helping our economy.
Thank you very much. And which house is yours, if you'll point to it on the...
My house, ma'am, is 800 Lacey Lane. I live right next door to him.
But where can you point to it on the display?
Yes, Palomino dead ends to my house right here.
North neighbor.
His is right here. Yes, mine
On the
is
north?
directly north.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good evening. For the record, Juan Polito.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. All right, well, I'm going to try to present my statement divided of opinions and speculation. I'm going to try to present some facts that I believe are important for this specific issue. More specific than the SUP itself, which is titled the permitting of accessory structure casita with a kitchen. I believe that this whole situation encompasses a little bit bigger issue. This case, as she mentioned, originated with a neighbor complaint about my house, Pam Mayor, and I believe that this is going to come full circle, and I would mention in a second what I believe this is important. When the initial complaint happened more than a year ago, and we had our first visit for code enforcement, the actual reaction from the city entities was pretty standard, and I say that because I have properties in other places. It was a normal code enforcement report, about 8 pages, and it was pretty normal. It had some smoke detectors that were needed. It was something about verifying egress windows and some various normal items.
Could I ask you, just you and your family live in these 2 residences, or are there others outside your family that occupy the house?
I am single right now. I don't have a wife or kids.
So
and
who
it's
are all
only me.
those people?
We will get there.
Okay, let's move it along if you
yes.
would, please.
During that time, during the first...
I think we're a little far afield of where we're supposed to be. I think that Robert has indicated certain issues, things that were existing on the property. I think your question is very fair as to who the persons are that are residing in the residence. So we probably are a little far afield of where we should be.
It was just a timing issue because the difference between who was living then at the time or now.
Can I say something?
Please.
I don't think it's off.
Your name, please.
My name is Tony May. I'm the attorney. I don't think it's off base and outside the scope. He has issues he needs to discuss that relate to all the happenings that he just explained with all the code enforcement. There's a There's a big story here that talks about multiple things, and
Well,
I think it needs to be...
I do think Ms. Chilton already brought up possible problems with neighbors. I don't think we need to hear that.
No, I don't think you
We
do.
really need to hear the response.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, what I do wanted to mention is that the initial response from code enforcement was completely normal. It had some normal incident items that need to be dealt with, but there was one accidental finding. They find it by accident and say, oh, it turns out that the casita in the back is missing a SUP. It was built 45 years ago, and I'm here to say even the city of Vegas didn't know about that because 3 or 4 years prior to that, the city permitted gas lines to be attached to the casita. So nobody knew that the casita didn't have a SUP. And I turned out to be the one owner that said, oh, I didn't know, that's how I bought it. The listing documents show it as that. That's how she had it. And even when she bought it, was already like that. So I'm already 2 owners down the line showing that that casita was like that. But I'm the one that said, I want to go bring it up to code. I had no problem with the beginnings of the situation. When I approach, and this part starts to make sense to the specifics of the SUP, when I approach the technical aspects of this SUP to building and safety, they actually made a recommendation. They said, Juan, do you understand that you don't need a SUP approval as long as you don't have a kitchen in the casita? Said everything else is allowed through planning, and that zone allows for the accessory structure. You can have rooms, bathrooms, you can have a wet bar, you can have counters, cabinets. The only thing that you technically cannot have is a stove. So if you choose to go in that direction, you could avoid all of this that is taking longer than a year. But I said, you know what? I'm already doing this. Let me at least learn the process and move this forward. So everything was going brilliantly up to that. When the SUP was requested initially, and this neighbor is going to come into a picture very soon, when I entered the planning stage, when I presented to the planning commission, and they sent out the request for letters of opposition, the only 2 letters that came in, because I called and I asked for planning to send me the refusals, there were only 2. This neighbor, Pam, which is not even an adjacent neighbor to me, she lives a few houses down the road, after her house, few houses down, so she has no access to any of my plausible noise or nuisance or anything, which is not the case. And then somebody that lived many, many blocks away, which later some of the private investigators found out she is a related friend of her from years back. So the reason why this is important is planning received that letter, and even then they were able to see some of the maliciousness of the letter. The letter which I have here, and they have it, is on the record, is so bad, where she actually basically states in there that she doesn't want me and my mother in the house, and she says there that she's sad that the previous family that used to live there, a white family, is no longer there. She has a lot of lies about...
So those are allegations anyway, but to respond to the issues that planning has notified you about...
Let me move along then.
Councilman Knutson needs to...
Yes, so then
And Mayor, if I can just add in, because this may help, just to be very clear, it was me that called code enforcement on you. It was not Ms. Mayor.
It was not what?
It was me. I told you that I go find that street all the time, so it was me that called code enforcement, not Ms. Mayor.
Okay, just let me continue with the presentation I had, and I'll answer any questions, I guess. When we got the buildings permit obtained, let me see. Okay, when we're going to get the special use permit, the first attempt was stopped, and there was an attempt to deny it, but 2 points that are positive, I will admit, came out of there pretty clear. One thing that was mentioned was that the preferred tenancy for that, that the preferred tenancy for the casita would be a single family as opposed to independent roommates. I heard that from the councilman, and I took that to heart. I say, okay, that's what we're looking for. And also, it was pretty clear that one of the fundamental things to do here was to obtain building permits. When I approached after it was approved, building and safety, it was very difficult, but we obtained them. It took many rounds of back and forth with the engineers to be sure that they revised all of the blueprints for both the main house and the casita to be sure that they were complying in 2020 terms as far as environmental, all of the different things that are now necessary. They told me about changes in certain windows.
If I may, Mr. Summerfield, are those accurate statements?
Madam Mayor, I would have to have him repeat. I heard some of that about the windows, but the details of what building and safety gave him, I can pull out of the report, but the specifics that he
I
mentioned.
have all the emails if necessary.
Windows were one of the complaints. There were windows, there's, in the basement, there's not proper ventilation, and there was a bedroom down there. There's several of those issues that he needed to resolve as a part of the inspections that were performed.
Correct. After we went back and forward on these points, we were able to finally find a final version that they say, yep, that is correct. We agree on the size of the windows, the proper egress stairs needed, and everything was done and say, you got it, it's approved. I obtained approval on those plans. The plans that they're using to draw the rooms, those plans were approved by Building and Safety.
And when was that?
This was around probably October of last year.
Of October of 19.
I believe so, around there. And I can tell you that because we were entering the deadline to complete the work around the COVID situation, which I'm about to enter. And I think it plays an important role in that part. So that's where I get to. Then we have this global pandemic that starts in March. And as you have been discussing it all day, it affected everybody in the city in many ways. Economically, it took a big toll in a lot of people. They were, based on those specific two situations that affected our household. One of them was that I recognized that I was going to need more time to be able to complete the construction before doing the final inspections, and I reached out both to Building and Safety saying, I believe because the pandemic is happening, I would like to get a standard 6-month extension before final inspections. This was around March. And they were glad to do it. They say, yeah, we agree. They granted the extension in March to add another 9 months to finish in September. So the extension was granted. However, about a week later, I get a call back from Building and Safety, which that department was working so nicely, always looking for a reasonable resolution to move things forward, saying, I'm sorry, I got reached out by code enforcement, coming some from instructions from the top, saying that since you have this thing open, we need to force an inspection on you in order to keep you extended. And I say, are you sure? I mean, like, we were at the peak of infections, and I say, if that's what needs to happen, then let's do a partial one, as long as I can get extension to continue. So with that done, this part is just freaking amazing. The inspector comes in, and when he gets to the house, he says, oh, I'm just letting you know that I've been instructed I cannot enter the premises because we've been given instructions not to enter buildings. And I say, well, then why were you guys saying that I need to have an inspection if you cannot do an inspection? That makes counterproductive. I say, well, I'm looking on the outside, you're still going to have to make some changes and things like that. I say, okay, fair, we'll work on that, we have time. So let me leave it up to that point before I make the big shift of dynamics here. When that happened, we had at that time an open and approved building plans for the whole main structure and casita, as shown on the plans, showing the changes that the engineers asked me to do, and most of the work was already done. All the windows were changed, all of the egress systems for the basement and the stairs were built.
We have that, all right. So
Okay.
and then you're into...
Then there was a second, there were two things that happened related to COVID. That was one, the delays and the issues. The second thing that happened, one of my roommates, Tito, his family member became one of the victims economically of the pandemic, and both him and his wife lost their jobs on the Strip. They're a young Latino family with 3 young kids, and they became homeless. At that point, I'm thinking it was a personal call of judgment. I'm not going to blame anybody else. It was my decision. I know that we had the permits approved, but I know we're still a few months out before.
Very nice of you to do that, okay, I understand.
Yeah. So I ended up allowing those guys.
How many at that point were living in your house?
My only 2 roommates are Tito and Jasmine, and that was confirmed even with the surprise visits that were later, the one that opens the door, and even the field officer that is dealing with this for months can confirm that. It's only me in the room upstairs, Tito next to me, and Jasmine, who works for UNLV. She was not even there when they did this whole situation. So we have 3 roommates. I had the family that was Tito's relatives living in the casita. So we were not exceeding the conditions that were there. I understand it was a little ahead of time because we were still a few months prior to final inspections, but I think it plays into some situation.
And
then,
are they still living there?
No,
Everybody?
because when code enforcement came in, they say, no, until you get your final inspections, they gotta go. And I relocated them. I
found a place.
Yeah, I found them a place and got them moved. The important part, this is where things really take a really bad turn, really, really bad. Around, and I don't know, they all have the dates. Believe it was June 6th. Yeah, around there. I go for the weekend to Arizona, to one of my properties I have there to celebrate a birthday. Tito, my roommate, stays home, and he decides to celebrate his birthday. right? When he's doing that, the harassing neighbor sends an email, and I quote, "Hello, Brian, I supported your election. There's multiple cars in 804. She confessed, I didn't hear any noise, but I think somebody might have called the police. This guy's always pushing the limits of what's going on in his house." Somehow, that email was enough to, obviously, first level, which I still think is normal, send a field agent from the code enforcement to take a look at it. What is surprising are the next two things that happen. Number one, can I get a picture of this projected?
Yes, I think they should be able to pick it up. There it is, right there.
This is not my picture. This is the one that the actual agent of code enforcement took.
Can you turn it sideways? There you go.
Right? And this is the one that she took, and because I had to receive official copies of the information they gave her to the judge, I saw her email reporting back. I went to the house, the music was faint, and there was no illegal parking in any way. This is textbook of a proper social gathering that doesn't bother anybody. This is not some type of rager where people are, burning things or doing anything wrong. This is daylight. This is during the reasonable times of sowing nuisance. And even the inspector said, I don't see an issue. There was no violation issue. There was no noise. She said it was soft, and everybody was parked within my property, not blocking anybody, perfectly fine. A gathering like anybody here will have with a decent party. But somehow, that information triggered something huge. It was enough to say, oh no, this guy is Latino, he's not white, why is he successful in doing these things? We get a raid. We get an authorized 8 police officers surrounding the house, combined with 2 or 3 agencies coming in, opening the house, and going through all of the rooms, opening drawers, taking information.
With a search warrant?
With a search warrant. The administrative search warrant that was given by the judge was basically only saying, collect information about people living there or rentals. They go through all the rooms, they open all drawers, they took personal and private real estate information and my federal tax returns. If that's all it takes for people to obtain tax returns is a bad outlet in your kitchen, I think we have a little bit of a mistake of what this SUP scope should be about. I don't find it right that anybody in here...
Okay, let's stop right here. There are a lot of allegations. Hopefully they're not true, but it really smells. I'm sorry. And I don't know where to go with this. I'm going to turn to our attorney first. I'm very bothered by this, and just listening to Mrs. Chilton talk about how Mr. Polito is such an honorable soul. Something's wrong here, and I don't know whether we obey it and we send them all back to Councilman Knudsen to work through this and find out if it's fact that this neighbor has been doing something.
I mean, if I may, while there's some extra deflectory stuff about whether the neighbor likes the neighbor, that's not what we're here to discuss in this revocation. What we're here to discuss in this revocation is documented inconsistencies with the approved special use permit, over occupancy of the property, occupying elements of the property without life safety in place, permits not being finalized, tenants being in multiple rooms that weren't a part of the building and safety plan. We're talking purely on those grounds. The rest of these elements are not a part of this in terms of whether, again, you all know this, we get complaints from every walk of life, and sadly, unfortunately, and Councilwoman has said this a number of times, she would love it if every neighbor got along and loved each other like, we all wish they did, but we know they don't. But that's not a part of this. This is an independent investigation of whether or not compliance with the conditions of the special use permit have been achieved, or if we are in violation of that special use permit. And that is what is before you today, is that.
Your Honor?
So I'll turn that to Brian for any additional, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that while there are allegations made about who called, when, where, why, this is not about the party situation that was mentioned or any of that.
All I'm talking about, if I may, Mr. Summerfield, is he says he has signed documentation of approval, he has and believing in what he's saying, and people getting caught in issues that are sometimes absolutely horrific. What I would like to do is have him be able to show the validation of everything he has, but it's up to Councilman Knutson because it's his issue. But I think there needs to put this together, have the review of what you've got. I'm not talking about the neighbor and who this neighbor is and whether this neighbor's a saint or Attila the Hun. We need to have the facts put out there, and all this combined with the pandemic and the fact that you were gracious enough to take in a homeless family. We're dealing with this every day where people are down to their last $30 and have families and no place to go, and when they call our offices, we can't even come up with anything. So if in fact you are one of those saints that took in a family of 5 and had your friend as normal there and one other person, whoever it was, that this, to me, unless our council says this is the hearing spot, I don't believe it.
Well, Mayor, like I said, the only thing and I agree with Director Summerfield, the only thing you're agendaed for today is revocation of the special use permit.
But how can we do that without having factual information?
The gentleman is, like I said, we're far off the field of where we're supposed to be in terms of the fact that speaking about the special use permit. There were certain conditions that were agreed to with regard to the number of occupants, the inspections, and things of that nature, which they agreed to when the special use permit was granted. Those things are not being adhered to. And that's what we're here to discuss today, why those things weren't adhered to, what's going to happen moving forward.
Your Honor, this is Tony May. Can I say something?
Yes, please.
So one of the big issues here is he can't get his place inspected, so he can't get the inspection to finish his stuff because they wouldn't come in.
They're not allowed in.
They're not allowed
The
in, but they
governor
can send in
said that.
8 cops to tear through the whole house and get his personal stuff. Go surround the house, go in. And so if they can go in the house with a warrant and go through everything, they surely should be able to send somebody in to help him finish what he needed to do. 2 of the items on there related to the building permits and the inspections.
That's why, Mayor, I wish we could get to that portion of the agenda in terms of discussing each of the items that weren't adhered to and what we're going to do moving forward.
I'll be glad.
Okay, and let's hear from Councilwoman Fiore.
Thank you.
Question or comment.
So I just have a question with folks entering into our residents and our constituents' homes. Is this part of our ambassador program? Are our ambassadors the ones that went into this person's home?
No, not even in the same ball
ability
field of actions. This was a code enforcement action on a property that has had multiple years of issues.
Nope.
This was the building inspector, supervisor. This was our city marshals who go out whenever we deliver a warrant. My understanding, and I have the supervisor from code enforcement here, and she can speak to how that search warrant was executed.
I have the video.
But we do not have people surrounding the property.
Yep.
The marshals that were there were for actually the safety of our personnel, as they are on all search warrants. Doesn't matter which ones that our code enforcement or building and safety personnel go out on a search warrant. We have marshals with us
Mr.
for our safety.
Summerfield, so I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You sent 8 of our marshals to this person's residence?
I don't believe there were 8 marshals present.
Well, can I
We
just
have
get,
video.
I can,
I just would like,
can
I
have
would like the
affidavit
facts
signed
on this,
from all the
okay?
people
We're the
present.
city of Las Vegas.
right.
And Councilwoman, we do have the ability to do administrative warrants, just like when you're approving that residential inspection program. Part of that is the obtaining of administrative warrants so that we can enter into certain residences or certain buildings when people don't want us to enter. When there's probable cause to believe that there's a nuisance violation that's occurred, we have the ability, and we've done it on a number of occasions, to get an administrative warrant to enter the premises.
Okay, so I just want to be clear then. So we have the ability, if someone says that there's more people in one house, and then we're just going to go break into their house, and what are we going to do?
If we have probable cause to believe that a nuisance has occurred or is occurring at the time, we can obtain from a judge an administrative warrant and go into the residence.
So what was
to
this
inspect.
nuisance?
I'm sorry?
What was this nuisance?
Well, I'm assuming it's because of the fact that they weren't in compliance with the special use permit provisions, which provided that they couldn't have more than 4 unrelated individuals renting rooms, either in a primary dwelling or accessory structure, that they didn't have the necessary building permits, that there were some design standards that were at issue. I know Mr. Summerfield referenced a room that didn't have the safety, like the windows and things of that nature in place, so I don't know the exact nature, but I'm reading this from...
They have to have probable cause.
Okay, thank you. What I'd like to do, if I could please, what I would like to do right now is allow for public comment. If there's anyone from the public or any online comments, and then we will deal with this, regardless of what will happen, does not preclude you from being able to come back and have, we are right here with all this, whatever, whether this is true or that's true, you have the evidence, you can support it. What I'd like to do is hear from the public. We will then comply with what's on the agenda to address. We will do that through Councilman Knudsen, regardless if he says he's going to move differently or he's going to uphold it. If he upholds that rescinding of the SUP, you can come in and talk with him and then present everything. So at this point, what I'd like to do, this is a public comment agenda item. Is there anyone from the public here in the chambers that wishes to address this agenda item? Where are we? 47.
Can I make a comment on the nuisance violation? The nuisance violation had...
At this point, no, please.
Apologies.
We've got enough information. All right, do we have anyone who has sent in comment?
We do,
Please.
Mayor, thank you. The first one states, my husband, Chris Bargiel, and I, owners and residents of 639 Lacey Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89107, support revoking the permit at this property. This house has been bothersome to our neighborhood ever since it has been given the SUP. They have parties, even during mandated gathering restrictions due to COVID, and disrupt the neighborhood. Please approve. Thank you, Angela Mai of My Bargiel Trust, and the last name is M-A-I-B-A-R-G-I-E-L. And the second one is from Janie Brown Coppola. My husband and I do not approve of any request by Juan Polito to this residence. He is running an Airbnb, to my knowledge, unlicensed, and we have witnessed large parties, hookers, and many out-of-town visitors to this home most weekends and some during the week. We've had their visitors put their garbage in our bins because of the excessive amount they produce that will not accommodate the 5 bins they have. We are tired of this action, and this is an R1 neighborhood. The neighbors 2 doors down from him have a legal rental behind her home, which would deny him a legal right to do what is happening at his residence. Please stop this. Sincerely, Janie Brown Coppola, B-R-O-W-N, Coppola, C-O-P-P-O-L-A. Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you. Yes, read your letter. Have your microphone on, please.
Sorry. Dear Sir or Madam, I have been Juan Polito's neighbor for 2 years. In that time, I have seen that Juan is the sort of person who works well with others, follows the rules, and is both friendly and courteous. He is also quick to lend a hand when other people are remodeling, painting, or throwing a barbecue. He is never loud or rambunctious, and always happy to loan out tools, books, whatever is needed. I firmly believe that more neighbors would be better off if we had members as hardworking and caring as Juan. Thank you. 808 Lacey Lane, that's next door to him. Alfonso, I don't know his last name.
I don't know.
Okay, if you'll give that to the clerk, and we'll put that on the record.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
So at this point, I'm going to close the public comment period. Going to turn this over unless there's anything else.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to respond to Councilwoman Fiore's request for a number of officers. So there were 2 officers that were present with the code enforcement personnel and the building and safety supervisor. There were 2 other marshals that did arrive at the property at a certain point, but they were not a part of the original team that went out to the property to serve the search warrant and to facilitate that search warrant.
Okay, so the search warrant was legally authorized.
Absolutely.
That was on the second visit. They went there 2 days in a row.
That's it. What I'm going to do, please, Councilwoman, please. What I'm going to do at this point, as I said, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Knudsen. He will make a motion unless there are other questions or comments, which I see there are, which will allow Councilwoman Fiore first to go back in on her comment, and then Councilman Creer or anybody else. Turn it over to Councilman Knudsen for his assessment of what he's going to do on this agenda item in his ward. At that point, as I said, if he obeys this or agrees with it or denies it, whatever he's going to do with it, you have recourse to come back. And I would highly recommend, if you're accurate with yours, you better get it together in an orderly fashion to bring it back, because it sounds there's too much conflict here. So rather than beat it to death right now and here, no. So we're going to start, let me go back first to Councilman Creer, then back to you, Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Summerfield, this SUP, was it for a short-term rental, for an STR?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, Councilman. The SUP was to allow the accessory structure to be used as a living quarters, so to allow it to have the kitchen in there and to be a part of his rental of the property.
Rental, so it would be long-term rental over 30
Correct.
days.
The property is not eligible as a short-term rental for any of its tenants. Again, as this SUP, a big part of the discussion was that he did intend to have multiple unrelated roommates, housemates, that would be renting there. That was the whole contention of the issue, was that he could do that. That's completely fine. They had to be long-term tenants, meaning more than 31 days. More than 31 days, and that he could not have any more than 4 unrelated individuals on the property. That includes the main house as well as the casita with the kitchen.
Right, and is this your main residence? You live there full-time? Okay.
It is.
You know, one of the things is that we have to stay focused on the fact that no matter how we got here, whoever told on you, whoever called, whoever doesn't like you or whatever, you on the when this was approved of August of last year, in our backup materials, it says in here that the owner of the property agreed to the conditions of approval as read into the record and as part of the published staff report, after which the City Council approved a special use permit for existing accessory structures at your address. So you knew what the conditions were.
Correct.
Okay, and you approved those.
Yes.
Now, no matter how we got there, and no matter who said what, you are in violation of condition 1, condition 4, and condition 6.
Just one.
Okay. You don't have to answer me back and forth. Okay. Because what is in here is condition 1, condition 4, and condition 6 is what you are not in compliance of. And I think that the board has to make the determination on that. We may or may not like how it got here, but the bottom line is that you still weren't in compliance, no matter who said what was going on. And so there's a lot of ways to handle it. It's not my ward, but I think we need to stay focused on the fact that we're here to either revoke or to put more conditions or further conditions on this SUP, and you need to figure out how we're going to make these conditions correct.
Yes.
Okay, so no comment, because really more it's information. He asked those three conditions you said correct, so that's enough right there. Let's turn it over here, and then we're going to move forward.
So this is just Robert Summerfield and myself, so and I do understand the 3 conditions that they're talking about, and you're going to reference them to one condition. But as you answered me, you said we had 2 code enforcements and that personnel. Was that 4 additional personnel with the marshals, which is another 2? And was the marshal single, or was it 2 marshals per car, which would make 8 bodies? How many bodies from the city of Las Vegas went to that house?
My understanding, to execute the search warrant, there were 2 marshals, there were 2 members of our code enforcement group, and there was the city buildings and safety supervisor present.
On the second visit, they went 2 days in a row.
You're not to talk, sir. You're not talking. Okay.
And even though he's not talking, he is correct. The inspection did involve more than 1 day in executing that search warrant, yes.
Okay, so we had minimally 5 city people going to his house.
Correct.
Yeah,
Again,
thank you. That's all I needed, Robert Summerfield.
Okay, we will now, if there are no more, Councilwoman Diaz, you look like you might be, no? Okay. Okay, Councilman Knutson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the conversation. And Mr. Polito, we did this exact same thing a year ago. We sat in my office and we talked about the conditions. So some of the challenges for the information for this board in Ward 1, when the city council years ago decided to move away from short-term rentals, a lot of the owners in the ward had larger properties and needed to make additional money, and so they turned their houses into single-room occupancies. And so instead of having a short-term rental, which would have been illegal, they close off rooms and rent them out 30 days at a time. And I know this because I live next to one. And so at any given time, I have 5 or 6 unrelated individuals living in a house who are not related to each other. And talking to them is very interesting because their doors are locked. They have access to a refrigerator inside their room. It's really not a safe condition. And so a year ago when Mr. Polito was here arguing for the SUP, my original reaction was no. I did not want to do it, and I got flustered because Mr. Polito did the exact same thing he did a year ago and made a lot of comments and commitments to the council. He also argued with our city attorney and Mr. Summerfield at that time about how to interpret our code. Mr. Summerfield helped me understand the code, and we were able to get Mr. Polito to agree to the conditions that Councilman Carrier talked about. So I remember this specifically because I got flustered on the dais, which is really the only time I've ever gotten flustered, and I went back on what I thought was the right thing to do. So Mr. Polito, in the last time I met with him in my office, also had an attorney with him. And the last time he was here, he also had an attorney with him here. I think code enforcement is very familiar with Mr. Polito because this is not the only time they've interacted with him. So I don't believe you. It was me that called code enforcement because I told you I live near there, I walk by there, and COVID provided this amazing opportunity to walk down Lacey Lane all the time. And so I saw multiple cars. And so asking a code enforcement official to look into, are you abiding by the rules that we agreed to at the dais, you agreed to them, I agreed to them. Against my best intentions, I still agreed to them. And what we found was multiple infractions that are not consistent with habitable living conditions. Outside of all the other things you talked about, the investigations, if you want to complain or whatever you want to do, I don't really care. The issue is you can have 4 people unrelated to you living in a house. That's what we agreed to. I said it on the record, you said it on the record, you didn't follow through. If you weren't going to follow through, you could have come to me at any point in time. I probably would have looked for a way to change the code because it's a really weird time. You didn't do that. Frankly, it's because I don't trust you. I didn't trust you last time I made a mistake. I don't trust you now. So, Mayor, all that being said, I would move to revoke.
Okay, now, so your motion is going to be to revoke the SUP?
Yes.
Now, just because this little thing keeps going off in my head, assuming that passes, out of respect for your involvement and thoroughness on this, does he have a recourse to come in and talk with you?
Yeah, anytime.
And substantiate anything that he might think or believe or know that speaks on his behalf? But until that time, what you have moved for, should it pass, stands, correct?
Yes, and I will clarify, the revocation, and Mr. Summerfield can help me out here, this is really only for the kitchen component of the back casita. There's nothing else to it. So he can still live there. He can still have 4 unrelated people living with him. It's the kitchen casita, the kitchen piece of the back casita. There's a whole bunch of other things he's going to have to work through building and safety that have nothing to do with this city council.
Correct. Madam Mayor, through you. So correct, Councilman. So this action today, if it were to be as the current motion is, what that will do is it will take away the ability to have the kitchen in the casita. It will make that so that that is not rentable space. It doesn't mean he can't use it for his quiet enjoyment of his property, but it is no longer rentable space. It is no longer eligible to have the stove that makes it a kitchen. Again, it's his property, he can use it, he will not be able to rent it out. All the same issues still apply. The property cannot have more than 4 unrelated individuals there. It still has to comply with all the other requirements. This revocation just means that he cannot move forward with keeping a kitchen as a part of his plans for that back building. All of the issues surrounding the code enforcement case relating to building permits, unpermitted work, needing a Nevada licensed contractor to complete that work, getting those final inspections so that the areas of the house that are currently deemed not habitable can be habitable and used by him and his tenants. All of that is still in place. He can still have his roommates as long as they're not short-term renters, meaning they're there for more than 31 days at a clip. All of those things still apply. This just will remove the ability for the accessory structure to be used as a accessory unit on the property.
Thank you, Mr. Summerfield. And do you understand that?
Yep.
Okay. All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please, and let's post. Motion carries. So again, that you've heard how you are not allowed to use that may not be used. You may keep the 4 people in your home and continue to live and enjoy it. And so if you have things that you want to prove and reapply, there's the doorway.
And Madam Mayor, just again to be, so that we have transparency, that's the key word of the day. Because of this SUP being revoked, it cannot be reapplied for 1 year. But it can be reapplied for at the property. There's just a 1-year cooling off period before a new application for the same activity can be requested for the property.
Okay. Understood?
Understood.
Mayor, one more thing for the record.
Please.
We probably need to have some kind of time frame as to which he needs to remove the stove, or do we have some kind of mechanism by which we're going to?
Well, it's immediate, isn't it? I mean, we've denied this immediate. You can't use that as a rental space and
Correct.
kitchen and everything.
It's already been red tagged. It cannot be occupied right now, period.
Correct.
My understanding is that the building permit process is still underway. So at this point, he just will not, on final inspection, we will verify that no stove or cooking has been done. But yes, we are already red tagged, so that cannot be used, nor should any plans for using it be done in the follow-up of getting the place. Again, he can use his guest house. That is completely fine. He can, or his accessory structure. He can use that part of his property. Nothing in this suggests he can't. He just cannot put the kitchen, and he cannot rent that space for any tenancy.
Okay?
Yeah, can I make a statement for the record?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to close up. It's very short.
Okay.
I'm not naive. I do understand that we're in the middle of a political climate that is full of harassment and discrimination and hate. Even though I don't like it, I don't have a problem when a private citizen chooses to not like my presence in the neighborhood, but I do have a problem when they're able to use public agencies to do the discrimination. I was skeptic.
We don't tolerate discrimination against anybody, and so many of us have been discriminated against for one thing or another. 6 million Jews were slaughtered in discrimination, so you can't say anything more. There's not a person up here that is pro-discrimination. So just know, I think where you are, as long as you understand, and there is opportunity for the future, you need to make sure that everything is going through Councilman Knutson, but you have a whole year to wait, but according to Mr. Summerfield, you may use your casita.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda. Oh, right, 49 West. You don't want to get up and talk, Mr. Adams?
I have nothing to report.
How about it, Mr. Cervantes? No, everybody's going to sit. All right, we're on to 50. Set date on appeals filed or required public hearings. I instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're into our second and final citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject's on the agenda is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? And I will be turning to you, Madam Clerk, for comments. So please come forward and state your name for the record. And if your last name's unusual, please spell it.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you take your mask down for 1 sec? Okay, fine. We just want to have you on camera.
Thank you. My name is Gay Kelly. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Nurse Corps.
Oh, right.
And I want to speak on item 12. There seemed to be a lot of confusion about the licensure, so I just wanted to give you 4 things to think about since you are going to be doing some further research. There's actually not 1 license, but 3 licenses that you need to be concerned with. The first is the business license, which anybody operating in Nevada has to have. The second is you have to have a staffing pool license if you're going to be operating a staffing company. And those are obtained from the Division of Health and Human Services. And those requirements and regulations you can look at online. Go to their website. You have to have a home care license if you're going to be doing home care. It takes about 6 months, as Councilwoman Fiore pointed out. You have to apply, you have to have a survey, you have to have all those things. And then if you're employing nurses, you have to have be registered by the state of Nevada. So those are the things I wanted you to know and think about. I am a nurse of 40 years. I have been in home care and staffing for 30. I have been with the state of Nevada working here for 10 years, and I've actually worked as a nurse here myself. So thank you very much for your consideration and your time.
Caring for humanity by taking care in nursing venues and everything that you've done. So we appreciate it, and thank you for being here for the whole day with us.
Thank you. It was very
Thanks.
interesting. Thank you.
Next, please.
Sharia Goodlow, 89156. It's always a pleasure to come into your guys' house to listen and observe. I just want to give all of you guys positive affirmation, sending all of you guys positive energy. We recognize your passion. That is good as someone young in this valley. You guys keep up the good work. Continue your meaningly debates. Keep your passion. You know, you're gonna have those days where you feel like no one understands you. I've been in those shoes, but just keep going, okay? We appreciate all of you guys. We appreciate all of your thought. And just know that just keep your heart in the right place. Who cares about people and their emotions? But we see that your heart is in the right place. And for you, Ms. Fiore, I know you've been like the problem child rebel. I know what that feels like. I send you extra positive energy, okay? I give you extra courage and say you keep up the good work. No one knows your environment better than you, you know? You're trying to serve your constituents and you're trying to meet them where they're at. And I hope that all of you guys learn to meet each other in your environment and then help to create solutions from that. And I'm just saying you guys all have an awesome day. And don't take it home though, okay? Breathe it off. Look at it like all my children. Never take it home though. Laugh about it, and you guys have an awesome day.
Thank you very much. Nice to have such positive vibes. Next, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Tashika Lawson. Hi again.
You're familiar.
I actually had a couple issues, but I'll start. I actually sent a message through the live chat for item number 31, voicing opposition. That was, I don't know why that was not read today.
Oh, you have it? All right, you have it now. Okay, it's included in the record, I'm told, and they now have it. They must not have gotten it for some reason.
Yeah, so that would be what I would have talked about next, the item 46, when Councilman Creer was saying that there are people who are sitting in opposition that are actually not being read at the council. So if I was sitting here sending that in, then how many people are actually sitting from far away that aren't actually being heard? So if he's being inundated with it, there's likely some type of break in communication so that he can't prove that there's opposition coming in for different matters that are being discussed here. The next thing I wanted to ask about was the Greater New Jerusalem was supposed to be scheduled to be demolished this month, but I hadn't seen an actual RFP go out for its demolishment. I just wanted to know if it's still on the docket to be demolished this month. The Greater New Jerusalem.
While we're not in response, I would imagine, Mr. Cervantes, anything of the demolishment of, where is it specifically located?
It's going to be off of D Street. It's one of the properties, I believe there's about 6 parcels with adjoining structures.
When's that scheduled? Do you know?
Mayor, for the record, Jorge Cervantes, that's one of the parcels that the city acquired several years ago, and so as part of clearing, I think it is scheduled to be demolished, so I'll get a date on it.
Thank you.
Okay. I did want to ask, because I've talked to a couple of members of the city, but I haven't seen it. I've seen people offer assistance for persons affected by AIDS, but I don't see any, additional resources being extended to people who are suffering or battling cancer. As a cancer survivor from last year, I can tell you that they are an incredibly vulnerable group. I know business owners that can't allow people into their business because they're currently undergoing radiation or chemo or just recently recovered from surgery. So that is an incredibly, trying time, and compacted by the fact that they're going to be more vulnerable to diminishments in mental health due to this crisis when your support system is leaning on people who are going to be in your family. So I think those are services that do need to be extended to people who are battling cancer. And I just want to also be able to let people know that when you're battling cancer, it's an incredibly difficult time, and facing that when you just lost your job, being one of these 18,000 people who just lost their jobs, or just being affected by the high unemployment rate, being faced with having to pay your rent or have to go to your next chemo treatment, that is literally choosing between the life of your own life and things that are necessary for your life. They're not things that a person who's fighting cancer should have to choose. So as a people who are representing the city, I would like to see there be something to offer families who are actually going through that on top of COVID, because I went through this last year and it was the hardest time of my life. I can't imagine what they are going through right now. I was also just recently contacted by a homeowner who just was able to get an extension on her mortgage, but less than a week later received something from her homeowners association and community associations notifying her that they plan to seize her property during this. So it's weird that we can have mortgage companies that will actually give you a pass during these times, yet a homeowner who is also a business owner has to face the decision of, where am I going to put my resources? Do I want to pay my employees, or do I want to pay for an association to mow my lawn? These are not not everybody's got to have somebody that they can call and say, this is what you do. And I see that the Clark County has the ombudsman program, but I don't see anything that's actually offered by the city to mediate these problems.
Our call center. You certainly can call our call center. You can always call the mayor's office, and we will direct these people on as best as we can. Everything comes from the top executive in the state, which is the governor, who goes ahead and makes the edicts that we have to follow. So the call center, it's newly established, and recommend that. So what is the phone number for call?
Mayor? This is Brian. There's a state ombudsman. So the state ombudsman handles disputes between homeowners and their HOAs.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That should be it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming down. Anyone else? Yes, you have. Yes.
So this is the form stack that we received from Tashika Larson for this item, actually, item 51. It says she's in protest. It says, when are the landmark buildings and associated structures previously owned by Greater New Jerusalem scheduled to be demolished? Citizens who attend the 100 plan meetings were told September 2020, but no RFPs have been posted through the NGEM system.
Okay. Okay, and Mr. Cervantes is already on top of that. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Never saw, no, over your shoulder. Okay, now we will close, anything else from e-comments? Okay, we'll move on to 52, which is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless this subject's on the agenda scheduled for action. Let's go ahead and start with Councilwoman Diaz, who wished to speak under this portion of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I first want to shed some light on some financial assistance that is available to our small business owners and our nonprofits. It's the Commercial Rental Assistance Grant, CRAG program, because we love our acronyms. You may receive up to $10,000 to cover lease payments. So it says that applicants are not required to be in arrears on rent. You've given priority to paying off your commercial lease. So if you are one of the many struggling small business owners or nonprofit orgs that need this assistance to continue to pay their commercial lease or rent, please go to that website indicated on the screen, because the application deadline has been extended by a week to Tuesday, September 8th at 5 p.m. So if you know of anyone who needs this, please relay the information. We're trying to make sure everyone has as many resources as they can get to keep afloat during these times. I wanted to congratulate the neighborhood winners for the neighborhood and the Neighborhood Partnership Fund Grant. So in Ward 3, we had 2, and the first of our recipients was Beverly Green Neighborhood Association, and they have this Neighborhood Watch project that they're going to fund with the funds that the committee decided to award them. And it was great to connect with them this past Tuesday via a virtual meeting. So it was great to hear from all of you Beverly Green neighbors. The next recipient of the NPF grant was Crestwood, and they have a Crestwood tree project. They want to see more green in their neighborhood, and I congratulate you as well for putting forth the effort and securing the funding to make your vision a reality. Thank you for making us make Ward 3 beautiful. The next bit of good news is that we were able to do a ribbon cutting ceremony with Leticia Mitchell and her business partner Sue, and now the former El Sombrero Cafe, which was the very first Mexican restaurant in the city of Las Vegas that fed railroad workers back in the day, has a new occupant. So I encourage everyone to go try the Mexican cuisine that will be there at Leti's. So we were able to they were able to open their doors, 807 South Main Street. It's a small place, but you go, you make your order, and you can take it to go, or you can stay there. And they have this beautiful mural too that I think adds to the personality of the downtown area with the alebrijes, which are mythical creatures that we consider spirit guides. So go check it out if you haven't, 807 South Main Street. And last but not least, I know that when we identified our new city attorney, we celebrated that he was the first African-American city attorney that the city of Las Vegas had. And I want to congratulate Jorge Cervantes on being the first Latino city manager that the city of Las Vegas sees. So that is a great accomplishment. And I know we're humble, and I know we don't say much, but we're hardworking people. So Jorge, thank you so much for representing our community. I love that our city is truly showing that we're diverse. We have diverse representation here on the dais, but also in our workforce in the different leadership positions. So we're very proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and I would echo the comments, Mr. Cervantes. I look forward to working with you. And thank you for allowing me some time to talk about some important things happening in Ward 1. This month, we have an upcoming socially distant park cleanup at Bob Baskin Park on September 19th. We'll start bright and early at 7 a.m. and close out the activities at 8 a.m. This will be our third park cleanup of the year, and we're excited to have the support of our neighbors and community leaders showing up to clean up the micro trash in the area. As you can see on the photo, we're able to fill up to 60 trash bags alone. Thanks to the Boy Scouts of Southern Nevada, the Buffalo Neighborhood Coalition, and Get Outdoors Nevada for having our last park cleanup a great success. And anyone who's interested in attending can email our team at ward1@lasvegasnevada.gov. Slide number 2. The 2020 census is ending. In case you didn't know, the 2020 census ends on September 30th, which is this month. Let's make sure we get our fair share of federal dollars to our city of Las Vegas. Currently, we're in the lead of the city of Reno in our friendly competition. I think we're going to win this. Councilman Carrera and Councilwoman Diaz, I really think the Reno City Councilman Devin Reese will need to wear a UNLV shirt at their next council meeting. Maybe we can provide some different sizes and t-shirt styles for him to choose. And if you haven't completed your census, go to my2020census.gov. And earlier this morning, Mr. Casey presented his good time last week. The Come Together Las Vegas. In the past few weeks, I recently had the opportunity to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Beatles in Abbey Road. I attended the Come Together Las Vegas celebratory event with neighbors and constituents. And Mayor Steph from your office did a fantastic job representing the city of Las Vegas and you. I want to thank the many residents and organizers of the event for making it possible by respecting social distancing, limiting attendance, and even making some custom masks for us. And as everyone knows, my team and I are always here to help. You may contact me via phone or email at the information provided on this slide. Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Let's go on to Councilwoman Fury. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have a movie in the park coming up, and of course we'll obey the governor's rules. Just come please and enjoy the Dora and the Lost City on Friday, September 4th, which is this Friday at 7 p.m. Let's talk about our missing juveniles. This is always near and dear to all of our hearts. We have a 16-year-old female. She's only 5'2", 109 pounds. She's African-American and brown eyes and brown hair, and she was last seen in the area of Pecos and Bonanza, and she was last wearing some black sweats with a black sweater and black shoes. So please, if you have any information on Kayla Sterling, please call Metro at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. We are also looking for Octavia Kroom. She's a 17-year-old female. She's got black hair and brown eyes. She's African-American, and she was last seen in the area of East Washington Avenue in Pecos. It's unknown what she was wearing, but please, if you have any information on Octavia, please call Metro at 702-928-3111 or 702-458-7009. And then we have our Corridor of Hope, homeless success stories. This, I love these. And the Courtyard team first encountered Felice Langstaff and Sean Padilla, a young couple, in late May. And at the time, the couple was living in an apartment with their 2-month-old baby and 2-year-old with no air conditioning. The team provided the young family with in-kind donations of food, gift cards, and supplies for the children. Due to the family's living conditions, the team worked diligently to assist the couple. The team continued to follow up with the family, and a few days later, the couple provided the team with documents needed to move them into flexible housing. Soon after moving in, Felice secured a full-time job, and they were able to save money from Sean's Social Security benefits. In mid-July, Sean reported he secured a part-time job and had saved up for their future home. The team continued to work with Felice and Sean by providing them leads to apartments in their area. The team worked with the couple and encouraged them to save and work as the unit became successful. In August, Felice and Sean and their babies moved into a 2-bedroom apartment unit. The couple saved up enough money to cover their move-in costs and had enough money to purchase a reliable vehicle. The couple was excited to move into their permanent housing and start their new journey. And Felice told the team, "Thank you so much for your support, and we appreciate you guys." And then just wanting to wish our future new city manager a happy birthday. Jorge Cervantes, wishing you good health and happiness throughout the year, and we are very, very excited to have you as our new city manager.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a couple of events coming up. All right, that's the first one. Friday, September 11th at 6:30 p.m. We're going to have a movie in the park at the Durango Hills Park. Movie begins at dusk. We're going to have popcorn, water, while supplies last. Should be a lot of fun. Let the kids go out and run around and get some fresh air and watch a movie and visit with your neighbors. So that's Friday, September 11th at 6:30 p.m., Durango Hills Park. And the next one is September 12th, Saturday from 10 to noon. We're going to have a shredding event at the Durango Hills YMCA. So you come by in your car, you stay in your car, we'll take all your items out of your car, we'll throw them in a shredder, we'll shred them, and then you can be protected from identity theft. So Come on out and bring your important personal documents, and we will shed them for you free of charge. Saturday, September 12th from 10 to noon. Hope to see you out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Felicidades, Senor Cervantes. Our Vegas Roots presents Glamp Out at the Roots. Vegas Roots Community Garden is hosting Glamp Out at the Roots this Saturday beginning at 1 p.m. This is a fun, interactive overnight stay at the garden. There will be movies, bubbles, games, s'mores, fire pit, drum circle, sunrise yoga, and more. Vending opportunities are available. For more information regarding this family event, contact Rosalind Brooks at 702-636-4152. The Nevada Extension and the AD Guy Knowledge Center. The Nevada Extension is partnering with AD Guy Knowledge Center to provide a space for connectivity to students. Wi-Fi will be made available for elementary through high school students who have Chromebooks but do not have internet access. Registration is required. And for more information, contact the AD Guy Center at 702-998-0223 or send an email to adguy, ADGUY, at unr.edu. From slave patrols in the 19th century to the war on drugs in the 20th, the complicated history of race and policing in America remains unresolved in the 21st century. The Mott Museum will host a public forum with historians and former law enforcement officials to discuss the origins of American policing, the data and policies concerning police use of force, and the work that lies ahead. Featured speakers are Greg McCurdy, former Assistant Sheriff, Clay T. White, Director of Oral History Research Center at UNLV Libraries, and Gloria Brown Marshall, Professor of Constitutional Law at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. The program is sold out, but is available online. There's also a waiting list available, so visit the Mott Museum at mottmuseum.org for more information. And don't forget to save the date for our Ward 5 Community Forum, which will take place on Thursday, October 22nd. To be a little bit different this year. I've hosted this event along with city staff to discuss community matters and issues of importance to Ward 5. The Community Forum will update residents on the top Ward 5 strategic priorities and more. And this will be a virtual event, and there'll be limited seating within the council chambers. And so more information will be provided at a later date. And you can always get in touch with us at our newsletter. If you haven't, go to our website. You can also contact Tanya, tjackson@lasvegasnevada.gov to get on it. Our office is at 702-229-5443. You can always follow us on Twitter at Cedric Creer, Instagram Councilman Creer, and Facebook Councilman Cedric Creer. Thank you, and have a great Labor Day weekend.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Seaman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I, too, want to congratulate Jorge Cervantes, and I look forward to working with you as our city manager. We are back to our Small Business Saturday, and now that businesses are opening up and new businesses are popping up, we want to feature you. So all you have to do is be in Ward 2 and contact Ward 2 at lasvegasnevada.gov, or you can call our office at 702-229-2420, and we will let folks know about your business. Ward 2 will be getting back to our events in October, and I want to talk about something really important. We need to find folks to adopt these beautiful pets out there. We have Jazzy, who is a spayed 1.5-year-old, about 14 pounds. We have Trevor, a neutered male, about a year-old, 7 pounds. And we have Missy, a spayed 8-year-old, about 39 pounds. We have Skipper, who's a neutered male, 10 years old, about 10 pounds. And these wonderful pets need a home. So if you are interested, please contact the adoption department at adoptions@animalfoundation.com. And as usual, my team is ready, willing to help in any situations in the community in Ward 2. All you have to do is email us at ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov or call our main line, 702-229-2420. And you can follow us on social media or even contact us on social media and see our Small Business Saturday and find out what's happening in Ward 2. All you'd need to do at Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram is go to Victoria D. Seaman. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to thank everybody that put in an application for the city manager's job. Every single one of you who have done this, love our city, are critically important to the continuation of all that we've been achieving. But more importantly, as we go forward at this time with the very, very significant challenges we'll be facing very heavily, at least for the next 2 years, if not beyond. But we're optimistic because we have visionaries and people who are part of that team that see a bigger picture and can look further down the road for us as we move forward, getting over these mountains of issues with which we're dealing. So when Councilman Creer wished you all a happy and safe Labor Day weekend, just think of all the good things that there are in life and of all the wonderful people that you have who are devoted to you, and especially at this city. And so I want to thank our clerks and your entire staff. I want to thank our IT department. I want to thank everybody in planning and building. And there they are in the back, behind the smoke-filled mirror way back there and over here. But I want to also particularly thank Scott Adams, who's really been a devoted leader for us and getting us through this time frame. And I know the ability to have this time for Jorge Cervantes to be able to work with you as he has been doing these years to help take your leadership roles and meld them to our future. You have a lot to do, and we all are touching our hearts because there's pain. We know what you're going to have to climb, but you have a wonderful team, and certainly our legal team, who we go to for everything, has to stay on top of every single moment because we stand alone taking care of the city while we collaborate, and are grateful to the chairman of the county commission being here this morning and their fire chief. Our responsibility is here in this city, and we need to focus on what we can do, make sure we're coordinated, we're optimistic, we're working to see how we can make it better all the time. Open communication, constant communication. And we have an exciting council. I mean, I just love the individuality of the people that are here and their staff that make it possible for us to sit here. But the healthy dialogue that gets discussion out there and challenges all of us. So I want to thank all members of our city council, and most importantly, public safety, our marshals, our fire and rescue, all those on the front line that keep working in the hospitals and beyond, and for every member that's really working to keep us safe. And this is the most important piece, that you keep your germs to yourself and then other people, hopefully. But there are always people out there who don't comply. You can't hit all the people all the time. It never has worked throughout history, but we keep trying. So have a wonderful, safe weekend. Know that we're devoted to you and to being honest and truthful and open and transparent, but we're the ones that get all the information. So when you think you have it all, call your council person to make sure you have both sides of the coin, because the worst thing is to be ignorant and making decisions from a point of view of ignorance. You need to be knowledgeable, or at least open-minded. So God bless you all, and thank you. Marshals, again, wherever you are. Is he there? Yes. And down there? Yes, thank you. We're adjourned.